Welcome to Real Crime Stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rain as you dive into tonight's chilling tale. If you love true crime and horror, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to support the channel. Now, turn off the lights and let the story begin. I own a journal written by a serial killer. When I checked it this morning, I found a new entry. My first true crime novel was published in early 2011. The book followed the 4-year career of a serial killer in southern Illinois, covering the grisly details of his murders and eventually ending with his arrest. The book was absolutely perfect. I poured hundreds of hours into research, interviews, and writing. I was convinced that it was a sure ticket into a life as a famous author. My publisher had other plans. They claimed that money was far too tight and that they had to cancel my marketing campaign. It was just a coincidence that they abandoned me just as they pushed hundreds of thousands of dollars resources towards another author. So of course, my novel failed. Of course, no one bought it. And if there's one thing publishers avoid more than unpublished amateurs, it's authors with a single failed book. I've spent the last few years trying to cobble something together that might convince them to give me another chance. When I heard about a string of murders in my town, it seemed the perfect opportunity for a comeback. I poured myself another glass of whiskey by the light of my computer monitor. My ice cube had melted 3 glasses back. But no matter. I couldn't slow my research into the killer's background. His victims. His method of murder. All of it. I took a sip as I reread another police report. The killer had used a fire axe to commit the crimes. Very gory. That was good. Gory murders always sell better than boring firearm-related crimes. Even better was the fact that he'd killed families instead of single people. That was yet another angle I could exploit. I clicked on a news clip from the night he'd been arrested. The best part of this case was the fact that the lunatic had turned himself in. I drained the rest of my glass, already planning what I'd write about that. Family serial killer with a conscience? I made a list of names to contact the next day. The police raid on the killer's apartment had been highly publicized, so knew exactly where he lived. I looked up the landlord who owned the apartment complex and wrote his number down on a little notebook I carry around with me. A few well-placed lies might get me a tour of the killer's private quarters. I woke up the next morning with a splitting headache and nausea. But I didn't let that slow me down. I rolled over, took a shower, and went out to meet with the landlord of the apartment. He was a tall, portly man in his late 40s. He seemed friendly, and more than a little stupid. He unlocked the door for me and showed me a few of the rooms. The apartment had been almost completely cleared out by someone. I guessed first the police and then movers. I nodded along as the landlord continued the tour of the apartment, showing me the kitchen, then the master bedroom. I knew the killer had a habit of hiding bodies inside crawlspaces from my research, and was on the lookout for them. I noticed a vent in the corner of the master bedroom that looked to be pressure fit into the wall. Seems like a great place. Just the kind of thing I've been looking for, I said, wiping away the post-drinking sweats that were growing on my forehead. You mind if I use the bathroom before we finish here? The landlord pointed to the master bathroom. Be my guest. I purposefully spent a long time in there, hoping he'd leave the bedroom. I was rewarded when he called out, "I'll be by my car downstairs when you're finished." I left the bathroom and crept up to the vent. I pulled hard on the metal, and was rewarded as it slid smoothly from the wall. Inside was a space about 2 feet wide and 1 foot tall. It extended back into the darkness for several feet at least. And there, lying in the dust on the metal floor, was a leather-bound notebook. I snatched it from the ground, hardly believing my luck. It was thick and well used, but I stuffed it inside my shirt for the time being. Replacing the metal grate was harder than pulling it off, but I managed it without making too much noise. I returned to the landlord outside, turning to look up at the small apartment. "I'm going to be honest with you," I said. "How's that?" he asked, confused. "I'm Jim Sullivan, a true crime novelist," I said. "I'm here to find out if there's anything interesting left about your most recently departed tenant." The landlord's face clouded over with anger. "So this was a waste of my time then? I was wondering if you had any information about." "Not for liars. Get off my property. I never want to see you here again." I thanked him and returned to my car, my mind already on nothing but the thick leather booklet inside my shirt. I rushed home, guarding the notebook like a goose with a golden egg. I prepared my desk with a spiral notebook and a blue pen ready by my right hand. Then, trembling, I opened the notebook. It was far better and far worse than I could have ever imagined. The killer had written his planning of the murders in excruciating detail. He explained how he watched the houses, how he waited to see whether or not the husbands loved their wives, whether or not the children were disobedient, what kind of dinners they ate and at what time. He must have stalked them for days beforehand. But the details in the planning were nothing to the details in describing the murders themselves. I had to pause halfway through reading one account. He kept describing the look on the father's face as his wife died. I poured myself a tall drink, drained it, then poured myself another. The killer languished in the description of their cries, their last dying moments, their pitiful supplication for mercy. I finished the bottle before I finished the notebook. After his account of the 4th family murder, the pages of the book finally, mercifully, went blank when he finished describing the desecration of the last corpse. I closed the book with trembling fingers. My head throbbed with alcohol and the horrible images racing through my mind. But I couldn't help but hold my hands to my mouth in joy. What a find! What a treasure trove of information! 100 years of interviews couldn't give me what this one book had just dropped into my lap. I was going to be famous again. I laughed out loud to the empty room, picked up the already empty bottle of whiskey to my lips, and licked at the last drops before walking to my bedroom. I woke up late the next afternoon feeling woozy. I felt something worse than a hangover. Must have drunk more than I'd been planning to. But could anyone really blame me? Reading those horrible things I'd read? No, of course. No one could blame me. In fact, no one could blame me if I had another drink right now to ease this horrible throbbing in my skull. I got to my feet and walked to the kitchen. I cracked open a beer before walking back to my desk. The notebook caught my eyes as I passed. It was different somehow, thicker. I picked it up and realized that my blue pen had been lodged inside of the leather-bound notebook. I opened it up and saw a brand new entry that hadn't been there the night before. I sat down at the desk, trying to make sense of this new entry, written in a different handwriting from the others. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was reading. I read, in similar, meticulous detail, how I had gone to a house up in the mountains and killed a young couple on their honeymoon. I read about how I'd killed the husband, and that I'd taken the wife's body back with me. I immediately jumped to my feet and ran to my computer, Googling the address furiously. Had I written this in some kind of murder and alcohol-induced sleepwalking? The address was real. It was a house just a half-hour away, and there were no news articles about any murders in the area. My breathing continued to quicken as I stared at the house. The descriptions from the notebook matched it perfectly. It wasn't necessarily my handwriting, but there's no doubt it was different from the other entries, and it had been written with my pen. I Googled the nearest payphone, marked the location, and drove there. I dialed 911 with a gloved hand. 911. What's your emergency? A voice on the other end asked. Can you send someone over to a house for me? I'm concerned that something bad may have happened. Sir, what do you? I cut her off, instead passing the address. Did you get that? I asked. She said. I read the address again, then hung up. I drove back to my house, thinking hard the entire way. God, I needed a drink. My garage door opened up and I drove inside. It was only then that I noticed the axe on the ground. I closed the garage door and rounded my car. An unfamiliar axe lay on the ground beside the door to my house. I knelt down and picked it up to inspect it. The metal head was crusted with a layer of blood and hair. I stumbled back, holding my hand to my mouth, when no monster leapt from the darkness. I dropped the axe to the floor and walked inside to open another bottle. I spent the next hour constantly refreshing the news and praying for what must have been the first time in years. Please, I begged, please let this be some big misunderstanding. Please. It only took 3 hours before the double homicide was front-page news. I was already in an alcohol-fueled haze at that point. Every single detail was correct. Husband dead. Wife missing. I realized then that I hadn't looked around my house. The wife's body was somewhere. After all, wouldn't she be in the house of her killer? The notebook had been silent on her final location. I spent the next hour looking through my house for places where I may have stashed her body, but came up short. A strange, bizarre revulsion to the notebook came over me. It had caused this. I wasn't sure how, but I knew that if I'd never picked it up I wouldn't have that axe in my garage nor a conscience so weighted down by, no. That wasn't possible. I had to get rid of it. I briefly considered burning the notebook, but rejected the idea. No, something told me that the book belonged back in the apartment where I found it. I drank a shot of espresso to sober up, then started walking. The apartment was just a few blocks away, and I figured I'd already killed enough people for one day. The night was cold, but I barely felt the chill through the haze of guilt, confusion, and fear. I reached the killer's apartment 20 minutes later. One of the windows on the ground floor was unlocked, which allowed me to slide inside. I closed it behind me and looked around at the apartment. The other killer had turned himself in, hadn't he? He'd had a conscience. My mouth turned down into a snarl. It wasn't my fault, even if I did do it. It was this damned notebook. I pulled it out and threw it onto the ground. After a moment of hesitation, I scooped it back up and walked up the dark stairs to the master bedroom. It was the same as I'd left it the day before, though the vent looked off. Maybe the landlord had noticed I'd messed with it. No matter. I knelt down and pulled hard on the vent, earning a cut on my thumb as the metal slid free. I reached down and grabbed the notebook, then extended my arm into the darkness where I hit something soft and wet. I flipped on my phone's light and saw the body of a woman lying inside, covered in enough blood to leave the scent of iron in the air. I stumbled back, trying to make sense of it. Surely I hadn't killed this woman, then driven to this house, right? Then my thought from earlier returned to me. The woman's body was almost certainly on the killer's property. The front door of the apartment below me opened with a crash. I spun and backed up, still on my hands and knees, as the sound of slow, steady footsteps climbed up the stairs. The bedroom door opened, and the light flicked on. The landlord I'd met the other day stood in the doorway holding an axe covered in still wet blood. "Well, I'm sad to say you weren't at home this time," he said, gripping the head of the axe with a beefy fist. "You're probably wondering what the hell's going on. Am I right?" He pointed the handle of the axe towards me. Am I right? I nodded slowly, my mind racing. He hefted the axe in his hands. There's just something about convincing other people that they're killers. Not even the light leaving someone's eyes gives me the rush I felt when that poor sap turned himself in. "Sorry, liar. You just happened to be the next to pick up the book. But you made it easy. You even gave me your name. Looks like I'll have to leave that notebook out for someone else to find. Maybe a detective will wake up to find he's killed his wife. What do you think?" He took a step into the room. I jumped to my feet and ran for the bathroom. I knew from my time there earlier that it had a window. I'd only made it a few feet before the axe slammed into the back of my left arm. I ignored the pain and leapt at the window, crossed my arms into an X and crashed through the glass. The fall was just long enough for me to reflect on my poor decisions before I hit the ground. A dozen things inside me broke with the impact. But that wasn't what worried me. What worried me was that I'd hear heavy footsteps again. But I didn't hear footsteps. I heard a cry of surprise. A young couple ran over to me. "Are you okay?" the man shouted. The last thing I heard before losing consciousness was the wife calling the police. I'll skip over my stay in the hospital, the police's fruitless search for the landlord, and my panic attacks. They still haven't found him, and I don't think I'll be able to sleep until they do. I let the police take copies of the notebook, but I still own the original. The Forgotten Murder at West Covina High. Many people have forgotten, or simply have never even heard about what happened at West Covina High School back in 2012, which is rather sad, considering the victim always said that he wanted to be remembered forever. After he died, his name was Jeff Varisco. He was a star baseball and football player at the school, which by default made him automatically very popular. He was tall, dark-skinned, wavy black hair, beautiful amber eyes, a Hollywood smile, and had a body as if he was carved of stone. Every girl wanted him, including me for a while. He never seemed to like me more than a friend, though. Even though I was the head cheerleader and had no problem getting dates with other guys. Surprisingly, he wasn't even vain, which made him even more likable. He was always nice to everyone, Even the really nerdy and loner type students. He also came from a rich family, and they always donated a lot of money to charity and cancer centers. His dad was a university professor and his mom was an executive for some company. Jeff was literally the coolest boy next door. One thing that many people did find a little strange, however, is that he seemed to be obsessed with being remembered and missed by everyone he knew and loved. When he died, he always brought it up to pretty much everyone he spoke to a few times a day. Nobody really thought much of it though. But you can only imagine the shock and horror when word got out that Jeff was found with the back of his head bashed in, stomach cut wide open, hanging by his neck with his own instances like a noose from the goal post at the school football field. Everyone was in complete shock and hysteria after it happened. Foul play was immediately suspected, and police interviewed everyone that knew him, from his parents all the way down to the school custodian, who was the prime suspect for a good while. But the police were at a complete loss. They concluded that the killer wore gloves as there were no fingerprints detected anywhere at the scene. Nothing ever came from the investigation. The only real evidence they found was a bloody ladder in the school garden shed where the custodian kept some tools, which is why he was a prime suspect. His parents always had accusations and pointed fingers thrown in their faces. By many people in the neighborhood, they eventually moved away, unable to bear it anymore. So many rumors spread around that his parents killed their only son for the thrill of it, that they knew they could get away with it because they were rich and perfect, and tried to put the blame on a school employee. All those rumors, of course, were ludicrous beliefs. The Variscos loved Jeff. I loved Jeff. That's why I did my best to make sure he would always be remembered like he wanted to be. I had to show him that I loved him even though he didn't love me the same way. That's why I called him at 1 a.m. on a rather cold morning, awakening him from his sleep. I had my gloves on, that I received from my dad from the previous Christmas, and asked him to meet me by an empty park to help me with my broken down car. He was always willing to help anyone who asked. He thrived on it. That's why I hit him in the back of the head with a crowbar while he was examining my engine. That's why I used all my strength to lift his unconscious body into my trunk. That's why I drove as fast as I could, passing through a few stop signs and red lights along the way, thankfully without being pulled over by cops. To get to our school football field where he once played. Before he regained consciousness, I had to drag his deadweight body from the parking lot all the way to the goalpost. I had to take numerous breaks to catch my breath during this part. That's why I promised him that he would be remembered as I pulled out my knife and gutted him as fast as possible. It would have been easier if that didn't cause him wake up. I thought for sure his scream would have alerted someone to come investigate what was happening, or worse, call the police. That would have ruined my way of showing Jeff how much I loved him. Thankfully it didn't, as his scream quickly became lighter until he fell silent and was only able to look up at me, barely managing to breathe due to the massive blood loss. He stared up at me with a look of hurt and betrayal in his eyes. I was pretty confused by this, and I knew I had the obligation to explain to him why I did this. You will always be remembered, Jeff, just like you always wanted. His eyes suddenly had a spark to them for a moment after he heard those words. He then managed to open his mouth to speak to me. Thanks, he responded in a weak whisper, before succumbing to his death. My eyes filled with tears of sadness and joy at the same time. I was sad that the love of my life was gone forever, but joyful that it was me who was the one who fulfilled his wish. I had to finish the job. I had to make sure people always remembered Jeff Varisco. I quickly made my way to the custodian shed by the school garden. and picked the lock to retrieve a ladder. I rushed back to Jeff's body with the ladder gripped under my right armpit. Once I got back to Jeff's dead body, I set up the ladder to be able to reach the goal post. I once again had to pull his body up the ladder to the post, which was very challenging. It took me 4 tries to successfully do it. Once I finally managed to get his body to the top of the ladder, I pulled his intestines from his stomach, wrapped some of it around his neck, and then used the rest to tie around the goalpost. It was pretty hard keeping his limp body from falling over. I then climbed down the ladder and pulled it away from Jeff's feet so his body would dangle there from the post. My work was done. No one would ever forget him. But people have indeed forgotten. They all moved on with their lives. No one has spoken about the mysterious murder in years. I failed Jeff. He would be so disappointed in me. I needed to find a way to get people to remember the amazing Jeff Varisco, which is why I am posting my confession here. Please remember him. Please tell people about Jeff Varisco, the attractive high school kid whose promising future was cut short and was met with a grisly end. He never wanted to be forgotten. I searched my parents' names on the dark web. The videos I found were horrifying. When my friend first introduced me to the dark web, I was amazed at how such an unknown thing could house some of the most illegal things on earth. Up until today, I had only used it for learning how to code and commit small crimes. But after the horrifying videos I just found, I don't think I'll ever use the dark web again. I first met my best friend Alex when a little bit after I got into high school. My parents had moved us to a new town and I had no friends. It was lonely at first, but I got used to it. We moved because they were paranoid after many murders occurred in our town. I thought this was weird, moving across the country over that, but I let it go. The reason Alex and I became friends so quickly was because we both had a shared interest in the internet and everything it had to offer. I was a gaming addict and a Tier 3 Pokemon subscriber, while he was more of a coder and developer. 2 years later, we were still best friends. But now, we were much older and smarter. Alex had discovered the dark web and he was obsessed with it. He pretty much spent every hour of the day on it, searching through anything you could imagine. There was nothing wrong with this, but one search he made was the biggest mistake of his entire life. I remember waking up to dozens of text messages from him one morning. This wasn't normal. Alex wasn't a very social person, and it was very hard to get words out of him. I opened my phone to see what he had messaged me. "Dude, Jack, you have to come over right now. This is important. Jack, please wake up. This is urgent. Where are you?" These were only some of the messages, but the rest were very similar, with them all being urgent, and that I needed to go to his house immediately. My parents were both at work still, so I went over to Alex's house. When I arrived, there were 4 cop cars parked in front of his house, and there were dozens of people and news vans standing out front. I made my way through the crowd and Alex's mother told the police to let me inside. I could see tears rolling down her cheeks as she opened the door. "What's going on, Mrs. Gonzalez?" I asked. "Alex missing," she said as she started crying. My heart sank. How could this happen? He had just texted me earlier that morning. That was when it hit me. What if he was trying to warn me? What if his text messages were related to his disappearance? Still in shock, I walked up to one of the detectives in the kitchen. "Is Alex going to be okay?" I asked. "Of course he is. He's going to be just fine. We're going to find him very soon." One of the detectives responded. Something about that response was off. It was like I knew he was wrong. Deep down, I had this slight feeling that I wasn't going to see him ever again. I remembered the text messages, however, and pulled out my phone to show it to the detective. He texted me this morning. "What if this has something to do with him going missing?" I said swiftly, as he began reading them. His expression quickly changed. It was like it got worse. He told me they needed to keep my phone for now to investigate the text messages, and said they would give it back to me later. I stayed around the house for a while, not just because I missed Alex, but because I wanted to comfort his parents. They cared about me a lot, and it hurt to see them like that. His mother couldn't stop crying. Eventually, however, I went into Alex's room to see if I could find anything that might give a clue about why he went missing. I searched through everything, but I found nothing. But then I noticed something. Alex's computer was on, but his monitor was turned off. I looked for the button to turn it on and hit it. As the screen lit up, my heart sank. He was on the dark web. Obviously, this was normal, but for some reason, he had dozens of different tabs open. I knew this part wasn't normal, so I closed the door and locked it, and began going through them. At first, it was all pretty usual for him, but then things started to get weird. He had a tab open that was an article about a murder that had happened several years ago. The article said that it was a woman who was found dead in her apartment. Her body was mutilated, cut up, and covered in acid. I nearly threw up reading it and seeing the horrifying pictures of the crime scene. Not wanting to see any of it anymore, I switched the tab, just to reveal another article about another murder. Confused, I quickly went through the rest of the tabs he had open. And they were all the same thing. They all were about some type of murder or crime. The one that stuck out the most to me, however, was one about a murder that had happened 2 years ago. At first, it seemed pretty normal, but as I read further, I realized what it was. It was about the murder of our neighbor that prompted us to move away. Confusion quickly swept over me. How did Alex know about this? I never told him about it, because to me, it wasn't that important. I figured it must have just been a strange coincidence. But then I saw the last search he had made on his computer. It was my last name. Horrified and confused, I quickly stumbled out of his room and back to the living room. "Is everything all right?" Alex's mother said, sniffing away her tears. "Yeah, I just need to go home for dinner," I responded. On the way home, so many questions and thoughts filled my mind. Why was he searching up my last name? Did he think that I had something to do with this? That must have been why he was texting me so frantically that morning. If only I could just explain to him that I didn't do anything wrong. But I couldn't. He was still missing, and I had to find out why. When I got home, I raced to my room and slammed the bedroom door shut and got on my computer. I loaded up my Tor browser and turned my VPN on. I knew what I had to do. I began typing in the letters of my last name, becoming more nervous after every letter. When I finally hit enter, nothing happened. It was just a blank screen. Confused, I refreshed the page, but once again, there was nothing. But why did Alex search this if there was nothing? I thought to myself, there must be something out there. I was getting ready to close the tab, thinking I had ran into a dead end, when suddenly, the page started to load. It took several minutes, but finally, it loaded to reveal hundreds of videos. Immediately, I knew what they were. They were murders. But why did they show up when you searched my last name? I considered just stopping right there and turning back, knowing the horrifying things I would see if I continued on. But I couldn't. I knew this had to be why Alex went missing. So I clicked on the first video. As it started playing, I saw what looked like a woman strapped to a chair in some sort of basement or something. I quickly recognized who it was. It was our neighbor from 2 years ago. I could tell because she had the same heart-shaped tattoo on her neck. She sat there for a minute, struggling, panicking, and screaming for someone to help. However, suddenly, 2 figures walked into frame. At first, I couldn't tell who they were, but as they turned around to face the camera, my heart sank. It was my parents. My father was holding a knife, while my mother was holding a small scalpel. They paused for a moment before they started what was the most horrifying 5 minutes of my entire life. I watched as they cut her into pieces, and listened as she begged for mercy, screaming the whole time. Blood filled the room as she took her last breath. When the video ended, it quickly went to another, revealing the exact same room and chair I had seen before. I was traumatized by what I had already seen, and I knew I couldn't watch any more of it. My parents were murderers, and I now knew the real reason we moved away 2 years ago. I knew there was something off about that, but I just never could have imagined that this was the horrifying secret that they had been hiding from me. This whole time I thought Alex was trying to accuse me of being responsible for these murders. But I was so wrong. He was trying to warn me. I scanned through more of the videos, each in the exact same room. I was just about finished, ready to go to the police so that I could tell them about what I had just seen when I noticed something. There was a new video uploaded today on the website. I quickly clicked on it and pressed play to reveal what looked like a man this time. Strapped to the chair, he had a sack over his face, and I couldn't tell who it was. Once again, however, I saw my parents walk into the frame. My father walked up to the man and pulled the sack off his head. At first, I couldn't tell who it was, but then I realized who I was looking at. It was Alex. Story. My Unsolved Cases, Imaginary Friend. Hey, so I'm glad you all liked reading about my last case. It really helps me pass the time nowadays. Well, like I said, I'll stay in chronological order. So this next case came up about 1.5 years after the last one. At this point, I've been on the force for about 5 years. So this case is unique for 2 reasons. This is the only case I will write about that has legally been solved. But I'm not so sure. And this was my first case that I could actually respond to in real time. Because it was called in to my local department. Anyways, I guess I'll just hop right into it. So I'm just drinking coffee, passing the time. It was around 9:30 p.m. by this point. When we get this call, our department actually plays any local emergency calls they get over an intercom in the detectives department. They do this so that we can form an opinion in real time. It helps us out a lot when we arrive on the scene. Any detectives will know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I was the only detective on duty. There were 3 of us currently employed with the department. And this call came in over the speaker. It started off as most do. Some panicked person barely able to get out a coherent sentence. Then the operator asks the person to calm down so that she can better understand. It took this man about 2 minutes, longer than usual, to calm down enough to be able to speak audibly. Like I did on the last story. I'll just give you the transcript, but I'll skip to the part where you can actually understand what he's saying. Operator. Okay, sir. So again, tell me your emergency. Victim. Name blurred out. Okay. Okay, I can do this. He breathes out heavily. Okay, so I was just making sure all of the doors in my house were locked before I went to bed. But when I got to my back door, I saw a shadowed silhouette of a man. I was in disbelief. I thought it was just a tree's shadow that I was looking at funny. But I went upstairs to take a look, just to be sure. When I got upstairs, takes another deep breath. His voice was trembling this whole time. When I got upstairs, I looked down and had a better visual of what I was looking at. It was definitely a man, and he was staring straight at me. All I could see were his eyes, and he was looking straight at mine. Operator. Is he still there, sir? Victim. I don't know. I ran into the closet out of fear. Should I go check? Operator. No, sir. Stay where you are. I am sending a squad car now. Victim. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick peek outside. Operator. Sir, please stay where you are. Help is on their way. This is where I ran to one of the 2 squad cars that we departing the station to answer the call. Luckily, I didn't miss any dialogue because the man just agreed and stayed put in his closet. A couple more minutes passed. We were nearing the scene and the victim started talking again. Victim. I just heard something. I think he's on my porch. I'm going to check. Operator. Sir, please stay where you are. Victim. He's still here. Leave. He screamed this in desperation from his window. The man was really beginning to lose his mind during all of this. Operator. Sir, get back in the closet. Victim. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. He was still in the same spot. He hasn't even moved. Why hasn't he moved? This is when we arrived. The only reason I was allowed to answer this call is because the department recently allowed it after we pressed our chief because of the value of real-time evidence. We walked upstairs and found the man trembling in his closet. clutching his cell phone for dear life. He began screaming, "Did you find him? Did you find him?" We had one cop searching the perimeter, and he radioed in saying he found nothing. We asked this man to show us where he had seen the intruder. He hesitantly took us out to the backyard where we proceeded to find nothing. This was typical of an intruder call. We could never find the criminal on the initial call. But this was different. It was different because the man who made the call started screaming bloody murder. He began yelling, "Do you not see him? He's looking right at me. Arrest him, please." We looked at him baffled and asked him what he was talking about. He responded louder than before, "Do you not see him? He's looking right at me. You're right next to him." This proceeded for another 5 minutes, and it eventually led to us taking him into the station to be evaluated. This was the first time I was able to witness a psychiatric evaluation. The interview was eerie. You could tell this man had been shaken to his core. The unusual thing about this guy was that, unlike every other mentally insane person brought in for questioning, this guy had no past to make us suspect he was insane. Like I said, this was my first time witnessing this with the force, so I didn't know the difference. Anyways, I'll just paraphrase how their conversation went. Psychiatrist: "So tell me, name blurred, what exactly did you see?" Victim: "Well, sir, I. He takes a deep breath. I saw a man. He was just looking at me. His eyes were much bigger than a normal human's." Psychiatrist: "Normal humans?" Victim: "Yes, unless he was wearing a mask or something. I don't think this man was human. He didn't have a nose or mouth, just eyes, and they would come off of me." Psychiatrist: "Okay, son. What else can you tell me?" Victim: "Well, when the police came to help, they walked all around this man, and the man didn't even acknowledge that they were there. He just kept eye contact with me." The interview continues like this for a little while longer, and after it was over, the psychiatrist came into the room where the 2 other detectives and I were sitting. The other detectives had been called in by this point. So, he tells us that, even after hearing what the victim said, he doesn't believe he is lying. He told us that this man genuinely believed what he told us was true. And judging by what he told us, the psychiatrist determined the man must have been psychotic. We talked to the man the next morning and told him that he was going to be sent to a psych ward for the next 2 months for rehabilitation. We sent him off, and I didn't hear, nor did I even think about the case for the next 2 months. I just wrote him off as crazy. 2 months pass, and we are told in our morning briefing that the man was released and was supposedly no longer mentally unstable. It didn't take the man more than 12 hours to call us. Literally that night he called in complaining about the same thing. I wasn't working during this time, but the detective who was filled me in, and from what I heard, it was basically the same thing that happened with me. The detective told me that they warned the man that if he made one more false call, then they were going to have to arrest him. I guess this scared the man off for a day. But just 3 nights after being released, he called again. Luckily, I was working during this call. While I was in the car heading towards the man's house, I was listening in on his call with our operator. I have since lost this call's transcript, but I do remember one thing about this call. In fact, I'll never forget it. This man had been calling from the same closet that he did when we first responded. And he had that same panicked voice, describing that same ominous figure. Only this time, instead of claiming the man was outside, he began yelling bloody murder. Just like in The Dancing Man case, when the victim yelled so loud that the phone call became muffled. The same thing happened here. The man was all calm in his closet, just waiting for the police to arrive, when he says something like, "Wait, what was that?" The operator pressed him to stay in the closet and he just ignored it. I heard him open his closet door and take what might have been 2 steps before silence fell over the call. The silence was broken when the operator started questioning the man and asking him what he was looking at. The man just responded ever so softly, He's right in front of me." Silence once again came over the call, and was once again broken by the operator. She was begging the man to respond to her. He never did, and we arrived on the scene 3 minutes later. We walked upstairs to his closet. As we were walking, I noticed that every access point, including the back door, was closed and locked. We got up to the scene and saw just the victim, dead after drowning in his own blood. His throat was cut, and after 3 days of investigating the crime scene, the department declared it a suicide. I pleaded with them not to close the case so quickly. But it was no use. It looks bad when a department reports an unsolved homicide. I doubt that this was a suicide for 2 reasons. 1, and probably the more obvious reason, a suicide weapon was never found. And 2, I got a good look at the victim and his dead body. His throat was cut open all right, but not by a knife. The cut was rough. It looked almost forced, almost like someone cut his neck with their fingernail. Anyways, that obviously isn't enough evidence to overturn a suicide ruling. But I knew, and I think the other detectives did too. The vibe in the office was just eerie for the next couple of days. The creepiest part was when we asked the psych ward that we sent him to for their evaluation reports on him. We read them, and every time the doctor would give him the same evaluation. He would talk about how the man acted immature, and was just acting under the stress of daily life. But at the end of every report, all 10 of them, he would put the same sentence. Seems completely stable. Just can't get over his imaginary friend. Corpse singer. I first met Jerry DuPont in 1986. I was a beat cop and new to the force, while Jerry was a mortician, or rather the assistant to one. We didn't have much in common, apart from our love of stories and our proximity to death. Despite that, we became friends and often met at the Rose and Crown to have a drink after work and regale one another with largely exaggerated stories. DuPont had grown up fairly well off. You could tell by the way he carried himself. He was stylish, always opting to dress up for the occasion rather than to dress down. And no matter how straight and rigid his posture was, Jerry always managed to look more at ease in a suit jacket and tie than I ever did in a t-shirt and jeans. One of the first stories Jerry DuPont ever told me at The Rose and Crown was the story of his life. And I was deeply interested in the family history he told me. His parents had died early, and all that was left was his trust fund, and a gold ring with a black onyx face that he wore on his left-hand pinky. It was the perfect detail to punctuate the tragedy of his youth. It wasn't until his teenage years when the narrative lines he'd laid before me began to cross over one another and I saw the nature of the game and the rules he'd set between us. I was suddenly less than certain of the accuracy surrounding the death of his parents and the origin of the ring. But the light deceit wasn't off-putting. Instead, I found it freeing. Jerry and I were able to express ourselves to one another with far more candor. When the truth was tied in and around hyperbole, his willingness to sit and share his mind with me was a balm to the machismo of my day job. And I felt like sparking a friendship with him would be worth more to me than the overtime I was sacrificing by meeting him semi-frequently at The Rose and Crown. And so we began to meet more regularly. We spent those evenings talking, laughing, and drinking well past my bedtime. Unlike me, Jerry was naturally inclined to love the night, and would often invite the chance to extend our time together well past the closing of the pub. Sometimes we'd continue our discussion, or the continuation of a tall tale, but often we'd just revel in the company of one another. I soon began to notice that Jerry had an analytical, almost cold, and calculated mind. Sometimes I would describe to him a case I had heard about or was working on, and presented it to him as if he were the detective to be, and not myself. Exercising that part of his brain thrilled him. You could see the pleasure it gave him plaster on his face. More often than not, he was able to spin the puzzle in such a way as to find the solution with an ease that was almost elegant in its nonchalance. When I asked him on one of our late-night walks after the pub had closed how he managed to deduce the solution with such eerie accuracy, he stated plainly, "You look for the why above all. You always have. How could you not? You arrive at the scene of the crime, and are confronted with all angles and aspects of the case. You see the corpse as a human, someone who lived in the home they were killed in, comfortably and only hours before. I only listened then, and didn't speak a word." We continued to walk as DuPont left me without resolution to my question. He let me ponder his criticism quietly, before stopping suddenly beside a large maple tree, with our feet buried beneath the fallen leaves, and continuing, "I arrive at work, and put my vulcanized rubber apron on. I put my gloves on. I arrange my tools, my saws and scalpels. I turn on my tape recorder, and begin to dissect. I see the plain truth of a person laid out before. I open the window of their soul with a sternal saw, and I peer inside. I can see all there is to someone. From above them, they can't lie to me, just like they can't lie to God." I was left wordless, as he seemed to ponder the truth of his own words, as if he had never asked the question of himself that I had. DuPont shrugged, and sighed before quietly stating, "The corpses sing to me. The words would have been poetic, had they not chilled me to the bone. He looked away from me, staring down the barely lit street, peering into the darkness. His eyes looked empty, and lost in some near-forgotten memory. I saw him for the first time. The duality of DuPont, a person who could coldly put things together, and another who just as coldly took them apart. I grabbed him by the shoulder to shake him from wherever he drifted off to, and continued walking. It took a moment for him to follow, and the rest of the night drifted from one topic to another. Astronomy gave way to galaxies, gave way to the texture of the universe, and in there we found morality defined by evolving philosophy until weariness claimed my and I said my goodnight to DuPont and caught a taxi home. By 1991, I had become a detective, with no help from DuPont, I might add, as I surely could have done so sooner had I relied on him more. But I wanted to achieve the rank on my own merits. DuPont had taught me much about the impartiality of deduction, and I was grateful for it, although sometimes I found myself envious of the inhuman ease his mind moved around murder. I only wonder now if it was because of Jerry DuPont or in spite of him that I became a detective. One morning in the early morning dews of October, DuPont came to me with a newspaper rolled tightly and tucked under his arm. He had a skip to his step as he met me uncharacteristically for coffee. As he sat, with no foreword, he pulled the newspaper between us and pointed his fingers to the headline. It read, "Vancouver, British Columbia, October 8, 1992. A cloud of fear and uncertainty has descended upon the residents of a rundown social housing apartment building called Rue du Chagrin in Vancouver, as a shocking and unsolved murder case continues to baffle both residents, as well as local law enforcement. The incident, which occurred last week, has left investigators grasping for clues in the aftermath of a brutal and possibly premeditated crime. The victim, a 53-year-old divorcee named Anna Stillwater, was discovered in her unit on the 13th floor by a concerned neighbor who had not seen her for several days, and noticed a foul odor emanating from the apartment. The gruesome scene that awaited the neighbor was one of chaos, with the apartment tossed about, broken glass littering the floor, and chairs overturned. Ms. Stillwater lay on the floor in a pool of her own blood, with her throat slashed. More alarmingly, the assailant had made off with valuable jewelry, suggesting a possible motive of robbery turned deadly. What makes this case even more confusing for police has been the lack of any discernible entry point for the assailant. As stated anonymously by someone close to the case, the apartment's door was found locked from the inside, and investigators have yet to identify any signs of forced entry, leaving the possibility that the attacker was already inside when Anna Stillwater arrived home before the crime was committed. Despite the apparent lack of forensic evidence pointing to an intruder, the local police force remains resolute in their pursuit of the truth. Detective Sarah Reynolds, who is heading the investigation, stated, "We are exploring every avenue of investigation and are committed to bringing the perpetrator to justice. This case presents unique challenges, but we will leave no stone unturned." Intriguingly, the victim's landlord, John Miller, when asked to comment on the situation by local reporters, expressed his sympathy for the victim and their family, but also hinted at a possible motive. Miller stated that Ms. Stillwater had been consistently late with her rent payments, and often had to seek loans, leading to some speculation that financial troubles may have played a role in the tragic events. Authorities are taking Miller's statement seriously, and it is now an integral part of the ongoing investigation. Detectives are delving into Ms. Stillwater's financial history and potential connections to determine if any debts or conflicts may have contributed to her untimely demise. As the investigation continues, the community remains on edge, struggling to comprehend the violent incident that occurred within the confines of their modest and tight-knit apartment building. Local residents have expressed shock and concern for their own safety, with many calling for increased security measures in the building. For now, the shadow of this unsolved murder hangs over the neighborhood, and the search for answers is ongoing. When I finished reading the newspaper's account of the event I already knew too well, DuPont said nothing. There was a tension between us. That was new to me, and as I looked at him, he stared back at me with that faraway, calculating, inhuman look, his mind working busily in front of me, while his gaze peered through me to someplace far away. Finally, he asked me what I thought, knowing, somehow, that I was assigned to the case. I told him I agreed with my superior, Detective Reynolds, that it was a complicated and unique case, unable to say much else. "You're wrong," he said flatly, his eyes snapping into focus. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't more than a little insulted by the tactless assertion he'd made plainly to my face. I rested back into my chair, my coffee sending swirls of steam between us, as I crossed my arms, trying as best I could to not get defensive as my ego withered inside me. All credit due to DuPont. He let me stew, and gave me ample opportunity to assert myself. But I didn't, as much pride as I took in my job as a detective. I knew that he had uncanny abilities that I simply wasn't born with. I gave him a terse nod, and he spoke. Ms. Stillwater slashed her own throat, he said, and no more. I was as perplexed as I was disappointed. I had come to know DuPont as a person with a mind as sharp as a razor. And yet there we were, sitting before me, dashing all illusions I'd had of him until that moment. "No," I said, "the jewelry was missing and the apartment was ransacked. Not to mention the difficulty she would have had sawing through her own throat with a serrated steak knife." I thought to myself. Like a little boy, his eyes lit up, and I realized now I'd taken the bait. Already on edge, I didn't appreciate the frivolity and joy DuPont took in that moment, and felt the hair on my neck raise as I smelt the same psychosis in him that I saw in the many murders I'd investigated at that point in my career. Resting his elbows on the table and crossing his fingers, he began once more to outlay his theory in more detail. Ms. Stillwater frequently missed rent payments. This must have been frustrating for the landlord, Mr. Miller. So he gives her a final ultimatum: pay your rent or get out. She has few belongings, save for the jewelry she received as gifts from her husband before they separated. It's her safety net. In fear she's going to lose her place, she pawns them off to make rent, and pays Mr. Miller, but is just short of the total amount owing. So the landlord changes the locks without her knowing, but she returns home early and finds Mr. Miller outside her apartment. She's unaware he's just changed the locks. She only sees her apartment door open, and Mr. Miller leaving her unit. Assuming he's come to serve her with an eviction notice, she rushes into her apartment and closes the door behind her. only noticing once she's on the inside and hears the lock click from the other side. That the second lock beneath the deadbolt has been changed. Mr. Miller, knowing she has adult children, tells her to call one of them to come and pay the remaining rent owed, and leaves her locked in her apartment. It was only then that DuPont paused for the first time, to catch his breath. Why didn't she just call the police? I asked. That's unlawful imprisonment. DuPont smiled at me, and I only resented him more in that moment. Despite our friendship, it felt as though he was gloating now as he continued to make his wild assertions. Ms. Stillwater refrained from calling the police because she was afraid that they would have her removed from the apartment. It isn't rational to think that would be the case in her circumstance. But also she feared she'd be homeless. Ms. Stillwater also refused to call her children because of pride. She's their mother and would never want them to take care of her. That's her job to take care of them. No, instead she stays in the apartment and wages a silent wage of attrition, knowing she has enough food to outlast the cruelty of Mr. Miller. The only problem is the building itself. It's derelict. The owners are slumlords. There's a CO2 leak in the apartment, and Ms. Stillwater begins to find herself short of breath. She's breathing, but the feeling of drowsiness overcomes her, and her heart rate increases. No matter how hard she tries to breathe in deeply, she feels as though she's suffocating. Ms. Stillwater rushes to the door, but it's locked. She's getting dizzy and crashes about her apartment. As she falls back on her instincts to survive, she thrashes about the apartment, tossing chairs and smashing the pictures on the walls. Finally, when she exhausted all options, she grabs a steak knife and begins trying to give herself a tracheotomy. It's the only thing she can think of, but she digs too deep and she loses balance as the apartment swims around her and her vision starts to go. She falls and her elbow crashes into the ground with the knife tip underneath her skin. The force drives the serrated knife through ligaments and tendons and is sent skittering across the floor away from where she lies bleeding out on the floor. It would have been impossible for him to know any of what he claimed to be certain. There were simply too many assertions being made. But at the same time I was unsettled to know that somehow my friend had been aware of case details we had kept under tight wraps and away from the press, such as the fact that a serrated knife had been used. Could my friend, Jerry DuPont, the sharpest mind I'd ever met, be the killer? I'd known him so long, and yet there was always the underlying lack of humanity. Could he be toying with me? I thought to myself at that moment, using our standing rapport to set our sights away from himself, and make her a victim of circumstance and cruelty? I countered then, trying to shake my mind free of the suspicion. Her fingerprints weren't on the knife, I said, feeling the tension loosen from my shoulders as his version of events crumbled before me. Then, without a pause, he said, "The cat licked it clean." But there was no cat. The building was pet-free, and I felt a burst of laughter ripple through my chest at the absurdity of the claim. DuPont looked at me. I could tell he didn't take kindly to my reaction, and wasn't used to my dismissal. I'd never once in all our years questioned his deductive mind. He slammed his hands on the table, startling me as I fell quiet, before quickly placing them in his lap, ashamed at his own out-of-character burst of emotion. Mr. Miller came to check on Ms. Stillwater. unlocking the door and letting the scent of her bloated body out into the hallway, alerting her neighbors. And in the process let her cat, which she was not allowed to have, out of the apartment. I simply shook my head. It was too ridiculous. I offered my friend an olive branch, suggesting he needed more sleep, or that he was perhaps bored with his own work and had begun daydreaming, and that he should pick up a hobby not centered around death, I suggested. Once again, in a dismissive tone, I look back on with shame. Check the pawn shops in the area. Ask the neighbor. Check the keys in evidence, they won't match the door. Talk to her friends and see for yourself that she had a cat," he said in a huff as he stood up, pushing his chair over in humiliation due to how I was treating him. I was stubborn in that moment, refusing to assuage his hurt feelings, remembering the tall tales we used to tell one another at the Rose and Crown, but as he walked away I couldn't help myself, and asked him how he could be so certain such a ridiculous story could be true. He turned, his face red, and said, "Her corpse sang for me." We didn't speak after that. I visited his work a time or two, thinking it best to smooth things over and apologize, but he refused to see me, having ordered his secretary to turn me away on sight regardless of the matter. And it wasn't until a year later, with little movement in the case, that I thought to bring DuPont's versions of events to Detective Reynolds. We were at our wits' end. The case was largely forgotten by the media, but we still worked diligently on it in our spare time. Until one morning, in a meeting, I offhandedly mentioned the conversation I'd had with DuPont as I was deep in the throes of nostalgia, thinking of my old friend, as I often did when the Stillwater case came up. And while the version of events might have seemed too far-fetched to me when DuPont had laid it out before me, as I worked on the case up close, with the distance of time, no theory became too outlandish. Detective Reynolds was furious I'd not brought this detail to her sooner, but I explained just how insane it had seemed, quickly, as if every minute counted, as if the gruesome scene were still fresh, and any minute wasted was an opportunity we might lose forever. Ordered an exhumation to have another autopsy performed. She called in a pair of beat cops and instructed them to canvass the apartment complex to determine if she had a cat, and took off towards the evidence room to determine if the keys we took into evidence from within the apartment matched the second deadbolt on the outside of the door. And as she walked away, Detective Reynolds called back to me and ordered me to bring Jerry DuPont in for questioning. I felt cold sweat seep from my skin as I realized what I had done. I could see it in the change of her demeanor. Detective Reynolds could see the headlines already. Star Detective Solved Death of Stillwater. But the headline, Star Detective Catches Mastermind Murderer, was far more attractive in the eyes of the ambitious lead detective. And I knew that she meant to try it all together in some elaborate way as to benefit in a more grand, newsworthy fashion. But what could I do? She was my superior and ordered me to bring in Jerry DuPont. It was early evening, and I parked outside the back of the funeral home where the adjoined morgue was attached by a covered outdoor walkway, and saw Jerry DuPont buttoned up in a dress shirt and tie, beneath his rubber apron on the way back from the morgue. DuPont squinted in the light and was less than pleased to see me exit the vehicle. As he started walking briskly away, I called after him, ordering him to stop or I would charge him with impeding an investigation. That hurt him as much as it hurt me. I'm sick with myself thinking back on this moment. It was a bluff, But all men fear authority in one way or another, and despite his deductive intellect, he was too shocked to see through my deceit. The drive back to the station was quiet and uncomfortable. I tried to explain as best I could what it was that I had done. That time had shown me that his claim wasn't so preposterous and that I was sorry. But he simply turned his head away, and I was unsure if he heard me. Detective Reynolds conducted the interrogation, and I wondered at my desk how she would react to DuPont if he claimed the corpses sang to him in front of her. I didn't see him leave, but Detective Reynolds walked past my desk, rapping her knuckles on the surface, and told me I'd done a good job today. For a moment I felt pleased with myself, until I concluded that the context of her compliment was that DuPont might have said something to implicate himself on record without requesting his lawyer be present. The next day, I went to see DuPont. Hoping to sit and talk with him, I wanted to apologize and help set things right. But once again I was turned away by the receptionist, claiming he'd called into work sick. This did little to ease my mind. By that point, Detective Reynolds was most likely already speaking with a judge to get an arrest warrant. Or at least that was my fear. Regardless of DuPont's wish that I not see or speak with him, I knew I needed to help my friend and make right the wrongs I'd unintentionally done. As I left the receptionist at the desk and got back into my car, I knew there wasn't a moment to waste. I drove round back, parking my vehicle out of sight of the front foyer of the funeral home, and got out. I pulled a set of lockpicking tools from my glove box and quietly ran to the morgue where I knew he'd be toiling away, and prepared myself for the stench of death and preservation chemicals that would bombard me the moment the door swung open. I looked about, realizing that was the first time I felt the anxiety of crime in my life. I felt the tools catch in the lock and make their way deeper, one small tooth at a time, until the lock clicked and opened. The room was dark save for a single light that hung over a stainless steel table in the middle of the room. DuPont wasn't there, but it was also the first time I'd ever stepped inside of the morgue. It felt odd to me that although DuPont had taught me so much about myself, I knew little save for that brief family history he'd once told me. I walked around and examined the blood and bile-encrusted drain at the foot of the steel table. The curiosity was simply too much, and although I knew this was an invasion of his privacy, I was not there as part of the police but as a friend, and so I excused myself. His tools, the saws, end pipes, and scalpels all sat on a table pushed against a wall. They were meticulously ordered and cleaned, gleaming under the harsh overhead light. I could feel the cold of the polished tile floor seep up through the bottom of my boots, and my breath hung in the refrigerated air. And that's when I heard a whisper, small and faint, hardly louder than the hum of the fluorescent light. It sounded like a human voice spoken through the end of a balloon. Whiny and drawn out, escaping air instead of spoken words. I felt crawling terror wriggle its way up my spine. I could see I was alone, but where had the noise originated? Then again, the smallest whine, like a human voice, spoken through the end of a balloon, as if it was escaping a vacuum. The words were indiscernible. I looked low under tables and in the trash. I felt silly, as though I was playing a morbid game of hide and seek. But still I couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. Finally I came to the wall where the tiny square refrigerator's doors stood closed in 2 neat rows of 8. I placed my ear to each one by one, praying that I heard nothing. And one by one, I came away having heard nothing but too afraid to open them until I came to the final refrigerator door in the bottom right of the wall. I felt bile burn the back of my tongue and the insides of my teeth, leaving them raw and gritty as I heard the whine from inside. And a little squeal of fear escaped from my throat. I knew I needed to open the door and see what was inside, but fear kept me from doing just that. I'll admit I'm a coward, because in that moment I found I didn't naturally have the courage to face my fear. Even worse, my mind would not make heads or tails of what it was exactly that I was afraid to confront. I was shaking by then, and I'd love to say it was from the cold of the refrigerator room. But it was not. It was only with the brief invasive thought that DuPont might be trapped inside. That I found it within myself to grip the handle tight and yank it open. It opened soundlessly, and a gush of flesh-infused air gushed out at me. I could taste the body rotting slowly within, and had to stop myself from gagging. I could see bare feet facing me, and wanted to turn tail and run. But it was then I heard the whine again, the sound of escaping air, and without thinking too hard about what I was about to do, I grabbed hold of the end of the tray and yanked. The body came into the light and I gasped. It was Jerry DuPont, my friend, stark naked and dead. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My friend, who I'd spent many nights with talking and laughing, there in the corpse refrigerator, with both his pale, rigged hands wrapped around a knife plunged into his heart, expertly slipped sideways between the ribs to the left of his sternum. I fell to my knees dumbfounded, and tears welled in my eyes. I felt the hot regret of our last two encounters, and wanted to bash myself in the face with my own curled fists until I was senseless. I hung my head low and cried. I couldn't hold back my emotions no matter how hard I tried. I felt responsible for his death, not truly understanding what I was doing when I put forth the theory he'd told me a year previous. Why had I not claimed it was my own absurd concoction? And then I heard it again. That small whine, long and drawn out. It was coming from DuPont's dead body. It was the gas bloating his belly, escaping from his lips. Is this what he'd meant when he said the corpses sing for him? Inconsolable in my grief, and out of my mind with guilt, I bent down, hoping to hear the soft words of my friend's voice one more time. I stayed like that, frozen in place for an indeterminate length of time, until the gas from his body broke free once more, escaping through his throat and past his lips. R R R R R E Y Y Y Y N O L L L L L D S S S S S S. I fell back, shocked and breathless. I knew I must be past my wits in shock. But I could have sworn I heard him speak a name. I know it seems odd and macabre, but I sat there a little while longer, hoping to hear the gas whine and run past his lips once more, resolved that what I heard was merely a trick of the mind. But his body now lay quiet and deflated. DuPont was simply dead. I walked slowly to my car and radioed the station, alerting them of DuPont's death. I chose not to wait for them to arrive and instead returned home in a daze. I called in sick to work the next day, unable to face the reality of the situation. I was grief-stricken, unlike anything I'd ever felt before. But I did turn on the TV to see Reynolds giving a press conference in regards to the Stillwater case. It played out much like I had suspected. But only Detective Reynolds held back no punches. With DuPont dead, she was free to make whatever claims fit the narrative, as he was no longer alive to refute them. He was the murderer, and he'd confessed to a friend on the force a year earlier, according to Reynolds. As she put it, the absurdity of the case made it impossible to solve with rational minds. And the culprit, Jerry DuPont, was as insane, sick and twisted as he was brilliant. At least he got that. Knowing the cops were closing in, he opted to take his own life in as dramatic a fashion as his elaborate murder of Ms. Stillwater had been, in order to escape justice and the consequences of his actions. I was disgusted listening to her on the television, and was glad for the 2 weeks paid vacation I received for my trauma. I don't think I could have stomached the lies when they were fresh, and I'm ashamed I tolerated them at all. I'm a coward. I feared losing my job, a job I'd worked hard for and was proud of, but I let my friend's good name be tarnished. Upon returning to work, though, Reynolds called me into her office one last time, before she was promoted and transferred to a national position for the RCMP. I think she was congratulating me, or telling me to keep my mouth shut. I couldn't tell. My eyes were transfixed on a small gold ring with a black onyx face sitting innocently among the stacks of papers on her desk. Detective Reynolds was as capable as she was ambitious, and I needed no convincing to know what she had done. I saw a shrunken head in a museum, and I think I recognized it. I never knew my mother. I was only 8 months old when she died. Well, when she was murdered. I don't know much else about it. In fact, I didn't even know she was murdered until 2 years ago when I was 15. You see, my dad doesn't like to talk about her at all, and so he never discussed why she was no longer with us. I have seen photos of her, and so I know what she looks like. But I wasn't told much about her. I always thought that she died of a sickness or maybe in a freak accident. So I was very surprised when I found out that she had been murdered. I wish that my father would talk about it more, though, because I want to know how it happened. I have heard a few rumors at school about how she died. I overheard one kid say that she was kidnapped and held for ransom before being killed when my dad didn't pay. Another kid told me that she was decapitated, and her head was never found. So I really didn't know what to believe, and I couldn't ask my dad to fill in the details. Ever since I found out about my mother's fate, however, I have become overly interested in true crime, and I especially enjoy learning about unsolved mysteries. That's how I found out about the strange museum that suddenly appeared in my town. My friend, Ellie, had first told me about it. "Have you seen that museum that opened in the old library?" she asked me one day at lunchtime. I replied that I hadn't seen it and that I didn't know anything about it. So she went on to explain what it was. I heard that it is a museum that is all about famous murder cases and has a lot of exhibits that feature real crime scene photos and even a few items that were taken from murder sites. She explained, "I'm going there on Saturday. Did you want to come?" I thought about it for a moment, but then remembered that I had planned to spend the day with Dad. So I had to tell her that I couldn't make it, which she seemed disappointed about. I thought about this museum for the rest of the school day, and I begun to wonder what crimes would have exhibits. Maybe they will have an exhibit for my mom. I thought, maybe I could find out more about her murder. I thought long and hard about whether or not I should try and go to the museum, and finally, I decided that I would go on Sunday. My dad was going out of town that day for work, so it was the perfect time to go. I spent the rest of the week leading up to Sunday both excited and nervous. I was excited because I knew that I would find the museum very interesting, but nervous because I didn't know exactly what to expect. When Sunday finally rolled around, I was more excited than nervous. My dad left early on Sunday morning, so I knew I had most of the day to explore the mysterious museum without him seeing me there. I got up at around 8:30 and got dressed and ready for my day. I then walked across town to where the library used to be. I soon arrived and saw that instead of the sign that used to read, "Town Library," there was now a sign that was freshly painted with the words, "The Murder Museum." There was already a couple of people in the line when I arrived, and so I stood behind them and waited my turn to enter the museum. In front of me was a large man that had a small tattoo of a bird on his cheek. He appeared to also be by himself, and it looked like he was quite excited to go in. He made it to the front of the line and bought a ticket and entered through the front door. It was now my turn, so I walked up to the little booth that had been set up and I approached the younger man sitting inside the booth. The man selling the tickets was around 25, and he had long black hair and a large smile that was filled with crooked, yellow teeth. "Ticket for one, please," I said to the young man and handed over a $10 note that I had gotten from my part-time job. The man took my money, without saying anything, and handed me a small, paper ticket that read, "Admit 1." He then pointed me to the direction of the front door and said, "Enter at your own risk." I walked over to the main door and pushed it open and stepped inside, not knowing what to expect. What I found inside was mostly old newspaper articles of old murders and old, fading photos of what appeared to be crime scenes. They were all in glass displays, and the displays lined up in a row that led to another door. I looked through each newspaper article, searching for any mention of my mother. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything about her. Not even a mention of her name was present in any of the newspaper articles. I was disappointed, but I still found it fascinating reading about all of the true crimes that had been committed. I read about Kevin Fuller, the killer who would hide his victims' bodies inside his own private jet, and I read about Terry Sturt, the man who murdered both of his closest friends. I probably spent an hour or so walking down the long line of displays that featured the newspaper articles. I finally made it to the end of the row of newspaper cuttings and found myself standing in front of a small, black door. It was shut, but I had no other way to go but through it. I opened the door, which creaked as I opened it, and I stepped through into the next room. This room had a lot more interesting items. There were displays of old clothing, That, according to the small plaques underneath displays, were clothes that the victims were wearing when they were killed. There were also a few murder weapons that were in small glass cases. There were a few knives, a couple handguns, and even a machete that apparently were used in various murders. I did find this interesting, but I found myself becoming a little bit overwhelmed. Thinking about all of the victims got me thinking about my own mother. I didn't spend too long in this room because I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. I moved through the large number of display cases, trying to avoid looking at what was contained inside, and I moved to another door. This one was a bit larger than the previous one, and it was painted a dark red color. I opened the door and stepped into the next room, worried about what I might find. I walked in, and the first thing I noticed was the large glass case that stood in front of me. Inside was a small car, a Volkswagen Golf, I think it was. I quickly read that this car was used to lure victims and then they would be killed inside of the car. I felt chills run down my spine as I learned that people were killed inside of the car that I was currently looking at. I turned away from the car, and that's when I saw it. The shrunken head, sitting in a small glass case, across the other side of the room. I had heard of shrunken heads before, and I had seen a few photos of them, but I had never seen one in real life. I excitedly walked over to it and had a look at the small, shriveled head that was staring back at me. I looked at the head and had a sudden sense that I recognized the head. I looked closer, and even though the head was a lot smaller than usual and it was shriveled and it was hard to make out any facial features, I could still tell exactly who this used to be. It was Ellie, my friend from school, who told me about the museum. I knew that she had come here yesterday, and I hadn't spoken to her since. And I suddenly knew that something terrible had happened. I stood there frozen for a minute, not knowing what to do. What had happened to Ellie? Yesterday, at this museum? Could the same thing happen to me? I didn't even want to think about it. All I knew was that I had to get out of here. I began to run back the way I came and tried to open the dark red-colored door that I had entered through. It was locked from this side. It was only open to people coming through, but you couldn't go back through it once you had already entered. All I could do was keep on going through the museum. No one else was around, and I hadn't seen anyone for quite a while. Which was strange, because there were definitely people lining up behind me. I knew that I had to continue, so I ran to the next door that was on the other side of the room. Past the shrunken head, I didn't look at it as I ran past. I made it to the next door, a small green door. I opened it and went through. I could see that this room was empty apart from rows of pots, all sitting on top of small, portable gas stoves. I cautiously approached the first pot and had a look inside. I just had to know what was in there, and once I knew, I really wish I hadn't. Inside the pot, looking back at me, was another head that was boiling inside of the pot. I could already see that this head was slightly smaller than when I had last seen this. It was the small bird tattoo on the head's face that made me realize who I was looking at. I knew that this man entered before me, and somehow his head was now getting boiled inside a pot, getting shrunk inside of a pot. Suddenly, there was a noise behind me, and I saw a masked man walk out of a door that was hidden in the corner of this room. He was heading straight towards me, and he was holding a machete. I knew that it was now my turn to become just a head. Just a shrunken head. I felt adrenaline racing through my body, and I began to sprint in the opposite direction of the man who was approaching me. I managed to run to the other end of the room, past the row of boiling pots. I saw that there was a small door on this side of the room. I managed to reach it, and I looked back and saw that the man with the machete was now gaining on me. He was not far from reaching me now. I turned the doorknob on the door end. Luckily, it opened. I felt sunlight hit my face. I was now outside. I was out the back of the library. I kept running, trying to get back to the front of the library and then as far away as possible. I was still expecting the door I had come through to swing open and the masked man to run out. But it never did. I managed to navigate my way back to the front of the library. And once I was back to the front, I saw that there was no lineup of people waiting to enter. I probably wouldn't have stopped to warn them, even if there was a lineup. I knew that I needed to get as far away from this place as possible, and so that's exactly what I did. I did go to the police about what I experienced, and they rushed down to the museum, just in case what I was saying was true. When the police arrived, the library was empty. Everything was gone. The newspaper cuttings, the weapons, the car, and the shrunken head. I do not know where they all went, but all I know is that they have left my town. Ellie is still classed as missing, and the police say that no one knows what happened to her. But I do. I know what happened. Murder on the Appalachian Trail. Murder on the Appalachian Trail. Holy shit, guys. I'm still trying to process this. And you'll have to forgive me if there are any typos in this because I am currently shaking like a leaf. I saw this site and felt like I would be able to vocalize to some capacity what happened over the past 2 days. But maybe I need to be calling the police? I don't know. I mean, I really don't. Okay, I'm an avid backpacker. I don't live too far away from the Appalachian Trail where it moves through the Blue Ridge Mountains. I'm always going up by myself. I've been doing that for years now, and never have I had a reason to think that I should bring someone else. But after this trip, I'm not sure if I will ever backpack again. I was able to get to my favorite spot just before sunset Monday night. Built a fire, set up my tent, and laid out my food. I was walking down to a spring to filter some water when I swore I heard a high-pitched scream. Typically, it's not uncommon to hear coyotes, bobcats, or other animals that make sounds similar to a human scream. So I just kinda thought that's what I was hearing. But it was still a little unnerving. Something was different about it. Filtering my water and then walking back, I saw a man coming from the east along the at. We were eventually going to cross paths as I had to cross over the trail to head up to my camp. Slowing down his pace, it was obvious he had noticed me. For the most part, encountering other backpackers isn't a big deal. Everyone you meet is friendly, and if you find another solo packer, they welcome a little conversation. So when we did in fact meet up, I offered a smile and said, "Good evening." He said his name was Bradley, and I told him mine. He looked like he had been on the trail for a long while. Black military-style cargo pants, gray t-shirt, black combat boots, and a badass backpack that looked as if it was loaded with everything a person would need to survive in the wild. His hair a reddish-brown, shaggy, and unkempt, which turned into a nearly full beard on his face. Super friendly, though, greeting me with a large grin. Bradley seemed like one of those guys that you instantly become buddies with. We chatted a bit about how long we had been on the trail and whatnot. As I suspected, he had hiked for nearly a month. Said he was taking a month off from life before heading back into reality again. He seemed so genuine. I have to admit I was taken by his charisma too, and I felt like we had been old pals for ages. Asking if he could camp with me, I felt no reason not to let him. Watching him unpack his tent and equipment, I realized how efficient he was. It almost seemed military in a way. Everything organized and neat as he laid out his belongings in a way that appeared mechanical. As if he had performed those motions hundreds of times. After he completed his setup, which really only took moments, he made himself some coffee over my fire and we chatted about typical things. As the night progressed, I noticed him becoming less talkative, staring into the fire or gazing up at the sky, all the while sipping his coffee. Eventually, I decided to turn in, and he said he would do the same. It was about 3 a.m., and I heard his tent unzip. It was a little cold, and I remember specifically the sound of the laces on his boots being tightened. But after that, I didn't hear him walking around. I assumed he had to relieve himself after all that coffee. But all I could hear was the night breeze sweeping over the highlands. Thinking about it now, I am literally feeling sick at my stomach. Fuck me. Okay, so I'm laying there nearly on the verge of sleep again when I hear far in the distance what I know for certain now was the sound of a man screaming. In absolute horror. The scream echoed throughout the forest in one solid cry, and then it was silenced. In the moment, though, in my near sleep state and with the sound of wind, I wasn't sure what it was, an animal or something, but I sat straight up in my sleeping bag and reached for my flashlight. Just silence, though, just the wind. The sound of trees and the feeling of every hair on my neck standing on end. Took some time, but I eventually went back to sleep. At the time I reasoned it had to be something else. That morning Bradley was already up and had his coffee brewing over a newly made fire. After waking myself up a bit and starting my own breakfast, I asked him if he had heard anything last night. He asked what I had heard, and I described it to him as I did just now. He said something like, "Oh yeah, I did hear that. It was loud, wasn't it? We talked about what sort of an animal could make a noise like that, and neither of us could come up with anything." He even said, "To be honest, it sounded like a man screaming for his life." He asked if he could continue on with me, and at that moment I was glad to have someone with me for a while. Honest to God, he was such a nice guy, and I swear I never felt unsafe around him. Sometime during the day we passed a group of hikers. 3 women and 2 men, all carrying packs. They were heading in our direction, but at a slower pace, and asked us if we knew where a water source was. We both started at the same time to tell them, so I let Bradley finish. I've hiked this trail for as long as I could walk, and listening to his description of the trail ahead, one would think that he had too. But I noticed early on Bradley had an impeccable memory and sense of direction. For the rest of the hike, he asked a lot of questions about myself. By the time we reached a place to camp for the night, I felt like I had told him my entire life story. He seemed so honestly interested, though. I felt like at the time that I was making a new best friend or something. That night was when I noticed for the first time the Bowie knife he had tucked on the side of his backpack. He pulled it out and expertly sliced an apple, nearly keeping everything but the seeds. I was kinda wondering where the apple came from, considering that last night he had told me that he was getting low on rations and that he intended to jump off the trail and hit a store before getting back on. But I didn't ask, as he tossed me part of it. He talked a little about his family, specifically his younger brother, who he said I reminded him of. He mentioned more than once that I would have got along with him. He's not backpacked in years, though. John was his name, he had said. After John had went away, Bradley didn't have a partner to hike with, and so he had been going at it solo for the past 4 years. I started to feel bad for the guy as I realized there was a part of him that was lonely, I think. I dunno. At this point I have no idea what to think. Shit, okay, I have to focus. So that night I couldn't sleep. I was just wide awake, thinking about how my trip was nearly over and that I hated the feeling of coming back to work and dealing with the real world. I had to pee, so I put on my shirt, boots, and tried to unzip my tent so as not to wake up Bradley. This was last night, and it was cold too. Standing in the woods, I could hear just barely over the wind the sound of talking. Must be the group that we passed before. Most hikers like that don't ever think that there might be others around them, or animals looking in, and so they talk and laugh as if they are the only ones in the world. I started to make my way toward the sound out of curiosity, I guess. I dunno what I was thinking. I could see their firelight jumping around between the pines, and one of the women burst out laughing. Before I got any closer, their voices dropped in volume. I was about 25 feet away with trees between us. The sound of that first scream still saturates my mind. Shit, I don't know what to do. I am going to have to stop typing for a moment. Okay, so it was nothing like anything I had ever felt or experienced before. Those people were dying. I know that now. I saw it on the news when I got home. I couldn't see anything, so I don't know what happened. I mean, I know what happened. I know it because of what the reports have said. But fuck, I don't really know. I don't. It was as if I were trapped inside of a tornado of screams and darkness. Somehow I was on the ground, not sure if I fell down or what. Pine needles on my hands. I was trying to get back to my tent. That's all I wanted. I've never felt such fear. Yes, that's what it was. It was fear. It was complete terror. I could hear one of the men call out a name. A woman's name, but right now I can't think of what it was. I just know he sounded absolutely horrified. Then I heard him screaming, begging and screaming, crying and screaming. I ran. I was able to run finally. By the time I made it back to my camp and into my tent, the air was silent. Something had killed those people. But I knew it wasn't a something. It was a someone. I knew it and I know it. It felt like I was drunk. I couldn't think clearly. I was disoriented. I kept hearing things that maybe weren't anything at all. I sat in my tent frozen. That's what terror feels like. That's what it is. I am not sure how much time passed, but my heart stopped when I heard Bradley's tent unzip. I heard the sound of him taking off his boots, and then after his tent was zipped again. I could tell he was sliding into his sleeping bag. I didn't sleep. I sat there till the sun came up. That was this morning. We made a fire, had our breakfast. He chatted a little about spring mornings and other things. I don't know how I held it together. I don't. He asked if I wouldn't mind dropping him off at a store near the trail exit I was about to hit where my car waited. Which I did. This morning about 11 a.m. we pulled up to Breaker's Market just off the @ He thanked me and asked if he could have my number in case he ever needed a partner for a hike. I gave it to him. After our conversations the days before, he already knows where I live and work. He shook my hand and patted me on the shoulder. I jumped in my car and got home this afternoon. I think I slept for about an hour maybe. The local news just reported people missing on the trail where I was. Also, I just heard that 5 people have been confirmed dead in what appears to be an animal attack. What do? I know why those people are missing. They're all dead, most likely gutted and butchered, screaming to be allowed to live. God knows how many more are laying out there in parts right now. Their killer is still out there too, and I gave him my phone number. Always check your closet. Hi Reddit and R, no sleep. Today I wanted to tell you of an incident that has been haunting me for a while. It was when I was 18 and living in Athens, Greece. I'd be living with my parents at this time, on my final year at high school, studying hard for the exams at the end of the year. We also lived on a flat, so we had a lot of neighbors at close proximity. I always was the paranoid kind. I read stories about serial killers, stalkers, and pedophiles when I was younger. I looked at unsolved cases about missing persons and murder victims. So given my always pessimistic and cynical nature, I was very cautious and paranoid. I was also mugged and when I was younger. So every time I saw someone behind me at night, I changed sidewalk and tried to avoid them. I was suspicious of everything and everyone, and trusted very few people. So anyways, let's cut to the chase. It was Friday, 3 weeks before my exams, when my parents told me they had to leave the country to go to a wedding in Houston. Weird, I thought. I knew they had a friend in the USA, but didn't know he was from Houston or that they kept contact. They told me his son was getting married, and since my parents were friends with his dad, he invited them. Anyways, they obviously understood that I had to study, so I stayed home. Given any other circumstance, I would gladly come with them. I'd never been to the USA and I always wanted to travel the world. I was also with my dog. Her name was Lucy. She was a mix between a Pomeranian and a Greek small domestic dog. She looked like a fox, and despite her eagerness and fierceness, she was quite easily scared and a bit lazy. But I loved her, kind of as a daughter. When Saturday came, I studied a bit of biology, made some eggs and a salad, and come afternoon I took my dog for a walk. North of our suburb there was a hill with a small forest. So it was an ideal spot for dog owners to walk their pets. I spent more than an hour and then arrived home. I noticed that my clothes were all arranged and folded carefully and were on top of the ironing board. I thought my mother did that so I wouldn't make a mess deciding which clothes to wear. I was on my computer when my dog started barking again. Lucy always barked whenever someone exited or entered the flat, but this time was different. She kept barking in my room throughout the day and didn't stop when I told her to. Fuck it, I thought, and went close to the closet door. Maybe I forgot one of her toys in there and she wanted to play? At least that's what I thought at the time. However, what ensued was much different. I saw a man, not a fucking doll, a bloody man. He was wearing a vest and a mask. Only thing I could make out was his eyes. They stared back to me and were a shade of green. He jumped to me and threw me to the floor. I started to scream for help while he punched me and I tried to resist. He made no sound except for some heavy breathing and grunts. My dog kept barking while I tried to keep him from smashing my face with his hammer. His hammer got knocked away after I punched him and he instead tried to strangle me. It's over. This is how I die, the pessimist inside me kept talking. The masked man was too strong for me. Tears started flowing from my eyes. Then suddenly I realized he freed my throat from his hands and I heard him screaming. It was louder than Lucy's barking. His left ear stood on the floor and he bled from the hole that was left of his ear. Lucy had bit it off. I took the opportunity to grab his hammer. I lost count of how many times I hit his face. I wanted to make sure he was dead. When I stopped, I started crying again, this time out of frustration. I kept looking at his now unidentifiable face when I heard a knock on my door. Fuck, was my first and only thought. Whoever he was working with must have been outside, waiting for his friend to do the deed. But why would he knock? I slowly moved to my door when the knocking became louder and louder and the man who was knocking started shouting. Instead of being the intruder's friend, it was my neighbor. He kept screaming at how it's almost midnight and that he has to wake up for work tomorrow and that I should stop playing video games and acting like a kid. Call the fucking police, I shouted at him with tears rolling down my eyes. Ignoring his rant, what? He said, looking shocked. I explained to him what happened and he called the police, almost looking as scared as me. While waiting for the police to come, I checked the man's backpack. His arsenal included pincers, a Swiss Army knife, handcuffs, a screwdriver and more. I quickly realized had it not been for my dog, my brains could be all over his tools. However, when I took a look at what was inside a small bag, I almost fainted. The bag made a jingling sound and inside were dozens of keys. They all fit my apartment's appearance. And inside I found my keys as well. I double-checked my pocket to make sure they were still there. And guess what? They were. The fucker managed to get a copy of not only my keys, but of everyone's from my flat. I was not his first target and definitely not his last. My face turned pale when I saw the photographs of people around the neighborhood. They were taken by afar and from an odd angle. I called my parents since it'd be daytime in the US and to explain what had happened. Instead, they told me they were heading back the same day. My dad said that someone pulled off a prank and that the wedding never took place. He was mad at himself for wasting so much money and for not calling first to confirm the invitation. I shuddered. I couldn't believe all that was just a coincidence. I explained them the events that occurred and they were shocked. Told me we'd talk face to face. When the police arrived, they interrogated me for a bit. Asked me where I was during the day, if I knew the man, if I ever provoked someone, and if I knew someone skilled enough to get copies of so many keys. I answered honestly, and the police thanked me while gathering the evidence and the man's body. After a week, we had changed our lock and advised my neighbors to do the same. While using my PC again, I noticed a USB connected to the tower. After doing some research and asking some experts, I came to the conclusion that a keylogger was planted to my computer. I immediately deleted all my social accounts, destroyed the USB and got a new computer. The police told me that they identified the man. He was living in a different area than mine and checked his apartment. He lived alone and his home was decorated with maps of Athens and other European cities. Plus a couple of pictures of disturbing content, didn't go to detail. They also assured me they'd look into any other possible victims and/or partners. After that incident, my parents reluctantly agreed to sell the house. They moved to the countryside and I moved to a different city after I entered university. I keep dreaming of the man with the mask and his bag of keys. What if someone has the keys to my current apartment and is waiting for the proper opportunity to strike? How did he know I was away at that time? Did I do something to him without remembering it? What if Lucy didn't bite him? The same questions kept popping in my head all the time. I was never a religious person, But every night I prayed to God he was acting alone and that something similar would never happen again. So far, my prayers have been heard, but the police never confirmed or dismissed my fears. The Everglades mysteries. Atlantic Dale is a shitty town. Mostly, that's one of the downsides of living so close to the borders of a world-famous wildlife preserve. It's the kind of place where you have to tolerate visitors asking if there are really alligators in the swamplands, or if they're allowed to take pictures of all the endangered species. We get a shit ton of obnoxious tourists. Most people threaten to pack up and leave after living here for more than a month. But none of them follow through, since rent is stupid cheap. We're that spot on the map you probably drove through on your way to the big show down south. The whole town could go bankrupt one day and the rest of the world wouldn't give two fucks about us. If you've spent most of your life here, like me, you grow used to its little inconveniences. Take the weather. It's hot as hell 9 days out of 10. Except when it decides to rain frigid water for 24 hours straight. The swamp makes noises too. The usual squelching and rustling, of course. But sometimes when it's way too late at night you can hear these obnoxious birds twittering away in the cypress trees. And let's not forget the tourists who put up their tents and blast country music while yammering away about the beauty of nature. They never let up, not even when you throw beer bottles into their stupid campsites. Par for the course for the average townie. But when you work here as a town constable, you have to tolerate a whole load of extraneous shit. Drunk lowlifes threatening to chuck their neighbors' yapping dogs into the marsh. Travelers getting lost on trails that lead nowhere. Animals that keep wandering down Main Street. No matter how much you guide them back to the water, eventually you have to just accept that this is the way it is. You take the good days with the bad and hope the weekly rains don't flood your basement. The last thing you expect in a town like this is a fucking murder case. But guess where I found myself last Tuesday night, instead of throwing back some shots with the boys and girls at the station? The body of one Eddie Montero was found sprawled across a table at the local pool hall. His throat torn out and his intestines trailing on the ground like the world's thickest spaghetti. I was late to the scene, so I almost missed the forensics team snapping a few shots and dusting the surrounding area for fingerprints. The stench of viscera nearly made me vomit. There was a man at the crime scene who I didn't recognize. But his cheesy fedora and knee-length trench coat made me think he must have been a Fed. The guy was a real beanpole, maybe 6.5 feet tall. He wore a purple tie and was smoking the most absurd cigar I've ever seen. It was puffy like a swollen caterpillar. Gray clouds billowed from the tip and floated up to the ceiling. They were so thick and heavy I was shocked they didn't set off the smoke alarms. I left the body and crossed the room to join him. "Hey," I said sharply, "you can't smoke here. It's a fucking crime scene." "Buddy." The Fed jumped, like I'd startled him out of a daydream. He took the cigar from his mouth and stared at it for a moment. Flecks of ash drifted down from the puffy thing and settled onto the floorboards. "Sorry," he said in a raspy voice. "Don't know what I was thinking." He found an ashtray on the counter and stubbed out the cigar. His face looked naked without it, like he didn't know what to do without something big and cancerous stuffed between his teeth. "Officer Mike Hannity," I said, offering my hand. "And you are?" The man stared down at my hand with a dazed expression on his face, but finally took it. "Detective Smith," he answered. "Got a first name?" "Detective?" I asked. "That's classified," he said quickly. He withdrew his hand and rubbed it on the side of his trench coat. An action that wasn't lost on me. Did this guy think we were a bunch of backwoods rednecks who didn't wash our hands? What a prick. "I take it you're here about the mutilated body," I ventured, not sure why else you'd come out to our little neck of the woods. He shrugged. "I go where they send me. This time they sent me here." I cast a look back at Montero's corpse. "Any theories yet?" He said. "I may have one idea, but you're probably not going to believe me." "Try me." "Gee man," I replied. He scratched at the side of his fedora. Well, I think it might be a kappa." "A what now?" "A kappa," he said, with emphasis. "You know, a Japanese water spirit. This town is so close to a huge body of water. There must be plenty of them squatting here. They're mostly mischievous, but they can devour human flesh when hungry enough. Just like Mr. Montero here. Plus," he went on, building up steam, They like to extract this organ called the shirikodama from the victim's anus. And Montero had several abrasions in his rectal cavity. Buddy, I said, do you hear how crazy you sound? This isn't the work of some fairy tale river monster. It'd be more likely if an alligator crawled up on land and mauled this guy to death. And let me tell you, that's not fucking likely. The detective looked sheepish, like a little kid who's just been told off by his parents. He cast a longing look toward the ashtray and began to gnaw at the inside of his cheek. For the first time, I noticed a price tag sticking out of the neck of his trench coat. You don't strike me as much of a Fed, I said. He instantly went on the defensive. I've got a badge, he said. Hang on. He shoved a hand inside his trench coat and rummaged around the pockets. I could hear the clatter of loose change and what I suspected was a plastic lighter. I tapped my foot and checked my watch, wondering when this charade would end. I just wanted this to be over so I could catch the end of Schitt's Creek. Just a second, the detective grunted. Hold that thought, I said. Sheriff Libby Lombardi was approaching us. Her lipstick mouth pursed in a disgruntled line. She looked sideways at the 6-foot-tall detective, still digging through his endless pockets, then turned to me. Hate to tell you this, but there's been another attack out in the swamp, she said. Same sort of deal. Guts pouring out and huge chunks of flesh missing. The tourists are freaking out and saying some frenzied monster rose up out of the water and tore into their friend. We've tried getting more out of them, but none of their descriptions match up. From the sound of things, they didn't get a good look before the creature dove beneath the water and swam away. The detective stopped his rummaging. The kappa, he breathed. Lombardi raised an eyebrow, the tense line of her lips growing even tighter. Who's this clown? She muttered to me. He claims to be a Fed. I muttered back, but I have my doubts. Let's go check out the other body and leave him to pick up the pieces here. Libby nodded. This one's all yours, she said to him, in a louder voice this time. I'm sure the boys back in Washington will be happy to hear from you when you've cracked this case. Wait, he stammered. Shouldn't I come with? No, I said. We got this. Then we turned and booked it out of the bar, leaving the very confused and hapless detective with the mangled remains of Eddie Montero. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The campgrounds were in full-on chaos when our cruiser pulled into the parking lot. Tourists in Hawaiian tees and cargo shorts were huddled together at the border, crying and biting their nails and fanning themselves with travel brochures. Lombardi and I left the cruiser and approached a group by the visitors center. Excuse me, she said. What happened here? Oh my God, said one of the crying girls. She stopped fanning herself and gesticulated wildly with the brochure in her hand. Like, Veronica and I were just chilling by the water. You know, drinking a couple of martinis or whatever. And this thing came splashing out of the water and totally mauled her. It was horrible. I'm, like, fucking traumatized. I'm so sorry to hear about Veronica, I replied. Can you describe her attacker? I saw it, said the surfer dude type standing behind her. It had 6 stubby legs and wriggled around like a snake. Except with, like, a million sharp teeth. Nah bro, it was a dude in a snake costume, chimed in the guy next to him. He was sipping an iced tea and seemed unaffected by the general hysteria of the rest of the crowd. He got Veronica with like a knife or something, then jumped back in the water and swam away. Oh my God, you guys are so stupid, the girl said. It wasn't a snake, it was a mutated swamp monster or something. Lombardi and I shared a skeptical look. We'll check out the crime scene, I said. Thanks. Anyway, the two of us pushed our way through the mob and approached the campsite. A few other cops had gathered by the scene of the attack, ushering back curious tourists and clearing the area around the body. Veronica, or what was left of her, was sprawled across a folding chair on the porch area of one of those fancy eco-tents. Blood and viscera had been sprayed across the interior walls of the tent, covering the bed and the shelving unit and the tacky blue throw rugs. Veronica's guts spilled free from the hole in her chest like fleshy pink snakes. Looks like the Vic from the pool hall, Lombardi muttered. The hell is going on here? I don't know, I said, but we have company. We turned to see Detective Smith hurrying towards us, his whole body swaying with each step of his lanky legs. He ran up to the edge of the crime scene and took a second to bend over and catch his breath. when one of the other cops asked him what he was doing here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the elusive badge he'd been rummaging for earlier. He waved the badge hastily in the cop's face and came over to join us. "Thought you were supposed to be investigating the Montero case," Lombardi said delicately. "Hit a dead end." The detective shrugged. "Besides, this is all part of the same case, right? 2 bodies turning up in a 10-mile radius. Both killed in super gory ways. They have to be related. Don't they?" "I don't know," I said. "You tell me." The detective, as predicted, was at a loss for an answer. I ignored him and knelt down to get a closer look at the victim. Blood pooled in sickly puddles along the floor of the eco tent, smeared across the ground in Veronica's death throes. At the far end of the tent, the blood was stamped with a distinct shape, a large footprint, with 5 stubby toes and a series of claw indents. Whatever killed the Vix, I don't think it was human, I said. "That's what I'm telling you," the detective cut in, excited. "It's a telltale sign of a Kappa attack." "Buddy, I meant that a wild animal got them," I said. I straightened up and brushed bits of dirt off my hands. "This town is full of meth heads. If they flushed their drugs into the water supply, it's possible that some beastie in the swamp got a load of the stuff and went feral. Might explain why they're coming up on land and mauling people." "Let me get this straight," the detective said. "You think meth gators are more likely than a Japanese water spirit?" "It does sound a little far-fetched," Libby admitted. I shrugged. "Freaky stuff happens around here all the time. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've seen since Tuesday." The detective seemed dubious, but Libby just rolled her eyes. "Fair enough," she said. "Whatever's out there, we're not going to find it by hanging out on shore. I say we rent an airboat, load up on ammo, and go find this drugged-up son of a bitch." "Sounds good to me," I said. Libby marched off to go find us a boat, while the detective stared down at the body with narrowed eyes. He gnawed on his lower lip, clearly lost in thought. I wondered if he was itching to take a hit of his big cigar. "I still think there's something you're missing here," he said. "Some other explanation. I can feel it in my bones." "Only one way to find out," I replied. It didn't take Libby long to commandeer a vessel, and soon we were sailing across the swampy waters of the Everglades. Reeds and lily pads brushing against the side of our airboat. It was a sturdy thing, made of fiberglass, and the engine had a muffler so the propellers didn't blow out our eardrums. It rumbled along with the light purr of a sports car engine. Or maybe some kind of mountain cat. Libby sat in the back and worked the engine, while the detective and I took the seats up front. We were exposed to the breeze and the unfortunate smell of swampy water, which wafted into our nostrils like the stench of rotten vegetation. The detective had to keep a hand on his absurd fedora to keep it from blowing away. I watched him struggle with it, amused in spite of myself. "Do all the feds dress as spiffy as you?" I asked. The detective squirmed in his trench coat. His purple tie whipped around like a flag caught in the wind, occasionally smacking him in the face. He looked miserable. For a moment I felt bad about teasing him. "I got my hat after I graduated the academy," he said, his voice thin against the wind. "All the graduates get one. It's kind of a rite of passage thing." He looked down at his shoes. "I know it looks kind of stupid, but it reminds me of what I've accomplished." "You know? Nothing wrong with that," I said. "Hell, I'm just a town constable. But I'm proud to wear my badge. Helping people, keeping things orderly, looking after my town one case at a time. I totally get wanting that reminder that you're fighting the good fight." I flashed him a light smirk. "Even if your fight is against monsters that don't exist." The detective didn't laugh, but the corners of his mouth twitched up in a slight smile. Signs of struggle up ahead, Libby shouted from behind us. She pointed in the direction of a distant thicket, where thin trees poked out of the marsh like skeletal fingers. "Looks like something's crashed into the branches and left splinters everywhere. Could be our mystery monster." "Here we go," I said. I pulled my gun out of its holster and checked to make sure the thing was loaded. The detective withdrew his own gun, his fingers tense and white-knuckled against the barrel. His face had gone pale as a sun-bleached sheet. The airboat rumbled along across the swamp, spraying fine mists in its wake, until we reached the edge of the thicket and couldn't go any farther. The sun was baking hot and reflected off the exposed bits of water like a dirty mirror. Libby killed the engine, and the swamp settled into a state of sudden quiet, broken only by the chitter of distant birds and the rustling of branches in the breeze. "From here we've got to go on foot," she said. "The boat won't fit through the trees, and our engine would probably drive off the animals anyway." "What?" the detective said, startled. He eyed the slick, murky surface of the marsh water, then looked down at his lengthy trench coat. "Might want to ditch the jacket," I said. "It's only gonna slow you down." "Maybe I should stay and protect the boat," he said nervously. "Someone's got to, right?" "Protect it from what? Swamp monsters?" Libby said. "That thing's sturdier than we are. It'll be fine. Come on, detective," I teased. I leapt off the boat, my boots plunging into the muddy bottom of the marsh. "You're not scared of a little water, are you?" The detective grumbled something I couldn't hear under his breath. He wriggled out of his jacket, folded it, and placed it gently on the seat. Then he took a deep breath, like he was planning to jump into the deep end of a pool, and stepped off the side of the airboat. His dressy shoes sank into the marsh with a splash. The guy was so damn tall that the top of the water didn't even come up to his knees. He shifted back and forth with a squelch, wrinkling his nose at the potent smell of the swamp. Libby leapt down after him, sending a ripple through the water. She waded through the marsh and ran her hands along a nearby tree. The whole thing had been snapped in half, its branches strewn across the surface of the water. Bits of splintery wood stabbed up at the sky. It looked sharp enough to poke a hole in you if you weren't careful. It wasn't the only damaged tree in the area, either. There was a rough path of splintered trunks and disrupted reeds stretching out into the marsh, their stalks bent and sagging. "If this thing really is hopped up on drugs, it's going to be stronger and faster than your normal gator," Libby warned. "Keep your eyes peeled and don't lower your weapons. It'll take more than one shot to put this thing down." "Roger that," I said. I flicked back the safety on my pistol. Beside me, the detective looked like he might be sick, but he reluctantly did the same. Libby gestured for us to follow, and we trudged after her through the swamp, our footsteps sinking into the muddy bottom. The reeds brushed against my jeans as I pushed my way through the thicket. The trail of devastation stretched out into the depths of the swamp, a line of smashed-up trees that formed an erratic but recognizable path. The gator, or whatever it was, must have been flailing like crazy to leave such a mess in its wake. We squelched on and on, wading through the murky water. Sweat ran in rivers down my face and I could feel my cheeks burning. A few clouds drifted lazily across the sky, but not enough to block out the overbearing sunlight. Swarms of gnats buzzed and circled around our faces. I was grateful when we wandered under the cover of some taller cypress trees, the sun disappearing behind a patchy canopy of green. "I don't like this," the detective whispered. "It's too quiet out here. Shouldn't we hear some animals?" I put a hand to my ear and listened. Oddly, he was right. There wasn't a single chirping bird to be heard in the trees, or even the lapping of waves as gators and larger fish swam their way through the marsh. It was like we'd entered some kind of dead zone. Libby was drifting further away, still trudging along the path of bent and splintered trees. But I stopped where I was standing. The detective was right. I didn't like this one bit. "Get down," he shouted suddenly. I whirled around, only for the detective to launch himself at me and push me down with an oof of breath. The swampy water exploded outward in a sudden splash, and a massive, scaly creature came bursting out of the marsh, its toothy snout gnashing and chomping at the empty air. It was a gator, all right, but the biggest one I'd ever seen, easily 15 feet long and bulky enough to crash through a brick wall. Its snout was stained a deep red, and bits of intestine still trailed from its teeth, flapping through the air like streamers. My gun flew out of my hand as the detective drove me back and sent both of us crashing into the water. My whole head went under, and I sputtered as the swampy water flooded into my mouth, leaving a horrible, earthy aftertaste. I splashed my way back above the surface and wiped the filmy water from my face. The gator had slipped back beneath the marsh, but the waters 20 feet away were churning, as if set to boil. A huge, scaly tail emerged from below and slapped the surface, sending a spray up into the cypress trees. "Oh fuck," I uttered. The detective was rising to his feet, his whole suit dripping and covered with algae, and it looked he'd lost his bearings. I splashed over to him and shook him roughly by the collar. "We've got to get back to the boat," I yelled. "That thing's gonna maul us if we don't." He snapped back to the real world, water dripping like beads of sweat down his face. "It's too far away," he said, a touch of panic in his voice. "Where's your gun?" "I dropped it in the fucking swamp," I said. The thrashing of the gator was getting closer. Any chance of escape we had left was dwindling by the second. "Where's yours?" The detective lifted his pistol. But my heart sank when I saw the water dripping from its barrel. It had gotten soaked in the swamp when he'd pushed me down. I whirled around and turned to see the gator barreling toward us, its whole body flailing as it propelled itself through the water. There was a craziness to its movements that I'd never seen in a gator before. Its jaw moved at a rapid fire speed, gnashing at the remains of Veronica's intestines. Two things were clear. This beastie was hopped up on drugs. All right, and we were right in the path of its rampage. The detective stepped in front of me and lifted his gun. "Stay behind me," he said. He was trying to project an air of bravery, but I could hear the tremble in his voice. He lifted the dripping gun and pulled the trigger. To my surprise, the gun fired, and a bang echoed across the swamp. Unfortunately, the bullet missed the gator by centimeters. Its jaws were opening wider now, revealing its pink, tender throat, and it lunged at the detective, leaping out of the water like a tremendous scaly fish. I reached out and yanked him back. The jaws snapped shut on empty air, and the gator came crashing down, drenching us with another murky wave. It quickly got its bearings and circled back, leaping up again, but something long and gleaming zipped through the air and sank into the side of its face, sending it flailing to the right. I stared down at the writhing animal. There was a wickedly sharp hunting knife wedged into its eye, and it was gushing blood into the water, turning it a sickly red. I spun around, heart pounding, and saw a man charging toward us across the marsh. Where the hell had he come from? He was large, burly, wearing a thick leather vest with no shirt underneath. His arms were veiny and muscled. There were scars running up and down his body, creating a lattice of white marks on his face and neck. And his eyes were wide, blue, and bloodshot. His hair was slick and greasy, and it blew behind him in tufts as he plowed his way through the water. He splashed past us and threw himself at the gator. The creature thrashed and flailed, but he wrapped his muscled arms around it and held on tight. I watched dumbly as the mystery man plunged into the marsh, somehow wrestling with the 15-foot monster. Beside me, the detective let out a sharp gasp of breath. "It's Florida Man. The hell are you talking about?" I croaked. "Haven't you read the headlines?" he said. "He's everywhere. Walmart evacuated after Florida Man found crawling through ceiling." Or, "Florida Man found sitting on family's roof in his underwear. Has no idea how he got there." Or, "Florida Man interrupts local Presbyterian service with flamethrower." Or, "I get the picture," I said. The man and the gator were thrashing away from us now, colliding into trees and snapping them in half with the force of their struggle. But that's not all one guy doing that shit. There's just a ton of crazy people in Florida. No, you don't understand," he replied. "That's what the government wants you to think. In reality, it's all one being, one entity responsible for these bizarre stories. You could think of him as a local cryptid. He feeds on attention, living off the fame of his strange exploits, before slipping back into the shadows to plot his next move. Can you turn off your conspiracy garbage for 1 second? I snapped. Whoever this guy is, he's given us an opening. We need to get back to the boat and save our own asses." There was a roar from behind us, guttural and full of pain, and a horrific snapping sound. I turned to see the mystery man rising from the swamp, shallow bite marks all over his arms. The gator crashed into the water, lifeless, its neck bent at an impossible angle. Its flailing tail slapped the water once and went still. Blood spread outward from its punctured eye in swirling, rippling patterns. "Holy shit," I breathed. "How did you?" But the man apparently wasn't interested in talking. He reached down, yanked the hunting knife out of the gator's eye, and kicked the creature with one heavy boot. It drifted away, blood streaming in its wake. Then the guy turned to face us. His bloodshot eyes stared in our direction, wide and manic, and his whole body trembled like a washing machine. He opened his mouth and gnashed his teeth like the gator he'd just killed. Shit, I realized. He's hopped up on drugs too. Then he came rushing at us. and the detective and I stumbled backwards. He moved like a man possessed. The water barely slowed him down. I glanced hastily around, hoping to find a sharp floating branch that I could defend us with. But there was nothing around except a few splintered twigs and a thick cluster of reeds. When I looked up again, the man was only 10 feet away, charging toward us with his mouth open and his bloody knife raised high. Bang, bang, bang. The man staggered to the side, 3 bullet holes appearing in the center of his leather vest. His hand opened and the knife dropped into the water with a tiny splash. The detective and I whirled around as Libby emerged from the thicket of trees, her gun raised and smoking. The man let out a tortured howl, like a wounded animal, and Libby fired one more shot for good measure. It sank into his chest and sent him sprawling across the water. He floated there in the murkiness, his fingers twitching, unconscious, but somehow still alive. "You took down Florida man," the detective whispered in disbelief. "Are you boys okay?" Lombardi called. She hurried over to us as fast as she could in the swampy muck. Her hair had come loose from her bun and her face was slick with sweat. She lowered her gun, but kept a wary eye on the burly man in the water. "We're fine," I said. "God knows what that guy was doing out here in the middle of nowhere. But he took down the meth gator for us. Wouldn't surprise me if he was behind some of those attacks too." Libby said, "Montero wasn't anywhere near the water when he got mauled. Hard to imagine why someone would commit such a grisly murder. But he's certainly homicidal enough. Meth is a hell of a drug," I replied. "Either way, I think we've seen the last of the mutilated bodies around town." The detective couldn't stop staring at the man floating on the surface of the swamp. His fedora was askew on his head, and little bits of graying hair floated free from his scalp in the breeze. The hand with his gun hung limply by his side. I couldn't tell if he was relieved or disappointed or what. "Come on," I said, grabbing him by the sleeve. "Case closed. Let's get back to shore and put this whole crazy day behind us." The next evening, I was throwing back drinks at our local tavern when the detective slipped into the seat next to me. He was gnawing on an unlit cigar and had bags under his eyes that were so dark they looked like eyeliner. I gestured for the bartender to pass us another beer, then turned to look at my unlikely partner in crime. "You're not a federal agent," I said. It wasn't a question. His jaw tightened around the end of his cigar. "I have to show you something," he said. Then he reached into the pocket of his trench coat and rummaged around for a few seconds. When he drew out his hand, he was holding a laminated slip with an official-looking stamp plastered across the front. I took it and stared down at the 3 lines of printed text. "Stephen Smith, licensed field agent, Monster Hunter Society. You fight monsters?" I asked. I handed the slip back to him, and it disappeared once again into the folds of his coat. He nodded. "I passed my initiation 3 months ago," he said. "I'm licensed to hunt and dispatch monstrous entities in all 50 states. "Really now?" I said. I took a hefty swig from my glass. "How many monsters have you bagged so far?" The detective instantly went on the defensive. "Well," he said, "there was that time we thought the Jersey Devil was terrorizing motorists on the Garden State Parkway. But it, turned out to be a very large mutated bat. And then there were all the creaks and moans and banging noises in my hotel room that I assumed must have been a poltergeist. So I looked into that. And, let me guess," I said. "The couple in the next room had a pretty adventurous sex life." The detective hung his head sheepishly. "So you're telling me you've never actually fought a real monster?" I asked. "I mean," he said, "not technically, no, but I know they're out there. All those strange sightings, those missing person cases, all those unexplainable phenomena that people report, they can't all be hoaxes. And if I can stop whatever's out there from hurting innocent people, well, then I'm doing some good in the world. I can make a difference. It's all I've ever wanted. You know? I get it," I replied. "And hey, maybe you were onto something with that cryptid theory of yours. I saw the headlines this morning and they were pretty crazy. Florida man survives 4 bullets to the chest with minor scarring. Sounds pretty inhuman to me." The detective smiled. It was slight, but I saw it. "I'll leave that one to you and the local law enforcement," he said. "Not sure I'd be much help in this case. Florida's a bit too strange, even for me." "You're leaving?" I asked. "Yeah," He said, I should probably be moving on. There's been reports of a Wendigo out west that I ought to look into. Missing campers. The usual stuff. I shouldn't keep them waiting. The bartender finally arrived with our second beer, but the detective rose from his seat and politely declined. He brushed invisible specks of dirt off his trench coat and smiled at me beneath the brim of his fedora. I smiled thinly back. What if we do start seeing monsters around here? I said, half joking. Can I count on you to have our back? The detective shrugged. I go where the society sends me. He said, if the time comes, and you do really need my help, I'll be here, I promise. I lifted my glass in a toast. Here's to next time. Then, I said. He nodded, plucking his cigar from his mouth in a light salute. To next time, he echoed. Then he left, striding toward the exit with his hands tucked into his pockets. I sipped from his abandoned beer and watched him go. He pushed open the door and ducked under the low frame, the top of his fedora just barely brushing against the wood. Soon there was nothing left of him except a silhouette among the car headlights and falling rain. Then the bustle of the tavern settled in around me, thick and heavy, and I found myself alone at that empty stretch of bar. You know that viral story about crows leaving gifts? Sometimes it's not about what they give, but what they take away. Recently I saw a viral post about crows leaving gifts for people. And it reminded me of something that happened when I was a kid. No one believed me then, but after seeing that viral story, maybe someone will now. When I was young, my friend Madison taught me all about crows. She used to leave peanuts and table scraps on her windowsill for them each morning. And when we met up to walk to the bus stop, the birds would sometimes follow her, cawing. She had names for all of them, but her favorite was the one she called Agatha, a small hunched bird like a scrap of shadow with tattered tail feathers. Every morning Agatha and the others would caw outside Madison's window until she set out food. And sometimes when she got back from school she'd find they'd left her things in return. Soda can tabs, pebbles, bits of foil, acorns. It's treasure to them, she told me. They love shiny things. See how this blue button sparkles? Or the time they left a metal bottle cap. I laughed and said it was garbage and was going to toss it out. But Madison told me, never ignore the gifts of crows. She took the bottle cap and all the other things and wrapped wire around each object to make a sort of charm bracelet, which she wore everywhere. Other kids teased her, but I always thought it was sweet, how she had such a bond with the birds. Then one day she disappeared. People looked everywhere. She'd walked down the lane to the bus stop alone and never arrived at school. I was sick that week with the flu. Police canvassed the neighborhood. I still remember how the police came by and asked my parents questions. Asked about the neighbors, and my parents briefly called me out so they could talk with me about the route Madison and I took to the bus stop. That was when I learned she was missing. I don't remember much about their questions, just that I sat there, bundled up in a blanket and occasionally coughing, stunned and feeling like it must all be some terrible joke and any moment now Madison would be at my window knocking and asking me to play. The police advised my parents not to allow me to walk alone to the bus stop anymore. I heard a caw and glanced at the window. A crow was perched in a tree outside. Will they find her? I asked my mom, even though I knew she had no answer. No one did. The days passed and there was no trace of Madison, and on Monday my mom drove me to school. It seemed I would no longer be taking the bus. I convinced my mom to get some almonds and I snuck over the small fence and up to Madison's window and put the almonds on the sill, because I figured she'd want me to feed the crows while she was gone. I still kept hoping for her, though with each day that hope died a little more. I felt so incredibly sad. For the crows. For Madison. About a week after her disappearance I found a penny and an acorn there on the sill, and I tucked them into my pocket. Caw. A ragged black bird perched on the fence, watching me, its beak open, and it cawed again. I'm sorry she isn't here to feed you. Caw. I'll try to feed you when I can. The bird's head cocked, one shiny black eye regarding me, and then it suddenly flew away. The next morning there were no new gifts, but the crow with ragged tile feathers was there. The bird got incredibly close, seeming to try to look me right in the eye. I heard Madison's voice in my head. All those crow facts she used to spout. They're so much smarter than people realize. They can remember human faces, and they gossip if there's a bad human and they all warn each other. And suddenly, A shiver ran down my spine, an idea needling its way into my brain, and I asked the crow, "Do you know what happened to Madison?" The crow's head turned. "Madison," I repeated. Crows could learn words. They were good mimics. I'd never heard any of Madison's crows talk, but they watched her all the time, heard me and others call her name. "Madison," I said again. The bird suddenly flew away from me, only to perch in the branches of a tree and caw. My heart pounded. The crow was leading me someplace. It was a cold, damp November day. The clouds hung low and heavy in the sky. Mom would worry if I was gone too long, but I didn't care. I hurried over the wet leaves and into the woods. Nothing mattered except finding Madison. Whether she was alive or... I didn't want to think about it, but it had been a week by that point. The crow with ragged tile feathers flew off every time I neared its perch, drawing me gradually deeper into the dark woods. Tree branches blotted out the sun and I noticed more birds, perched like black leaves on skeletal fingers. I stopped when the crow I was following landed on the roof of a house. It was a beaten-down old house surrounded by junk, tires, the wasted remnants of what might have once been a vegetable garden. The posts holding up the front roof on the porch were splintering. The stairs to the front door bowed and the paint on the door peeling. A pickup truck sat in the gravel driveway that wove through the trees toward the paved street somewhere beyond. I knew this house, or I should say, I knew of it. It belonged to a man named Crandall, but Madison and I called him the staring man, because apparently Madison had caught him staring at her once or twice when she had walked past his property. It was because of her remarks about this that my parents, and hers, made us walk to the bus stop together, but we didn't really know much about him, other than that he was a recluse and looked like he was in his 30s. As far as anyone knew, he was law-abiding and had no criminal record. I didn't like him, but police must have already questioned him and found nothing, because I saw smoke drifting from his chimney. Caw. The bird eyed me. Its compatriots, perched in the trees around us, also looked down at me. I felt certain they had led me here, but there was nothing I could do on my own. So I rushed back home and burst through the front door and announced to my parents that I knew who'd taken Madison. They contacted the police, but when I told the cops about the crows leading me to Crandall's house, they burst out laughing at me. "Kid, they probably just wanted you to feed them," said the cop who seemed to be in charge. He assured me Crandall's property had been thoroughly searched. My parents apologized for wasting their time, and after I retreated to my room, I heard them all speaking in hushed voices about how kids work through this stuff in their own ways. There was only one thing left to do. I had to go and find Madison myself. The next day was a Saturday, and my parents usually slept in on weekends, meaning I'd have at least a few hours before they'd come searching for me. I got up early and slipped my shoes and coat on and went out. The faint red and pink of dawn spread through the sky as the sun rose behind the trees. As usual, I brought some food for the crows. I'd even tried to make a necklace of their gifts to me. Though I wasn't as artistic as Madison, I saw several crows in her yard, waiting for me. I told them good morning and scattered peanuts for them and said Madison's name several times, loudly, and then I crossed the yard and went into the woods, taking the route the crows had shown me before. Crandall's house was a good hike away, and it took some time before I at last arrived in the right area. As soon as I saw the dilapidated beige siding, I slowed, suddenly very aware how loud my crunching steps were through the fallen leaves. A few crows watched me. I didn't even know if these were Madison's crows or different ones. The woods were full of them this time of year. I didn't see the ragged tile feathers of the only one that I could recognize, the one Madison called Agatha. But even if they were different crows, it still made me feel better to have them around, and I touched the necklace for good luck, carefully, keeping one eye on the door to the house in case the staring man should step outside. I began to search. Caw. I looked up. Disheveled tail feathers, as hunched as ever. Agatha watched me from a branch, cawed, and took off. My heart raced. I followed the bird. We ventured deeper into the woods around the house, and finally it perched on an old fallen log. The soil nearby had been disturbed. I could see even with the leaves all over, and the crow was pecking at something. A faint spark of light. A soda tab, I realized. A soda tab with a bit of wire looped through it. The blood pounded in my ears so hard it was like a roar. A rushing waterfall cascading through my veins. I could hear nothing but that sledgehammer of my heartbeat, ringing through my ears like a gong as I reached forward a shaking hand and pulled from the leaves Madison's charm bracelet. Then I squatted and began to dig through the soil with the crow perched just above me on the dead tree. Watching me, sudden cawing behind me, all around me, a series of short, sharp caws, kakakik. The crow on the log, Agatha, opened her beak to cack at me and fluttered away. Hey, ice slammed into my veins at the sound of the deep voice. I jumped, whirling around, and a rough hand grabbed me. The staring man, his eyes were hard, glittering, bluer than the sky. They might have been pretty eyes, if they hadn't been so cold in his stubbled red face. "The fuck are you doing on my property?" he demanded, hoisting me by the front of my shirt. "Heel up," I screamed. "Heel MMMFFF." His gloved hand clapped over my mouth. I fought and squirmed, but it was no good. He dragged me back the way I'd come, toward the sagging front porch of his house. "Kakakik, kakakik, shut the fuck up," he yelled. At first I thought he was yelling at me. Then I realized he was yelling at the crows. We were nearly at his front door when a very loud caw sounded nearby. And the man swore as a flutter swept overhead. His grip on me loosened, then released as he stumbled back to swat at something that flew right into his face. I scrambled and ran. Behind me, the man lunged for me, but the crows were darting in and out, dive-bombing him, and he tripped. I bolted all the way home. I got lost on the way, and for a little while was wandering the woods. Finally I made it to my house and burst in screaming at Mom and Dad to call the police. When I told the cops about the bracelet, they asked me to show them where, but the woods all looked the same to me when I led them back to Crandall's house. Without the crows, I couldn't find it. We searched all over. No bracelet. The officers seemed to think I was making the whole thing up. They did interrogate Crandall. He admitted he'd found me on his property, digging through the leaves, and said he'd grabbed me to try to bring me home. He also added that I was a nuisance and that he wanted a restraining order to keep me and other kids off his land. From the trees above, the crows watched, and they watched as my parents took me home. I locked myself in my room and cried into my pillow all night because nobody believed me. Which meant Madison's disappearance would forever remain unsolved. To this day, her disappearance is a cold case. I never recovered the bracelet. Either it's still lost in the leaves, or Crandall disposed of it. I know that's not a happy ending. Like I mentioned at the beginning, no one believed me back then about the crows. Madison was right, though, about their gifts. The birds don't bring trash. They are very judicious in the gifts they select, and I know this because a couple of days after the incident with Crandall, I was sitting outside, moping at her window, and the crows brought me a gift to make me feel better. Caw. I wiped the tears from my eyes and saw, through my blurry vision, that they'd left something on the sill. At first it looked like a pair of misshapen marbles, each mostly white with a splotch of blue bright as the sky. Long red tails dangled from the gloppy things, and as my teary vision cleared, I gasped. Eyes. Human eyes. I flushed them down the toilet so the birds would not be blamed. Since then, I keep every one of their gifts, each precious charm worn around my neck like a blessing. My mother loves true crime. I never thought I'd be one of the people to write a story here, to share something horrible. I actually never used to read Reddit or anything like it. I don't even like horror stories. But my mother loves everything scary. She decorates her house for Halloween in August. She watches slashers like they're her stories. I guess I started reading these stories to try and engage in her hobby. It never really clicked, but I tried. My mom was always interested in this stuff, though. When true crime became bigger during the pandemic, she eagerly started watching every YouTube channel she could find. I'd wake up in the mornings, at 8 a.m., to the words, throat slashed, or eyes gouged out, or stabbed 44 times. I was 18 and I had heard my mother say exsanguination more often than she'd said I love you. I know that sounds dramatic, but not only is it true, it's frighteningly relevant. I saw less and less of the woman who had raised me, and more of an empty shell with nothing to fill her but the horrible words coming from our TV at all hours. My dad wasn't in the picture. He hadn't been for over 10 years. for reasons I won't go into. But I know he was depressed. It was just me, my mom, and the TV, once, when I had managed to drag her out to a doctor's appointment. I joked that the TV was my new dad. She just looked at me with her tired eyes. No anger or humor, and I didn't say anything about it again. I began to wish for her to get angry at me, to do something, to feel again. I regret that now. The thing about true crime, beyond the obvious that it's true, is that most of the cases that get sensationalized are unsolved. I read somewhere that there are as many as 50 active serial killers in the US at any given time. Of course, that means a lot of them don't get reported at all. But the ones that do, and the ones that aren't solved, get turned into televised candy for bored housewives. Exactly a month ago today, I woke up to my mom doing the same thing she did every morning, drinking her coffee and watching a video on YouTube. "Hey, Mom," I said, expecting no response. It was almost startling when she snapped her head towards me and grinned. "Hey, Em," she said, cheerful. It was the most emotion I'd heard in almost 2 years, and I admit I was a bit nervous by the sudden change. "You want to watch this with me?" she asked, gesturing at the television with her coffee mug. I'd bought it for her a few years ago. It said, "Number 1 Cat Grandma." A stupid joke, and an upsetting one. My cat had ran away a few months ago. But I can't pretend that I wasn't also a little happy to finally be invited into this secret world my mother languished in. She wasn't antisocial, but I wouldn't say she liked talking during her stories. Maybe a few comments here or there, but mostly to herself. I sat on the couch. Instead of continuing the video, my mother clumsily navigated the Roku remote control and began a new one. A glance at the video info said it had been posted around midnight, 8 or so hours ago. She patted my leg awkwardly as the video began. I smiled a little weakly and then focused on the TV. I was honestly confused by her enthusiasm. She practically vibrated with emotion as we watched the opening scroll. It was the usual stuff. The name of the channel, redacted, then the name of the episode, and a few words about Patreon. On the bottom left, a little pop-up about paid promotions being in the video slid onto the screen, and I felt my eyes glaze over. Yes, I'd tried to engage with my mother before, but I can't say I was thrilled about this. The voice on the screen had a dead, utilitarian tone. Subtitles were on despite the words themselves already gliding across the screen. I recognized Windows Movie Maker style transitions, and almost laughed. "Today's story is pretty unique to the channel," says the man's voice. "Most of the cases we discuss on Redacted are old, cold cases, but today's is as fresh as a daisy." It was a bit strange to hear someone talk about what was probably a terrible crime like it was the latest fashion. But I digress. He continued. In the sleepy town of Costini, Maine, a gruesome scene was discovered on May 12th. I stopped. Costini? Is that why my mom wanted me to watch? It was the town next to ours, only a few miles drive to the west. I must have made a face. My mom turned to me with a huge grin, nodding her head and never quite meeting my eyes. 2 homeless men were found dead, their throats cut, their bodies stashed in a dumpster behind a local grocery store. The funny thing is the killer obviously had trouble getting the bodies in there. They built a makeshift stairway with old pallets. No DNA was found at the scene, beyond the victims, which honestly was everywhere. The killer rolled them up the stairs like old rugs. On the screen, an amateur-ish recreation of the scene drawn in Photoshop popped up for a moment. Then, "All right," said the voice. "Here's a message from today's sponsors. Audible is." I turned to my mom. She still looked thrilled to be sitting there watching it with me. She had more color in her cheeks than she had in over a year. Her blonde hair, streaked with gray, was brushed and pulled into a fancy bun. She'd stuck a blue pin through her hair. It was a dragonfly styled in faux-stained glass. I'd gotten it for her on her 50th birthday. There had been a real sapphire tucked away among the blue and white painted glass. It had fallen out, but the hairpin itself was still beautiful. The blue in her gray blonde hair made her look 10 years younger. After the sponsorship spiel was over, we finished the video. It was pretty cut and dry. The only real shock was that it had happened so close to our house. The police had no leads, and the video ended up with a number to call in case there was any info. So, My mom said, "What did you think?" "Oh, I said, not really sure what to say. It was kind of scary that something like that could happen so close to us. I know those guys were homeless, but that doesn't mean it isn't awful." "What's awful about it?" my mom asked with a bitter note. Two people died, Mom." "Oh." She perked up again and smiled. "After that, we ordered pizza and watched a movie. She let me pick, which meant it was the first non-horror film I'd watched with my mom ever. After that, things went back to mostly normal. I still woke up at 8 a.m. to the sounds of true crime on the TV. But there was a small difference. My mom would ask me questions about the videos. I'd sit, laptop on my legs, and job application after job application on my screen. And she'd ask me if I thought the killer might get caught. If he or she was smart enough to elude police. If fingerprint evidence was enough to catch someone. I didn't really know, but even though it was still about her hobby, I responded. I even felt myself starting to get into it. It was almost like a soap opera. Even though you knew the content was bad, it sucked you in. Until tonight, I'm writing this from the bathroom. My mom thinks the food we ordered didn't sit well with me. But the truth is that I am fine. At least physically. I had decided to actually start watching the videos ahead of time, so I could answer her questions, get more info, and gain some knowledge about this hobby of hers. I reasoned. It wasn't her fault she was bored. It wasn't her fault she was retired and the world had gone mad and there was a pandemic. I'd loaded up the video as soon as it popped up. The same channel that had started this whole mess. Windows Movie Maker. A pop-up telling me there was a paid promotion, and 2 more bodies. More homeless men. The voice on the screen had more pep to it. He was happy that there were now 4 bodies. You need 3 kills for it to be serial. The cops were still pretty dumbfounded, but they had a small lead. The killer had possibly left behind some evidence, and the YouTuber was thrilled to have procured a picture, legally. He swore, but I rolled my eyes. As the image slid onto the screen, I felt my stomach fall. It was a small plastic baggie. Picture taken by an inexpert hand, probably with a phone. Inside, a tiny sapphire, glue still encrusted on the side where it had fallen from its setting. Help me, Turnbull Canyon. I am not much of a writer, but I know this is the place for my experiences on Turnbull Canyon. There is harsh language in this story. Background. I went to college in the area and would frequent Turnbull on smoke runs as well as the occasional joyride in my friend's car. The main road is littered with winding roads and hairpin turns on the edge of steep cliffs. You ascend a barren ridge which leads to some sparse housing, fire roads, and eventually to Hacienda Heights. Aside from it being a local racing landmark, Turnbull is also notorious for paranormal and cult activity. There have been numerous unsolved murders over the years as well as stories perpetuated through blogs, both occult and racing related. Some tales are fantastic and unbelievable, like one I heard about a driver who was chased by a coyote on its hind legs after being run over. However, there are also some chillingly real stories, like what happened in 2002 when a 17-year-old girl who was trying to get her friend out of a cult was tortured, killed, and then dragged from a car for 4 miles before being dumped. http://www.whittierDailyNews.com/C_4231512 yodid equals search -www.whittierDailyNews.com -www.whittierDailyNews.com closing square bracket. There are local explanations and folklore for the evil, ranging from an abandoned insane asylum, plane crash, and cult sacrifices, to ancient Native American battlegrounds. Fortunately, the experiences my friends and I have had there are tamer, but still freak me out whenever I think about them. When I heard the third and fourth hand accounts, I brushed it off as BS. But as I progressed through college, the degrees of separation between the account and storyteller began to diminish. Pretty soon, people I knew were telling me about bizarre occurrences that happened to them on Turnbull Canyon. This finally culminated in my own experience, to which I still have no logical explanation. Dan was an adrenaline junkie. You can imagine how he felt when he got a new Subaru STI and moved to Whittier, entrance to Turnbull. He would spend hours hauling ass up and down the treacherous road that claims at least one fatality a year. http://www.insidesocalcom/svcrime/2011/2-kill-solo-car-crash-o.html closing square bracket closing parenthesis. It was not long before he had a strange experience. There were two spots on the canyon where his car would turn off completely for no reason. This was most frequent between midnight and 7 a.m. He took the car back to the dealership to see if it was a mechanical error. There was nothing wrong with the car. Dan also used to get up early and park his car on the side of the road to watch the sunrise. From his favorite spot on Turnbull, the sun rises next to a dilapidated water tower which rests halfway up a ridge on the opposite side of the canyon. The water tower has long since been out of use and is only accessible through fire roads and rarely walked hiking trails. It was on one such morning in the minutes before dawn that he first saw the cloaked figure. He told me the thing rose out of the earth, like there was a pile of dark fabric on the ground that inflated into a person. As the morning made its arrival, Dan realized the man was looking directly at him. The tower was too far for Dan to make out any discernible characteristics, but close enough to know that he was being watched. Dan, being sufficiently creeped out, decided to leave right as dawn was breaking. As soon as he got back into his car, the man was gone. This happened 3 more times before Dan decided to watch the sunrise elsewhere. Rob rented a 5-bedroom house with a guest cottage at the top of Turnbull. His parties were amazing because neighbors are few and far between and the house was on several acres of land. Aside from throwing parties, Rob also used to grow copious amounts of ganja in the guest house, which was located on the opposite side of the poorly lit lawn. The grow room was really several stand-alone grow tents in the 3-car garage the cottage sat on. One fall evening, when his roommates were at a concert and he was tending to his babies, he heard a scraping noise. The noise persisted over the carbon filters, dehumidifiers, and fans and seemed to be coming from outside on the other side of the cottage. Strange noises were not uncommon with the wilderness, wild peacocks, and his dog Jenny running around. However, the combination of his paranoid personality, commercial grow operation, and the sativa he had been smoking on had him spooked. He sat in his tent, shiny with 1,000 watts of high-pressure sodium for half an hour in bloodshot fear. As soon as he got the courage to move, the scraping stopped. He stood in the doorway adjusting to the darkness and called for Jenny. Jenny must have escaped again because she would always come when he called and was never allowed inside the house or cottage. There was no sound aside from the collective humming of his equipment behind him. Everything was black except for the porch lights of the main house on the other side of the lawn. The scraping started again. Rob bolted across the lawn for his life, the overwhelming feeling of being watched making him nauseous. He reached the door, practically breaking it down. Once inside, he turned on the lights and peered outside. And there it was, in the middle of the lawn's blackness 6 feet above the ground, the glint of eyes in a black mass. At that same moment, a light tapping came from the kitchen behind him. He spun around, grabbing a standing lamp, yanking it out of the wall. He moved aggressively towards the disturbance, screaming vacant threats. It was Jenny. She was terrified, whimpering in the corner. Rob, with a big, "fuck this shit," decided that his plants could wait and sat in the kitchen facing the door. IKEA lamp in one hand and whining dog in the other, he waited until his roommates returned. When they got back from the concert, Rob asked one of them to go with him while he finished tending to his crop. When he got to the last tent in the grow room, Rob noticed some odd marks in one of the wood panels. Below the marks were a few pieces of sharpened bone from a small animal. Halloween. There were 3 of us total: Dan, D, and myself. D was hammered and Dan was too proud to drive anything with less than 200 HP, so I was left at the helm of the gold 1987 Volvo station wagon. We were leaving a Halloween party and were on our way to Rob's first session to end the night. It was clear and crisp, and for once in LA you could see the stars. It was 3 a.m. We were halfway up Turnbull when we rounded a sharp corner to a snow-covered road. For 20 feet and as wide as the road was an inch of dirty snow. I slowed down and instantly the car turned off. Dan flipped shit in the back seat. "I told you, turn around, we need to get the fuck out now." I turned the key and brought the tank back to life. I was about to address the fact that the road was too narrow to turn around when Dee solemnly interjected from the passenger seat. "That's not snow." It wasn't. For 20 feet and an inch thick the road was covered in feathers and wings of chickens or pigeons. There was not a lot of blood, just occasional bits of red meat clinging to wings. We proceeded in silence broken by the crunching of tiny bones. The road straightened out, revealing a curve marked by a yellow directional arrow 60 feet ahead. There was something glowing dark red right above the sign. We got closer. I looked directly at it. I couldn't stop. I remember being able to feel my heart pounding in my head. Death was inevitable. Fear is what it looked like. It took over and I started slowing down as we neared. I had the closest view of the thing. Dee swore he never saw the red mass, but clearly saw what was right behind it, 10 feet away on the canyon face, staring right at us. Dan started screaming again and Dee punched me in the arm. The sudden pain woke me up and I floored it as a dark mass with cold eyes started to move towards us. The car died again, and again. Finally, right as the black mass slithered onto the road, the tank roared to life and I drifted that station wagon better than Dan ever could in his STI. The thickest fog I have ever seen set in around the next corner as we frantically made our way to Rob's. That was the last time I ever went to Turnbull at night. Stockholm Syndrome. For most people, the day after Christmas is when they wrap presents for those less fortunate. On the front of each present might be their surname, perhaps a cheery wish scrawled underneath. There's never a return mailing address, because it's always easier to do one deed and believe it done. My family wasn't any different. We weren't rich by any means, but most Christmases we would get more than we needed, and my mom would box a few of them up in the cardboard strewn on the floor. My dad said this was a great thing for us to do. So my siblings and I always tried to remember not to crumple the boxes or rip them up, even if we did throw them around a bit. That's what Boxing Day is for most families. That's what it was for me too. Until December 26, 2001. It began when my older brother didn't come home after curfew. This was before cell phones were common, so my parents stayed up past midnight. And I laid awake in my bed as I watched my sister sleep peacefully. Then at 2:43 in the morning, a knock came from the front door that sank my throat into my stomach. I'll never forget the sound my mom made when she heard the news. My brother was involved in an accident. Drinking was involved. Everyone in his vehicle and 2 others were killed. He was the one that had been drinking. He was the one that had been driving when his car struck another and then careened into the dry fields of wheat. The flames roared for hours before anyone drove down that same patch of road. And by the time the fire department came, it was too late. None of the bodies could be recovered. We buried his coffin in the local cemetery. For months I was angry at him. I was angry at him for drinking. I was angry at him for dying. I was angry at him for killing all those people. We live in a small town and word spread quickly. I became the drunk killer's brother. The name stuck too because my dad was never the same after that night. All the vibrant charisma that I had associated with him were gone. It were as if he had nothing left in him. He had once been an active member of the community, but one by one folks started shunning him. It got so bad that even friends he knew for years wouldn't answer the door when he rang. So in his desolation, he turned to the bottle and became the town drunk, which made everything worse. Like father, like son. At times I would come home and see my dad staring at me through the rose-tinted bottom of Jack, and he looked as if he wanted to say something. But he never did. My brother's actions would follow me out of junior high and into high school. I never got invited to any parties or had a date. Never went to a school dance. So during those many lonely nights I decided that when I turned 18, I would get the hell out of here. I'd go where no one knew me, get a fresh start, head toward a big city on the coast and disappear into the crowd. I'd attend a junior college and hope to transfer into a 4-year state school. I had a lot of dreams that I dreamt during those lonely years. But when the time finally came, I couldn't do it. Not when my parents needed me. Not after my little sister had been kidnapped the February before I graduated. She had been walking home from school, like any other day, when she was abducted. The sheriff had tried to keep everything hushed up, because the detectives working on the case didn't want to chase off whoever it was that had done it. The police would eventually trace all their leads into a warehouse, There they would find my sister's shoes, socks, dress, underwear, and bag, all neatly folded and put to the side, along with the belongings of 9 other children. Where's her coat? I remember my mom crying at the station. She's going to be cold without it. Inside the warehouse were several large steel vats. The place had once been a cannery. The vats were used to cook and boil meat until it fell off the bones and the collagen collected to be used as a natural preservative. A specific roller inside the steel cooker would scoop the bones from inside and drop them down a chute to be collected by workers. When one of the officers opened a vat, he threw up inside. Many argued that this caused a contamination to the overall evidence. But after several forensic tests, it was concluded that the contents were human remains. It was hard for anyone to think that the perfectly flat opaque paste at the bottom were the victims. But when they had finally emptied it, there was no longer any doubt, because at the bottom of the vat were hundreds of tiny teeth. There was a statewide search after that. The cops were no longer worried about putting this criminal into hiding. They were determined to flush them out by force. Even reporters from other counties would come to our town. But after a few months the commotion died down, because no one else was kidnapped and not another clue surfaced. Once in a while I'll still see or hear someone pick at the story, but in the end, none of the other children were ever recovered, not even their bones. I believe the aggression that the detectives originally feared made the killer go into hiding, probably forever. To this day, this still remains the largest unsolved case in my county. We buried my sister on a Wednesday, 3 years after my brother. Another empty box. I tried staying on for months afterwards, but between the shouting and the silence, I couldn't take it anymore. It was even harder on my mom because a few days before I was going to pack up and leave without saying a word, she took her car, an umbrella, and the family dog to the beach. She walked towards the water as the sun was setting. Witnesses say she never came out, that by the time they got down to the water, she was gone. The funeral director offered to cover all of our expenses. Said it was a great tragedy. I couldn't help but think that they were being so nice because we were their best customers. And that there was still 2 of us left. Another empty box. After a year of cleaning up after my dad, pulling him out of alleys, behind garbage bins in piles of his own vomit, I had enough. I got up and left. He watched me as I took my stuff out the door. I made extra trips to my car to give him a chance to say something. He never did. The only thing that came between us was the creaking of the door as it opened and closed. A part of me wished he said something. A part of me wished he said anything, even if it was bad, because at least then we could get in a fight and I wouldn't feel so much like a piece of shit for leaving. Maybe if we had fought, I wouldn't have left him all alone. A year later I was living alone and coming home from school. When I see a box near my front door, I suspected it to be a package I had ordered online. I had purchased one of those cheesy signs that I loved from Etsy. It read something like, "Home is where you are." Somehow it resonated with me so much that I had to have it. I didn't get a chance to open it because I was late for work. So I stashed it in a corner before leaving. When I finally got back to my apartment, it was nearly midnight. I was coming through the front door and pulling off my shoes when I nearly tripped over the box. I was tired and had completely forgotten about it. But as this was the first piece of decorum I could afford, I was eager to put it up. I twirled the box around and read my name on the box. It was the first time a package had come here with my name and address on it. It sort of felt official, so I wanted to see it. Except when I looked all over, I couldn't find an address. Even more weird was that I couldn't find a return address. There was nothing else there, only my name. Curious, I used my key to split the tape in half. I reached into the peanut packaging and felt something long and hard in my hand. This didn't feel like a wooden sign. It felt like a dildo. Immediately I think it's a prank from a classmate. We had recently been joking about what was stuck up the professor's ass after a mouthy lecture. So I pull it out, expecting to get a laugh. What I find in my hand is a glass tube filled to the brim with liquid. Swimming inside was a human finger. I fell on my ass and nearly dropped it. I had seen fingers all my life. I had 10 of them myself. But this was an actual limb in the palm of my hand. I was holding a piece of someone else, and it wasn't even attached to them. A piece that had gone missing, forcibly by the looks of it. The jagged edges weren't neat. In fact, It looked as if it were beaten by a blunt object until it fell loose. The idea of how painful it must have been made me shiver, and somehow made it more grotesque as the thoughts swirled in my mind. That the severing wasn't an accident. It was intentional. Who would do such a thing? Who would then deliver it? The finger was small and delicate. I was too afraid to move from my spot, so I swirled the tube to get a better view. I hear a ring at the bottom. I unfurl my hand and see a small golden hoop with a dot-sized aquamarine on it. I remember this ring. My sister had begged my dad to buy it for her birthday, and she wore it every single day, changing it between her fingers as she grew up. First it was on her thumb, then her middle finger, ring, and pinky. I immediately got into my car and drove back to my old house. I opened the front door and it was empty. For a second it felt strange standing there in the kitchen, but I hadn't driven 3.5 hours to look at the furniture. I went into my sister's room. Nothing had changed. Not a book or sheet had been moved. Everything was exactly how she had left it the morning before she disappeared. I walked over to the shelf and pulled out an old scrapbook. I flipped through the pages until I found it. It was a handprint painting that she'd done in class. It was old and dried. I remember it because she showed it to me after school, saying that this would be a good way to remember her. At the time I just thought it was a stupid water painting that the teachers made the kids do when they couldn't think of anything else. Now I know better. Kids don't usually have official fingerprint records. Not until they're older. What happens if they go missing? Someone ingenious found a way to skirt all the red tape by making it into an activity. Finger painting, turkey hands, butterflies. I pulled out the paper and found an ink pad for her plastic stamps. I took the finger out of the tube and rolled it on my dry shirt, and made an imprint next to her handprint. It was a perfect match. I drove back to the city, and by morning I had convinced myself to take it to the station. I was sitting at the precinct with the box in my lap when I remembered that the cops already blew it. They forced the criminal into hiding. Who knows how long before he emerges again when they fuck it up. They were never going to find this murderer, and my sister was long dead. If I reported it now, they would stop sending me the pieces. More than anything, I wanted justice, but if I couldn't have that, then at least I wanted my sister back. What was left of her? Just so I had something to bury, even if it were selfish. I was tired of empty fucking boxes. I left the police station that day and went home. The coming weeks I waited for another box. The need to bury something became increasingly familiar. I found myself digging holes for my garbage at the edge of an empty lot, just to know what it was like. When the next package came, I couldn't be happier. It was almost like waiting for Christmas. I didn't know what I was going to get. Without realizing it, I started looking forward to the boxes waiting at my door, because each one meant that I was closer to putting her back together. I had emptied out a closet and bought a 5-tiered shelf. Inside I would place her part, approximately where it belonged. The boxes came at random. I'd go weeks without seeing one, months even, but never a year. Then suddenly I'd get 2 or 3 packages back to back. They'd be piled at my front door. I first started to notice that the boxes would follow me no matter where I went when I was on a trip, and came back to my Airbnb and found a jar wrapped in butcher paper on the nightstand. When I unwrapped it, I found her tongue. It was cute and pink. I'll never get this past airport security, I remembered thinking. So I canceled my flight and rented a car, driving the 580-something miles back home. I didn't mind them following me. Commended it even. This person was so dedicated in returning her. I was very thankful. That was until I found myself working for a packaging company, and I was attending the 3-day company outing at a ski resort, hoping to get a leg up with my boss. We were some 30 miles into the mountains, sitting around the fire after a cold day, when my supervisor comes to the lobby with a box in his hands. He said it was in front of my hotel room. I could already tell by the familiar wrapping, the paper that was used, even the color of the tape, that this was one of her boxes. I tried playing it off when the others teased me, asking if it were from a secret admirer. I told them that it was from a client. Oh, Mr. Big Shot, huh? Working hard even out of the office. I was hoping they couldn't tell the bullets raining down my back as I sat there with them. The box a few feet from my feet. Their every hand twitch making me scream as I hoped no one would try and open it. I didn't last 10 minutes before I faked a yawn and told them that I was going to call it an early night and headed up the elevator. When my floor finally came, I ran toward my hotel room. I slid in my keycard and slammed the door behind me. My hands were fumbling as they ripped the box to pieces. Inside I find another glass tube. It's just another finger. But then I noticed something impossible. I put it up to the light and looked again. What the fuck have I been doing? I didn't even pack my bags. The only thing I took was the vial. I got into my car and drove through the night. The roads were windy and the ground slippery. Several times I thought I wouldn't make a corner, but somehow I managed my way down the mountain. Then I drove along the 50 until I reached my old house. I can hear my dad drunkenly mumbling as I fling open the door. I take the steps up the stairs 2 at a time. I turn on the lights and start pulling the books from the shelves until I find her scrapbook again. I take an imprint of the new finger. I stare at the 2 prints side by side. They were exactly the same. The only difference was that the new fingerprint was larger. I didn't even need to compare it to the fingers back home. I could tell that it was at least a 1/4 inch longer than the others. She was still growing. She must be still alive. For the next few days I lived with great hope, talking loudly in my apartment, not worrying who could hear, thinking of ways to find her, to save her, thankful that I was given a chance to do it. My hopes were dashed when I came home one day and found another box. Inside was a glass case, the kind fancy cupcakes are placed in, and in that case was her ear. It rested on top of a flat marble pedestal. The veins in her ear ran along until it attached to the spine on the back of a sleeping white mouse. I watched as the blood flowed from one to the other, watched as the mouse's little chest expanded in its sleep and pushed blood into the ear. Now I couldn't be sure if she were alive or dead, and that was when I finally realized that this was beyond me. By morning I had convinced myself to turn over everything I have to the authorities. I'm arrested for withholding evidence in a criminal case, but I don't care. Not if this helps them find my sister. I go to county for a few months, but a judge takes pity on me. After looking over my history, he lets me off on house arrest, and I check in with my PO once a week, along with some mandatory therapy. My brother was taken when I was about 9 years old. That would have made him 2 or 3 when it happened. It's so weird that I can't remember. Tell you guys the truth, I can't actually remember what he looked like. Save for the small pictures around my mom's house. She keeps them on her shelves and tables, in his memory. But it feels more like tombstones if it makes any sense. She looked like a quiet girl. Her eyes wouldn't greet others often. Her hair was short and straight, and she never wore any makeup to the meetings. I remember walking the aisles for a few seconds, and I could hear the worry start to grow in my mom's voice. I could feel it in her breathing as panic began to set in. The sounds of the cartwheels rolling in my head as the rows flashed by us, each one empty of my brother. The supervisor came over to help us, and workers walked the store. The loudspeakers overhead called his name over and over again, and eventually the police arrived. We went home empty-handed that day, to an empty apartment, and empty cupboards. I waited in the living room, the light from our old television set washing over me as my mom sat at the kitchen table with the corded phone. My mom still does that. Someone else said, I go over sometimes and I find her standing near the kitchen where the old phone used to be. And I can just tell she's been standing there for hours, just staring at that empty space. I sat in silence as a man shared. My dad used to commute from Missouri to Chicago because Mom wouldn't sell the old house after we had lost my sister. How will she know which house is hers if we aren't here? And so we kept the lawn the same. My dad drove the same car for over 30 years, and when it was needed, we painted the house and its trims all the same colors. It's as if nothing has changed and we were all waiting for her to come back so that time could move forward again. And it went like this for a while. I would go and listen, but I never shared, except with my therapist during one-on-ones. I was right, you know? Reporting it to the police scared the sender off. The boxes stopped coming. That's normal. She clicks her pen. Those kind of people are often scared themselves. They're spooked easily. All they want is the thrill of being exposed. They don't actually want to be caught. And I believed her. It made the days go by easier. And when all was said and done, I emerged a new person. Soon after, I was free again. With my sentence completed, I was able to wander where I wanted and go when I pleased. The second week of my newfound freedom, I reserved a cabin with the state park, and I found myself packing up my hatchback and driving off into the woods. I had been there for about 2 days when I hear a knock at the door. I open it, but no one is there. No one except for a box on the floor. It had been 4 years since I had seen one, but I knew it for what it was the moment I saw it. I quickly looked around, but no one was there. I should have called the cops, but instead I grabbed the box and hurriedly dragged it inside. When I opened it up, there was brown packing paper on top. I tore away at it until I found the curled leg underneath. The foot bent at an odd angle to fit inside. I didn't need to be told who the leg belonged to, because I recognized the birthmark on the thigh immediately. How could I not? I had seen it every year since we were kids, swimming at the watering hole. I noticed that the leg was longer than I remembered, so I stood it upright next to my side, and figured she would be about 5 feet 3 or 5 feet 4 now. I wonder if they had been feeding her, if they were treating her any better. I wondered how long it would be, until all of her would be joining me. I've been living under a fake name for almost 20 years. I'm finally ready to explain why. When I was a young man, I enjoyed going for walks through my small town. Though I'd lived in Red Elm all my life, I never grew bored of its landscape. I loved to bask in the fresh air as I walked, the sun warming my skin and a gentle breeze rifling through my hair. I waved at every person that crossed my path and had a smile on my face more often than not. Life wasn't perfect, of course, and my journeys on foot weren't entirely by choice. I had little money and didn't own a vehicle. But the future looked bright. I'd recently completed high school and started working at the town's only grocery store. And I knew in time I'd be able to save up enough to afford a down payment on a modest car. Unlike my classmates who'd left small-town life behind in the days following our graduation ceremony, I had no desire to ever leave Red Elm. I didn't lack ambition, I was simply happy. To me, the thought of spending the rest of my days in the town I called home sounded like tranquil, uncomplicated bliss. Later I would reflect on this optimism and feel stupid. Sunlight had yet to peer through my window when a frazzled coworker called to ask if I could cover her shift. Her son had become ill during the night and she had rushed him to the hospital, leaving her unable to come into work and our store short-staffed. Eager to make some extra money, I told her I'd be there and speedily dressed. Hunger gnawed at me as I walked to work. I'd been in such a rush that I didn't have time to eat. I thought of the egg and sausage sandwiches the store's deli served for breakfast and my stomach growled audibly. If I got there early enough, I'd have time to quickly devour one before my shift began. There was a shortcut through a nearby pasture that I usually avoided but would get me to the store with minutes to spare. It was untended and overgrown, likely teeming with rodents and serpents and other small creatures an unassuming foot would loathe to step on. Though the idea of such an encounter was enough to make me shudder. I didn't want to spend a lengthy shift combating an appetite that roared louder with every passing hour. I decided to cut through the pasture, a choice that would have a staggering, irreversible effect on my life. I could practically taste the coffee I was planning to drink when I tripped over something unseen. I let out a yelp of surprise before regaining my balance, praying that I hadn't incurred the wrath of anything fanged or venomous. I looked down and saw a human hand. Its rigid, pale fingers adorned with painted nails like slender pink ovals. Shock seized me. I gasped and stumbled backwards, my heart racing as I stared in disbelief at the horrifying discovery my clumsy foot had uncovered. With shaking hands, I parted the waist-high grass to find a woman lying there, the rising sun reflecting glassily in her lifeless eyes. Crushed blades of grass rested beneath her body and clung to her long blonde hair. Her waxen lips were slightly parted, as if she'd been in the middle of her final sigh when she died. The woman's askew legs were bruised and she was barefoot, her toes polished with the same delicate shade as her fingernails. A bloom of blood had blossomed above her heart, staining the fabric of her pearl-colored dress with crimson. I remember running home and babbling my panic into the phone. Officers arrived shortly afterwards, bringing with them yellow crime scene tape and questions. I answered them all as best as I could in my rattled state. I explained that happening upon her was the result of taking a shortcut on my way to work. But they insisted I accompany them to the police station anyway. I was in no position to decline. The interrogation lasted for hours. I never stopped professing my innocence. It wasn't until they spoke to my boss and coworker, both of whom confirmed I'd been unexpectedly called into work that morning. That the police finally started to believe me. The local coroner soon strengthened my alibi. He determined that the woman had likely been killed during the previous evening while I was working a shift that began at noon. The store's security cameras confirmed that I never left the premises until I headed home at around 11 o'clock, making it impossible for me to have committed the murder. Back then, DNA technology was still in its rudimentary stages. But I provided them with both a sample and my fingerprints, neither of which appeared on the woman's body. To my great relief, I was no longer considered a suspect. But my troubles had only just begun. Though I was innocent in the eyes of the law, the rest of Red Elm was far less charitable. Rumors spread throughout town like pestilence. Accusations were whispered into the ears of anyone who would listen. At work, the customers who I'd so often greeted with a smile now averted their eyes or fixed me with an acidic, distrusting glare. Many of my coworkers avoided being in my presence while others politely tolerated me with apparent wariness, fidgeting and uncertain of what to say. Even my boss, a man I was proud to work for and considered to be a father figure, seemed visibly uncomfortable around me. People I thought were my friends turned their backs to me, afraid of being tarnished by my undeserved reputation. I felt unwelcome everywhere I went. One day I came home to discover that my front door had been vandalized. Killer. Streaks of bright red paint spelled out furiously, "Get out." My landlord charged me for the damage. I didn't protest, afraid of severing my already tenuous grasp on my lease. The stigma of renting to a purported murderer had him itching for a reason to be rid of me. I felt like I was wasting away with every passing day. The walks I had once looked forward to now felt arduous. Every step that brought me near the pasture was a reminder of the tragedy I'd unearthed and how it had so drastically altered the course of my life. I thought of the woman constantly. What was her name? Where was she from? Did she have hopes and dreams and people who loved her before someone took her life and left her out to rot in unkempt grass? Were it not for my coworker's fevered child and my empty stomach, she might have lied there undetected for years. I followed the meager coverage of the case in Red Elm's small local paper and learned that a stalled investigation had so far failed to uncover her name, much less the identity of her killer. She was buried in an unmarked grave. Many times I considered placing flowers on it, but feared the act would be interpreted as an admission of guilt and create a spectacle. Eventually, not even my nights were spared from the misery that had consumed every other facet of my existence. I began to dread closing my eyes, afraid that I would be assailed by yet another vivid, unrelenting nightmare the instant I drifted off to sleep. Each terrible dream consisted of me lying helplessly frozen in bed as the scent of grass and soil permeated the air. The woman would hover above me, so close that her dangling hair brushed against my terrified face. Her forlornity was palpable. She wept, sobs of grief racking through her pale body as tears rained down sharply on my skin like shards of ice. I would grip my sheets in fright and feel only clods of pasture dirt between my fingers instead. "Please," I begged night after night, "tell me what I can do to stop this." But she never said a word. The years dragged on, each of them lonely. As the internet's landscape grew, so did my desire for answers. One particularly melancholic afternoon, I worked up the courage to head to the library and use their computer. I glanced cautiously over my shoulder and held my breath as I typed the case information into a search engine, hoping to discover new developments. It was then that I learned the hideous rumors I'd been unable to shrug off for so very long had made their way onto local message boards, where they were pored over by prying eyes and subjected to speculation. Nearly every post was filled with fantastical, outright lies. I saw him at the post office the other day. He gave me such an evil look. "You think that's bad?" A friend said she overheard him gloating about getting away with it when she was doing her grocery shopping. And to think they still let him work at that store. We can only hope that something strikes him down before he hurts someone else, if he hasn't already. I feel so terrible for that poor girl. Refresh my memory. What was her name again? I walked out of the library, went home, and packed my bags, though I was sickened by the gossipers who had congregated to spread fabrications and stoke the salacious flames of outrage. The person I was most angry with was myself. I was a fool to have ever believed that I could have a second chance at life in Red Elm. My idealized view of my hometown had tainted my perspective. I saw now that the people of Red Elm would never forgive me for the crime I hadn't committed. And no amount of patience would ever bring the finger pointing to an end. The revelation was crushing but freeing, for it allowed me to at last see that my only real option was to start over somewhere new. I drained my savings account and left town in the middle of the night, telling no one of my plans. I acquired a new name using a method that wouldn't leave behind a trail for vultures to follow. Hair dye, glasses, and a scruffy beard disguised my features enough to render me unrecognizable. With my departure came a promise I made to myself, that I must never again look up the case online. I would never be able to move forward with my life so long as I continued to glance back at the ruins of my past smoldering behind me. When I laid my head onto a motel room pillow and closed my eyes, I expected to resume the familiar nightmares. To my great surprise, I slept peacefully for the first time in years. At the time, social media was limited to internet bulletin boards and blogs considered archaic by today's standards, making it easier to hide my former identity and harder for others to find me. I settled a few towns over and into another small community. I worked a series of odd jobs before discovering my hidden talent at carpentry. An apprenticeship granted me the opportunity to forge a new career with my own hands. Soon I'd earned my first contract and began to make more money than I'd ever made before. By then, the bad dreams had ceased entirely. Eventually, I met a woman named Claire when her family hired me to do some woodwork on their home. She was wealthy, educated, and well-traveled. In other words, we had nothing in common. But in spite of our differences, we fell deeply in love. Claire sensed that there was a darkness inside of me, though she never pressed for details. One night I was on the verge of telling her everything, but she only shook her head and told me that whatever had happened back then didn't matter to her. It was the man I was today that she loved. I proposed shortly afterwards. We married and built a home together on a remote patch of land. I woke up every morning with the same sort of bliss I'd felt during those long-ago days of my youth. There was always a fear that I'd be found out, that I'd lose everything I held dear all over again. Though I was happy beyond measure, I still lived each day in a state of caution even as time marched on without incident. I never forgot about the woman in the pasture. How could I? But I held my ground and remained firm. And for almost 20 years I never strayed from my vow. Then I learned I was sick. My diagnosis was grim. I was informed that I didn't have much time left, and that there was little that could be done besides keeping me comfortable. Life became a succession of pills and appointments. It wasn't long before I found myself bedridden. That's when the nightmares returned. The terror I felt when the woman reappeared in my dreams was indescribable. The years had done nothing to soothe her pain. They'd only made her angry. The tragic beauty she possessed that morning in the pasture had now withered away into a skeletal grimace. Her decomposed skin resembled thin parchment, as if the slightest touch would undoubtedly pierce through the fragile surface of her flesh and sink into the decaying organs inside. Insects writhed along her scalp and festered in the brittle strands of her hair. The overwhelming stench of rot filled my nostrils. Though she no longer had eyes, I could feel her gaze of hatred bear into me. She was as silent as ever, but her message rang clear. I would be joining her soon. The dreams continued as my health declined. I felt as if I were being consumed by an intense torment that would kill me before my disease did. I decided to break the promise I'd made nearly 2 decades ago. If I found out everything I could about my life's greatest mystery, perhaps the nightmares would once again vanish and I could spend my remaining days in peace. I waited for Claire to fall asleep before I grabbed my phone. This time the search results were more expansive. While I was saddened, though not particularly surprised, to see that the woman was still unidentified and her killer never captured, I managed to find a blog post written about the crime that contained information I hadn't read before. I scrolled through the page hungrily. One of the strangest aspects of this cold case is the bloodied earring found clutched in Jane Doe's left hand. The victim's own ears weren't pierced, leading police to theorize that the jewelry belonged to someone else. This information was only made public after a journalist covering unsolved murders in the region obtained the case file. The Red Elm Police Department was subsequently criticized for what was perceived as a mishandling of the investigation. Little information was provided to the press, and the only suspect left town before seemingly vanishing into thin air. At the time, authorities weren't able to extract a viable DNA sample from the earring. The journalist discovered that the jewelry was later lost, with law enforcement describing their failure to preserve evidence as regrettable. My phone slid from my grasp and landed on the floor with a loud clatter. Claire stirred beside me. "What's wrong?" she murmured sleepily. Dread guided my gaze to the jagged scar trailing down Claire's earlobe. "Darling?" Her eyelids began to flutter open. "Are you all right?" I thought of the life I'd had long ago in Red Elm. I thought of the new existence I'd carved for myself that would soon be coming to a close as I approached my final days. I thought of everything that I'd lost and mourned, and everything that I'd gained and treasured. I thought of my wife, who I loved more than anything, and of the woman in the pasture, who I had never stopped thinking about ever since that fateful morning. "Why did you do it, Claire?" I asked softly. Her body stiffened. A feeling of doom washed over me. I knew in that devastating moment that I was right. An eternity of silence passed before Claire finally spoke. "After all this time," she said quietly, her voice so unnervingly calm that it sent a chill slithering down my spine. "Does it even matter?" My face felt wet. I realized I was crying. Does anyone else? Does anyone else know?" she finished for me. "Yes, my parents." I felt as if the world had begun to crack apart around me. The flicker of warmth in Claire's eyes that had greeted me every morning throughout our years of marriage was now gone, replaced by a cold, passionless stare. "The truth is I've never understood why I have these urges," she continued in an even tone, as if we were discussing a casual subject. "They've been there for as long as I can remember. Mom and Dad taught me how to keep them quiet and hidden. But when I got older, they eventually grew too loud to ignore." My heart pounded in my chest. I felt as if I couldn't breathe. "Who was she?" I asked dizzily. "A drifter passing through town," Claire answered with a shrug. "If she ever told me her name, I can't remember it now." She sat up and stared at me with an expression that made my stomach twist into knots of tension. "I suppose you want to know what happened?" I nodded weakly. "I met her at a bar. I was drinking a lot back then. Alcohol wasn't a flawless distraction, but it helped." Claire ran a hand through her hair and gazed ahead. "She told me that she was leaving in the morning and wanted some company in the meantime. Said she didn't like to be alone. We drove around for hours, drinking and talking. Eventually we wound up on a dirt road. She was drunk by then and said she felt like she was going to be sick. She got out of the car and kicked off her shoes before stumbling into a nearby field. As I followed her into the tall grass, it occurred to me that it was unlikely anyone would miss her." Claire frowned, as if lingering on a memory that brought her no pleasure. "Afterwards I went home and told my parents what I did. Mom cried while Dad yelled at me for being sloppy. They cleaned up my mess and made sure money was placed in the right hands. Neither of them have looked at me the same way since. Mom wanted to send me away. But Dad," Claire sighed, "you know how Dad is. He wouldn't hear of it. Anything to keep up appearances." Every fiber of my being trembled from a surge of emotions: shock, betrayal, disgust. "You ruined my life," I whispered. "I know," Claire replied without hesitation, "but I tried to make it right." I stared at her in confusion. Beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. "What are you talking about?" Claire raised her brows and gave me an incredulous expression, as if mystified at how I had failed to understand something exceedingly obvious. "Sweetheart," she said coolly, "where do you think all your job contracts came from?" I felt as if a bucket full of ice water had been flung into my face. Claire reached forward to caress me and I recoiled, nearly becoming entangled in the sheets as I tumbled out of bed. "Careful," Claire exclaimed. "Remember what the doctor said about overexerting yourself. I earned those contracts before I even met you." I gasped defensively, pain searing through my chest. Claire rolled her eyes. "Why does it matter to you how you got them? Haven't you enjoyed making money? Didn't you feel like you deserved it after everything you'd been through?" I gripped my bedside table and shakily rose to my feet. "You're lying," I protested falteringly, my skin so slick with perspiration that my bedclothes had grown damp. She shook her head. "No, I'm not. We've been watching you ever since Dad's contact at the Red Elm police station called to tell him that you were brought in for questioning. When you came here, it was the perfect opportunity to make life easier for you. Dad made certain you were given everything you needed for your career to advance. Why? Why would you do that? Because you staying content and busy meant you were less likely to think about questions that we didn't want to have answered. It worked, didn't it? My knees buckled. I braced against the wall to keep myself from falling. Is that why you married me? I asked faintly. So I'd always be within reach to manipulate like a puppet? Yes, Claire answered unflinchingly. But you don't have to look at it so cynically. In a way, you and I became linked the moment you decided to walk through that pasture. I stumbled towards the doorway. But in my weakened state, Claire was much faster. In the blink of an eye, she'd thrown me onto the floor. I gasped as a fresh burst of pain shot through my chest. Stop it, Claire demanded. I don't want this to be any more unpleasant than it has to be. She began to rummage through the bedside drawer filled with my prescriptions. Why are you doing this? My voice was so frail that I could barely hear myself. Don't you love me? Claire's eyes glimmered in the darkness of the bedroom. She loomed over me with a medicine bottle in her hand. Open your mouth, she commanded menacingly. I feebly swatted at her, but she pinned me down effortlessly. I pressed my lips tightly together, tears running down my cheeks. You did this to yourself, Claire stated coldly. I gave you everything you could have ever wanted and made it so you'd never have to struggle again. All you had to do was leave the past where it belonged and not get fixated on some worthless, nameless, dead. Suddenly Claire froze. The bottle fell from her grasp and spilled onto the floor. No, she whispered. It can't be. I turned my head and saw the woman from the pasture creeping towards us. Every bit as decayed and full of rage as she was in my dreams. I tried to scream, but the only sound that escaped my mouth was a rattling wheeze. Powerless to stop her, I squeezed my eyes shut in defeat and awaited whatever agony she would inflict upon me. But I felt nothing. When I opened my eyes again, I saw that the rotting woman had moved past me and was heading for Claire, who was now helplessly pressed against the wall. Her face contorted into an expression of horror. I'd never seen her afraid before. Get away from me, Claire shrieked. She leapt over my prone form and lunged for the doorway, only to scream when the woman sank her skeletal fingers into Claire's ankle. She fell to the floor and crawled into the hallway, leaving behind a trail of blood droplets. The woman followed. I shut my eyes again when I heard the sound of flesh tearing. Something wet dripped onto the floorboards. Claire's tortured screams rang throughout the house before she mercifully fell silent. I summoned what remained of my strength to slowly drag myself along the floor towards my phone. I was reaching for it when a gentle hand touched my shoulder. I looked up and saw the woman leaning over me. This time she was spectrally beautiful. Her flesh was once again intact and smooth where it had been ruined by rot only moments ago. And her formerly withered features had been returned to her. The colorless death that had overtaken her in the pasture was now replaced with a warm glow radiating throughout her body. She smiled at me, her eyes full of sympathy and understanding. I knew then that she meant me no harm. I'm sorry for what happened to you, I whispered. I looked down into the screen of my phone. There was no one I wished to speak to and no questions that I wanted to answer. I could already feel my life beginning to ebb away. I glanced back up at the woman. I don't want to die alone, I told her. Will you stay with me, please? She nodded. By the time you read this, I'll be dead, after spending most of my existence either being disbelieved or having to hide. I've decided to dedicate my final hours to writing down my story. I want others to know the truth about what happened, not only for my sake, but because in an unmarked grave in a small, quiet little town there lies the body of a woman who deserves justice. I implore you to never forget her. I am no longer scared to die, for I know that when I close my eyes for the last time I'll find myself in Red Elm. It'll be just like it was when I was young. A peaceful smile will spread across my lips. I won't feel any pain, and the sun will shine on me once more. I'm coming home. Deep in the mountains of upstate New York, there's a whole town populated by a single inbred family. In late 2011, I fell down a rabbit hole and almost didn't make it back out. See, I've always had this unquenchable fascination with the unsolved and the unknown. Yes, I'm mystified by old legends and lore, but they never really held my attention for long. At least not in the same way that something else did. Something more sinister and believable and closer to home. Missing persons cases. At the time, I lived in the heart of Manhattan and worked as an archivist in one of the world's most famous libraries. I'd spend my days appraising and preserving priceless old books and manuscripts, and my nights poring over internet threads about the latest discovery or clue or crime. I remember that day I first stumbled to the edge of the rabbit hole vividly. It was early October, gloomy, cold, and getting colder every day. I went up to the third floor of my building, introduced myself to Michael, the newest librarian for the Archives and Manuscript Division, then made my way to the back of the room where my office was. For hours, work went as planned. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock that something odd happened. I'd opened the door to my office to find a particular manuscript and heard a grunt. It sounded like someone lifting something heavy, followed by the unmistakable sound of a sliding shelf being pulled out. No appointments were scheduled in my division for that day. "Michael?" I called out. There was no response, but I clearly heard a tinny sound that could have been a ringtone. Sounded slightly familiar, like an old game theme. There was a quick intake of breath, like someone being startled, then sharp footsteps hurrying towards the only exit. Intrigued and a little suspicious, I left my office and walked through the stacks when something caught my eye. Someone had indeed pulled out a retractable shelf and placed a book on it. There was nothing particularly interesting about the book itself, heavy, dull brown, and slightly bloated from age. But the title, written in peeling gold Franklin Gothic font, made me pause. Unethical Human Experimentation in the United States. I walked over and picked it up, immediately noticing something stuck between its pages. I carefully flipped the book open and saw a matte black business card. On it a quote was written in all capital letters in bright white ink. "Man is the cruelest animal." I flipped the card over to see 4 more words. Adirondack Park? The Hollow? I knew the quote was from Nietzsche and that Adirondack Park was a forest preserve up north. But the Hollow was beyond me, and I especially didn't understand why someone would write any of those things together on a blank black business card, then stick it into an old book about human experimentation. A sound like someone plopping themselves into a chair startled me back to the present. I set the book back onto the retractable shelf and walked towards it, thinking I'd be able to tell off whoever had shoved that card so unceremoniously into one of my books, only to find Michael sitting at the front desk. "What's up?" he asked, noticing my confused expression. "Did you let anyone in here recently?" He took a sip of coffee and nodded. "MMHMM. He swallowed, then said in a hushed voice, "Yeah, cute tall guy in a suit. He came in, like, he checked the time on his computer. 10 minutes ago. Why, did you see him?" He smirked. I held up the business card. This was in one of the books. The ink was fresh. It could have caused some real damage. "Oh," he said, then looked around. "He's still here?" "No," I said. "I checked. There's no one in here except us." "Huh, he must have left while I was getting this." He lifted his paper cup a fraction of an inch. "Too bad, he was really cute. Hey, is his number on that card? Maybe I could give him a ring and, reprimand him?" He winked. I shook my head. "No number. Sorry." Did he say why he needed to view this collection? Did he schedule an appointment while I was working? Michael frowned. No and no. But he did have a card of admission. From whom? Michael shuffled some papers on his desk, then handed me a small piece of cardstock. One glance told me all I needed to know. The official insignia of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was stamped on one corner and an unreadable signature was signed near the bottom. That's it? What? There's no reason on here. Michael. And no name. Did you check his ID? Oh, no I didn't. Oops, he said, then smiled wickedly. I might have, been distracted because, you know, he was cute. Yeah, I gathered. I sighed. You're not supposed to leave the table while you're scheduled up here. Michael. He threw me a semi-scathing, semi-worried look. Well, you were working in the back, so I figured it'd be fine. I was only gone for, like, 3 minutes. I needed a caffeine boost. Well, just let me know next time. Okay? I don't mind watching the front desk. I just don't want anything to happen to these books. Michael's face softened. I understand. I'm sorry. Hey, can I get you a tea or something? As an apology? Nah. I smiled. But what about lunch sometime next week? Thai? Oh yum. I'm in. Hey, you staying until close? Actually, I said, I think I might call it a day. Oh, he said, his face falling. What? I dunno. It feels a little spooky in here. Especially when you're the only one inside. You know? Yeah, I said, turning to walk back to my office for my things. I know. That night, I lay awake in bed for hours, unable to shut off my mind. Finally, around midnight, I got up and pulled a heavy, swollen brown book out of my work bag. I'm not proud. Taking materials out of the special collections wasn't very professional of me. But I was curious. I carefully flipped the book open to the page the card had marked. Chemical experiments, non-consensual tests, Operation Top Hat. I started reading and felt my pulse quicken. In 1953, the United States Army officially adopted strict guidelines concerning the use of human subjects in biological, radiological, and chemical research and testing. These guidelines, which strongly echoed the Nuremberg Code, required that all projects involving humans be approved by the Secretary of the Army. Despite careful constraints, however, there remained a loophole. The guidelines did not actually define in detail what types of testing required approval, thus creating a gray area of selective compliance. I skimmed farther down, though several experiments were submitted to the Secretary of the Army in 1953 and were later approved. One test in particular skirted this process. Operation Top Hat was deemed a field exercise by the U.S. Army and was conducted in September of that same year at the Fort McClellan Army Chemical School in Alabama. During this exercise, soldiers in the Chemical Corps were subjected to various chemical and biological weapons, including nerve agents and mustard gas, in an attempt to study contamination and decontamination. The personnel involved in these experiments were not volunteers nor informed that any test was taking place. I took a deep breath, then flicked carefully to the table of contents and read. 1. Pharmacological research. 2. Human radiation experiments. 3. Disease, pathogens, and biological warfare testing. 4. Chemical experiments. 5. Psychological and torture experiments. 6. Surgical experiments. 7. Other experimentation, testing, and research. 8. Academic and professional commentary. 9. Legal implications. 10. Policies enacted. A few of the chapters had subchapters containing things I'd heard about, like the Montauk Project, but mostly, they covered things that I couldn't even begin to imagine actually occurring. Sick, twisted, rotten, unspeakable things that no one should ever have to experience, not even those our government has locked away to be forgotten about. I went into work late the next day. I'd spent the night reading that book, horrified by what our government has done to its own citizens and soldiers. To say I was exhausted would be an understatement. Michael was manning the front desk again. "Hey," he said vibrantly. Then, noticing my face, continued, "You feeling all right?" "What? Oh, yeah, just couldn't sleep last night." "Oh, I'm sorry. But," Michael continued, "I have some news. I've wanted to tell you this all day. That guy came back earlier. Like, 3 hours ago." "Guy?" "Yeah, you know, the cute one. He was looking for this book about human ethics or something. He said he was reading it yesterday and got an urgent work call he couldn't ignore, so he marked his place thinking he'd be back later. He says he's so very sorry for doing that and he wasn't thinking straight. His apology was all kinds of adorable. But, hey, that solves the mystery of the card. Though there is another mystery." "What?" "I couldn't find that book he was looking for. Maybe I wasn't looking in the right area?" "Oh, no, it was back in my office." I lied. I was checking it for damage. "Oh," McKeel said, "I didn't know if I was allowed to go back there or not." "I appreciate that you didn't. I've got some delicate projects going on." I paused for a beat. "Did you happen to get this? Cute guy's name?" "Shit," Michael said, then made a face and put a hand to his lips. "Oops, sorry. No, I didn't. I'm an idiot." "But," he smiled, "I did get his number. You know, in the event the book turned up somewhere." Michael waved a piece of ripped paper around. "All right," I said. I rubbed my forehead, feeling the beginnings of a migraine coming on. "I'll give him a call. Tell him the book is here and that he can have a look when I'm finished with it." "Oh," Michael said, looking crestfallen. "Sorry," I said and took the slip of paper with a number written on it. Just protocol when a book is being fixed. Truth was, I didn't really want any unprofessional calls happening in the name of my division. Back in my office, I quickly consulted my computer. then picked up my phone and called a number. Hello, you've reached the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Public Information Office. This call may be monitored or recorded. To speak to a representative, please press 1. To request a Freedom of Information Act, please press. I pressed a button. The line beeped. Then a voice spoke. Hello, this is Victoria. How may I help you today? Victoria, hello, I said. I was wondering if I could request some information. Certainly. What kind of information are you looking for? Sometime yesterday, one of your special agents used our facilities and didn't quite follow our protocols. I paused. Actually, between you and me, I'm not exactly certain if the man was really an FBI agent or just impersonating one. Victoria was silent for a moment, then said, "Oh no, we definitely wouldn't want that. I'll see what I can do. May I have your name, your zip code, and the facility you work at?" I told her. There was the sound of a keyboard on the other end. Ms. Haneda? Yes? Records show that there was indeed an agent at the location you mentioned. Oh, I said, well, would it be possible to get a name? Or a reason as to why he was here in the first place? I'm sorry, no, Victoria said, that information is classified and, unfortunately, requests for name checks must be submitted through proper channels. Proper channels? Other federal agencies. Oh, I said again, I see. What I can do, though, is submit this report to your local field office and have the special agent in charge speak directly with this particular agent about following proper protocols when using your facility. No, I said, that's all right. He didn't cause too much trouble. Are you certain? Yes, thank you for all your help. Of course. Have a nice day. After Victoria's line disconnected, I picked up the bit of paper Michael had so reluctantly given me. Sighed, then dialed. It rang once, then went straight to a generic voicemail. I left a brief message and hung up. I rubbed my forehead again, then glanced over at my work and sighed. I couldn't concentrate. I was on edge, jumpy. I pulled my laptop towards me, opened up Google, and typed in 2 words, Adirondack Park. Of course, that search turned up nothing nefarious. So I opened a new tab, went to the forum I frequented, and typed in the same 2 words. Instantly, several threads popped up. I clicked on the one with the most views and went on from there until I found something promising. The thread in question was about cold cases across the country. I spent maybe 30 minutes scrolling through all the posts when I saw New York mentioned. I stopped and felt my blood run cold at what the poster wrote. A hiker, a young woman, had gone missing a few months prior. According to her mother, she'd left early one Saturday morning in late July with the intention of exploring the Adirondack Park. She was only supposed to be gone for a few hours, 6 tops, but she never came home that night. Her mother didn't immediately call the police, saying that she thought her daughter had just gone to a friend's house. 2 days after her initial disappearance, the mother reported her missing. The cops canvassed the area and did a public news appearance. Afterwards, an elderly woman came forward and said she'd seen the young woman running alongside the road that Saturday evening while she was driving home. The hiker, the motorist said, was covered in blood and some kind of other substance. She said it was black and shiny, like oil, when pressed. The elderly woman said she didn't stop or call the police because she didn't think it was her business. There were no other leads or clues. The cops and state investigators searched the area to no avail. The woman was never seen or heard from again, and the case went cold. There were several children comments to this post. Most were just conjecture, well wishes, and exclamations of despair, but 3 in particular piqued my interest. One comment listed and linked a few other missing persons reports from that area, including 2 cops who'd gone to check it out some years prior to the young woman's vanishing and vanished themselves. The second comment mentioned that Adirondack Park was close to another stranger place. They linked a New York Times article about a peculiar Adirondack hamlet seemingly lost in time. It described a place, referred to as the Hollow, that was supposedly inhabited by 2 large families. Despite the article implying that the Hollow wasn't as bad as urban legends made it out to be, the commenter insisted that one family who lived there had absorbed the other family, whatever that meant, then resorted to incest to keep their town alive. They also offered up some conjecture that the people in this family were witches or devil worshippers who ate human flesh and practiced black magic. But it was the third comment that really got my cogs turning. The commenter said they had once been part of the US Army but had been dishonorably discharged for going AWOL. After a long tirade about how messed up the Army can be, they relayed an interesting story. They said that back during their time, the government was conducting all sorts of strange tests not just on its soldiers but its citizens as well. They said that the government was particularly interested in unique humans, such as twins. Those who suffered from birth defects, or who might be inbred, to conduct various psychological, pharmacological, and chemical experiments on, and that they wouldn't be surprised if these sorts of experiments were still happening today. Finally, they mentioned how the oil-like substance seen on the young woman seemed similar to a chemical or biological weapon the government was testing on him and his unit years ago. I closed my laptop and looked around, my eyes falling on the torn bit of paper with the number strewn across it. Without thinking, I grabbed it and dialed, getting the voicemail yet again. I took a deep breath, then said, "Hello, sorry to bother you again. This is Marianne Haneda from the Manuscript and Archives Division. Well, I hope I don't sound too presumptuous, but it's about that card you accidentally left in the book you were looking at the other day. I was wondering what you meant by it. Now, I know with your line of work you probably can't tell me much, if anything at all, but I'm very, interested in true crime and the quest for justice and all that, and was wondering if you'd be interested in letting me interview you sometime. Is that even allowed?" I paused for a second. "That's all. Have a nice evening." I hung up and immediately pinched my nose in embarrassment. What possessed me to do that? I'll never know. That night, yet again, I couldn't sleep. I had strange, fevered dreams of women covered in blood and soldiers wearing gas masks melting down to black goo. I woke up an hour before dawn with my mind made up. It was my only day off and curiosity had gotten the better of me. I, stupidly, decided to take a trip up north to see what I could find. I regret that. I always will. It took nearly 4 hours to get up to the area I wanted to investigate. Rather than start with Adirondack Park, I pulled over about 2 miles from the hollow. I figured that since it was daytime, nothing bad would happen. I got out of my Subaru and started walking. After almost 2 hours of walking, I saw and heard nothing. I was just about to give up when, in the distance, I saw what looked like a person standing against a tree. I hesitated, then walked towards it, wary, but, upon closer inspection, I realized it was just one of those plastic ponchos strung up across a branch. It seemed to be pointing to something. I walked in that direction and covered my mouth in horror. My guess is that it was some sort of sick shrine. A deer's head, not yet fully rotted, was nailed halfway up the trunk of a tree. Beneath it lay a scattering of stacked antlers, some still covered with putrid velvet, and other things, decaying things, things that once had been alive. I covered my nose and mouth with my sweater and leaned closer. Something was moving inside a pile of leaves that had accumulated around the antlers and carrion. Against my better judgment, I knelt, picked up a stick, and began poking at it. Suddenly, something small and black and bloody popped out, making this ungodly screeching noise. "Shit!" I yelped and fell backwards into the mushy fallen leaven and mud. It was a cat, half dead and hissing. Someone had roughly cut off its ears and its tail. "Oh my God," I said, my heart throbbing, and not just from fear. "You poor thing. What have they done to you? We've got to get you to a doctor." I pulled out my phone and immediately saw that it had no service. "Damn," I muttered, then pulled off my sweater with the thought that I might be able to wrap the cat up and bring it back to an animal hospital. The cat yowled at me in pain or panic. It seemed to be protecting something. Something very recognizable. "What's that you've got there?" I squatted down, then recoiled in shock. It was a severed human hand. The skin was decomposed, rank, and it looked like the cat had been gnawing on it. But that's not all. It was clutched tight in rigor mortis around a string of silver and rust. I regret to say that morbid curiosity got the better of me. Despite knowing that I was alone, I glanced around, then reached forward to untangle it and blinked in surprise. They were military dog tags. Suddenly, a strange pop sounded out from behind me. I stood up and whipped around. The cat shrieked and wavered. Another pop and the cat's eye exploded. I screamed and dropped my sweater. At least 5 more pops echoed around me before I realized what was happening. Someone, somewhere, was shooting a pellet gun at it. The cat keeled over sideways and lay very, very still. Laughter erupted from the trees around me. It was at that exact moment I realized just how incomprehensibly stupid I'd been, traveling all the way out there, alone, without telling anyone where I was going or for how long. Under some mistaken belief I could solve a crime that had gone cold long before I'd even heard about it. "Who's there?" I asked forcefully, trying to mask my fear. "Shush, shush," a deep voice said, not even attempting to be quiet. "She'll see us." "Who's there?" A single whistle sounded to the left of me. I spun in the direction of it, my eyes wide and heart-pounding. I didn't see anything through the trees. Another whistle sounded to my right and I started to cry. "We're gonna get ya," the same voice said. "You better run, run, run. Whoever's there, stop. I'm calling the police. My husband knows I'm out here." I lied. "You don't want to know what'll happen if we catch you," the deep voice said. "Nothing bad." Another shakier male voice said, "We'll just cover you in sauce and eat you up." There was more laughter and another pop. I felt a something sting my thigh and screamed again. Pure adrenaline fueled me forward, toward the direction of the road, allowing me to ignore the stabbing pain in my thigh. I ran and ran and ran. From behind me came the sounds of crashing and grunts. It sounded like whoever was chasing me was close and getting closer. I stumbled onto the road prepared for the worst, expecting the worst, but the noises had stopped abruptly. I fumbled with my keys, panicked, unlocked my door, jumped inside, then locked them again. Despite my distress, I noticed a black Ford with government plates was parked next to my Subaru. There was no one inside and I didn't wait around to see who it belonged to. I reported what happened as soon as I got back to the city. The detectives who took my statement were grave and serious and professional. I gave them the dog tags hoping they'd be of help. I received a call from them not long after I left the station. "Ms. Haneda? Yes? We just wanted you to know that we'll be sharing what you've told us with our liaison." "Your liaison?" "Special agent with the FBI. He's been investigating some, nefarious happenings in our state. Unfortunately, he's been out in the field since yesterday and we don't know when he'll be back. Otherwise, we'd have you speak directly to him." "Oh," I said, blinking in surprise and wondering if it was the same guy Michael had spoken with, then realized that there was almost certainly more than one FBI agent in the state of New York. Yes, of course. That's no problem at all. I just hope you catch these criminals." "Were the dog tags any help?" "That's just the thing," the detective said slowly. "What is?" The detective exhaled. "Look, this isn't, well, I'm not supposed to say anything. But seeing what you've been through and the fact we haven't turned up much so far, I guess I can tell you." "Tell me what?" "Those dog tags weren't registered. They didn't belong to anyone. Must have been a replica or something. And," the detective continued, "unfortunately, the hand we found was too decomposed to ID." "Oh," I said, "don't worry. We'll be in touch if we need anything else or find any other leads." A week or so after I was attacked and chased, the detectives brought me in and had me listen to a lineup of men repeat the same line over and over again. But none of them sounded like the two I'd heard that day in the woods, and I didn't want to erroneously press any charges. I asked about their liaison, but they just shook their heads and apologized, saying he was up to his neck with work and had stepped out of the department for a breather. After only a couple months, my case went cold. The police didn't discover any other leads and there just wasn't enough evidence otherwise. The man Michael interacted with never called me back. There was one thing, though, one little, strange thing. About a month after I'd idiotically gone up to northern New York, a library specialist in my building came up to my office carrying something I recognized. My sweater. It smelled like it had been recently washed. "Where did you get this?" I asked her after she'd given it to me. "Some guy. He said it was yours and he was just returning it." She shrugged like she wasn't paid enough to care. "When?" "Like an hour ago. I didn't bring it up right away because I went on lunch after," she explained, her tone clear that her lunch break mattered more than my sweater. She turned to walk away. "Wait," I said. She turned back to me, her eyebrows raised. "Tall guy wearing a suit?" Tall, yeah, but he was wearing jeans and some metal band t-shirt. Think it was Slayer or Metallica or something. Why? I swallowed, hating myself for what I was about to say. Cute? What? I closed my eyes and repeated myself. Was he cute? Oh, I guess so. Objectively attractive. Yeah, if you're into that sort of thing. I thanked her and waited until the door to my office shut fully behind her before unfolding the sweater. There, tucked neatly inside, was a single matte black business card. On it, a quote and one word in white ink and all capital letters were written. That which does not kill US makes US stronger. I flipped the card over. Sorry. Now, I know a lot of you might suggest I call the number again or go back up to that godforsaken forest. But honestly, and excuse my language please, fuck that, I don't think I'll ever go up into those woods, or any woods, ever again. And I will never, ever personally look into another cold case for as long as I live. No matter how deeply I've fallen into the rabbit hole, life is too short to gamble. I've since retired from archival sciences and spend my days strolling around the city. Keeping to myself. It's nice, it's peaceful, but, most of all, it's safe. And to those of you thinking you've figured out where this place is and that it'd be fun to go up there and investigate yourselves, don't. God abandoned my town. My grandmother used to take me to church every Sunday, and I grew up a devout God-fearing Christian. Now I find the stuff they used to teach me a load of bullshit. If God was real, he hightailed it far away from his creations when he realized how fucked it was. I felt more that way the closer we got to the 2-year anniversary of the murder of Harris Briggs. A good kid, who was always polite when I ran into him with his mama Mabel at the store. She and I went way back when we became friends in 5th period chemistry back in high school. It was a damn shame how this town treated Mabel back then. And how they ignored her now. I don't care what you think of a person. I believe mothers shouldn't bury their children. How the boy named Harris Briggs died shocked the town of Coleman. His 10-year-old body spotted alongside a dirt road 3 miles outside of town by a farmer working a field. His legs broken, and there had been markings along his throat from where it looked as if someone strangled him. The coroner remarked that an unknown object had sodomized him before they ran him over with a large truck and then strangled the boy to end his life. It showed savagery that made the residents uncomfortable. But that passed. The police investigated and came up empty-handed with no suspects. Many of us speculated that they did not give it the best effort because of Harris' skin pigment. Mabel visited the sheriff's office every day for a year and a half. It did not matter how many hours she worked, Mabel always took the time to stop in the office. She always asked for an update of her son's case, which the deputies promised they were working on it. Mabel never believed the dense good old boys that Sheriff Watts always picked for deputies. She was right in her distrust for the boys in blue. I could often hear them complain to each other and talking of Mabel. They often said rude things in my earshot while drinking at the local bar. That stupid black bitch came in again today. The deputies often said. Even Sheriff Watts, who I had the pleasure of being neighbors with, tried to urge me to talk to Mabel. He asked me to get her to cool her heels and let his office do its job. That was until 2 weeks ago when his office announced that they were adding the Harris Briggs file to the unsolved case files. Mabel was furious, and it disgusted even me that Sheriff Watts announced it. 2 weeks before the anniversary of her son's murder, they were giving up solving it, placing his file where they stored the investigations of unknown cow tippers and vandals who defaced the local high school. It was outright cruel in my book. Dash 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 dash. My grandmother taught me one thing, though: when someone you care for is in pain, bring them something to eat. That way they don't have to fret on cooking food themselves. I'm not much of a chef, but I prepared a nice casserole and reheatable pork chops for Mabel because tomorrow will mark the day that Harris died. I packed the food in my car and prepared to drive into town towards Mabel's house. As I entered my truck, I looked across the road to see Sheriff Watts raking the dead leaves from his yard. We waved at one another and I left. I drove into town. The town residents were out and around preparing for the upcoming holidays. Not a single one could give a shit for Mabel and Harris Briggs. When I pulled into Mabel's gravel driveway, I noticed a man I had never seen before walk out of her front door. He was an average-looking man, with thin lips and black pupils in his almond-shaped eyes. The thing that struck my attention was how neatly dressed he was. The man wore a dark gray suit with a black tie, his hair slicked back with lots of what I assumed to be pomade. He passed by my truck and gave a nod before walking on foot towards the street. I looked back to Mabel's porch where she stood with a look of worry on her face when I exited the truck. I will assume he ain't from around here, I joked. No one in Coleman has a suit that nice except the shady lawyers. Don't pay him any mind. Car, Mabel remarked. We had a business arrangement to settle. Well, I will mind my business, I responded, just dropping by to bring food to you. Is it that god-awful casserole you always make? Mabel joked as she stepped off from her porch and gave me a hug. I couldn't help it when I grinned at her calling me out for my grandmother's shitty recipe, which I ignore the instructions when I make it. She shook her head when I pulled the pan out of the truck to hand her. I promise you it's better this time. I laughed. You want to come in the house? Sure. Mabel always kept a tight and clean house even though she was now living alone. I sat in her living room and looked towards the wall to see the last picture of her son before his murder. He looked happy with a wide smile across his face. Mabel brought a can of beer and set it on the coffee table. I'm never a man to turn away a good drink. Even before 3 p.m., I popped the can. It was when I noticed that Mabel had a gauze wrapped around her hand and there appeared to be fresh blood dripping from it. What happened to your hand? I asked. Just an accident in the kitchen before you got here, Mabel replied. Wasn't paying attention while cutting tomatoes. Looks nasty, I said. It's fine, just needs to heal. We visited for a while as we finished our beers. The two of us caught up with each other, keeping the topics light. I wanted to show Mabel that somebody in this town gave a shit for her, and that I was there if she ever needed someone. Mabel still looked worried, but covered it well with her chatting. When I headed out the door, she gave me a stern stare. Carr, you were always a decent man, Mabel called out. Thanks. Mabel walked down her porch closer. I need you to promise me something. What's that? When you go home tonight, don't leave your house when it turns dark, Mabel replied. Just stay inside no matter what happens. What is going on, Mabel? Just promise me. Carr, Mabel begged. I stopped and looked at Mabel. She had a concerned look. Fine, I will not leave my house. I started my truck while looking at Mabel to nod farewell and head back home. Dash 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 dash. The sun set on Coleman around 5 as I sat back in my recliner watching college basketball. Mabel asking for me to stay inside after dark remains in my head as I sip my beer. I drink 2 more beers before the game finishes with the goddamn Wildcats winning. I've always loathed the state of Kentucky. My grandmother always said the only thing that came from Kentucky worth a damn was bourbon. And even then no one below their state line should drink it. My stomach grumbles to the realization I had not had food today. Even when preparing my casserole and pork chops for Mabel, I had cooked nothing for myself. It limits my supper choices. I have little in the kitchen and my culinary skills are lacking. My phone rings in the living room as I walk back to answer it. The other end is Deputy Shelby, the most thick of the bunch that Sheriff Watts hired. Carr, can you go fetch the sheriff for me? Shelby asks. Come fetch him yourself, I snarled. Or call his house because he is eating supper. Shelby breathed. We've been trying Carr. He ain't answering, and it's an emergency. Let me guess, I snorted. Otis escaped the Mayberry PD, now he's running amok on the town square. Becky found Jim dead in his shed. Shelby yelled over the phone. That explains the emergency. A deputy lying dead in his shed. I did not care much for Jim. He was the rudest of the boys in blue. Jim was a well-known racist and off-duty. He drove his lifted pickup truck around the town with the stars and bars flying. The people of Coleman would not blink an eye of a deputy flying a Confederate flag on his personal time. What happened to Jim? I inquired. Someone snuck in when he was welding and took a flame to his face. Jesus. 3 loud shots interrupted my thought. It echoed across the road and field that separated my house from the residence of Sheriff Watts. The sound of a shotgun blasting. 3 loud shots interrupted my thought while blasts echoed across the road and field that separated my house from his residence. The sound of a shotgun blasting. "Shelby, send someone over to the sheriff's house, there is gunfire." I rushed out of my house and went to my truck to retrieve my rifle and the 2 bullets I could muster. My ears picked up a few more blasts of the shotgun from my yard. When I ran to the house, I noticed from the windows that someone had ransacked his living room. His television was still on, showing highlights of the scores from various games of the day. The door to the front of his house held, meaning it was locked. My stomach was in knots, and I ran to the back door, seeing the remnants of wood pieces on the floor. I stepped in the house. The walls riddled with holes and shotgun shells lying on the light blue carpet meant that Sheriff Watts put up a fight. The large dark red stains on the carpet further proved that point. "Sheriff, you in here?" I yelled. The only sound in the house was his television replaying the highlights of the Kentucky game, and my soft footsteps walking around the den. I looked around to see no sign of the sheriff when I glanced toward the hallway. The hallway had a streak of blood along the walls that lead to the back bedroom. My legs shook and my hands trembled when I grasped my rifle. "Watts, it's me, Carr," I yelled again. The trail of blood ended outside the bedroom door. Someone left it cracked open as I took a deep breath before I stepped in. The amount of blood staining the bottom of the carpet outside of it was unsettling. I rested my finger the trigger of the rifle and stepped inside. It was sickening. The head of Sheriff Watts laid bare on top of a mountain of ripped flesh in a corner. His intestines circled around the room, with severed limbs lying around a bed covered in a pond of blood. The walls stained with splatters of his blood meant that this was personal for whoever had dismembered the town's sheriff. I could feel the vomit rise in the back of my throat as I exited the room, adding another stain to the light blue carpet. The sirens in the distance meant that moron Shelby had contacted someone to tell them something horrible was happening on my road. The sound of breaking branches came from somewhere outside. Someone else was still here and close by. The siren was approaching and getting closer as I walked to the backyard. There was a dim motion light pointing at the woods as I raised my rifle. The sound of branches cracking as heavy footsteps approached. My arms went limp from terror because the footsteps didn't sound like anything I have ever listened to. That is when it showed itself. The glow of its red eyes and the texture of its skin. A deep gray color covered in loose skin approached me. It stood up straight, dwarfing me in height. It breathed heavily from the slits where a nose should be. Its mouth covered in yellow sharp teeth with little drops of blood pouring from its lips. It had antlers that reminded me of a grown buck, with jagged edges also covered in blood. It stared at me as it approached and stood in front of me. Any last bit of bravery I had coming outside as an idiot had left. It left me helpless staring at it. "Carr, get down," I heard a familiar voice scream. My eardrums felt as if they would burst from the shots of Shelby's pistol. The bullets pierced the creature's skin, and it did not even flinch. Shelby stood frozen as it walked towards him, grabbing him by the throat to lift him in the air. The poor deputy kicked his legs and screamed in pain as I picked up my gun to help. I felt a hand grab my shoulder, startling me as I swung the rifle behind me. It was a man standing behind casually. He wagged his fingers in displeasure. The man in the gray suit pushed my rifle down to the ground and pointed back to the creature and Shelby. "I made a deal," he said, "and I plan to honor it. That thing will kill him." I screamed. "Do you want to join him?" he taunted. The creature let out a thunderous roar and plunged its hands into Deputy Shelby. The sound of his tearing flesh made me vomit again. It tore his insides out, scooping them out by the handful. The creature dropped the mutilated body to the ground and turned to the two of us. It froze me in place watching the creature. The man walked towards Shelby's corpse, studying it and picking up some of his dismembered body. "Our business is complete," he muttered. The creature looked at me one last time as I tried to hold my bladder. It doesn't seem threatening as it gazes at me with its red demonic eyes. The black tie man walks to the woods and waves his hand for the creature to join him. It turns and follows him. That is when I noticed it and realized what the hell it was. I spotted a stretched blood-stained gauze wrapped around one of the creature's hands. It was the same as Mabel. My weak legs finally gave out as I was on the cold ground on my knees. I could do nothing but helplessly watch as the man and Mabel disappeared into the darkness of the woods. That is when I knew it for sure. If God existed, he abandoned the town of Coleman. The disappearance of Sarah Murphy. when I got a call that I needed to visit 14,308 Maple Street, home of the Murphy family. I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't waste any time getting in my car to head over. The Murphy case was one of the saddest I had encountered as a social service worker. John and Deborah Murphy had been a typical young couple. John was an accountant, and Deborah worked in a hair salon. They had a beautiful young daughter named Sarah, recently entering 5th grade. The Murphys had been a happy, simple, middle-class family, until the accident. A week before Christmas, John Murphy had been putting up lights on the roof of the family home. He had been extremely busy at work, but had finally been able to make time to decorate the house with his daughter. While Sarah was making a snow angel, giggling and smiling up at her father, John slipped on the roof. He fell and broke his neck, 6 feet from his daughter. Deborah was left to care for Sarah all by herself. John's job had provided most of the income for the Murphy family. And now he was gone. They had some savings, but not nearly enough to last. I got my first call about the case a few months after John's death. Police had responded to a neighbor's call about hearing screams from the Murphy house. When 2 officers arrived, they found Sarah cowering under her bed as Deborah stormed around the house, throwing things and screaming. The cops managed to calm her down, but they couldn't get a straight answer out of her to what had happened. "Someone is here," she told them hysterically, over and over again. "Someone is in the house." I learned that this wasn't the first time the cops had responded to a disturbance at the Murphy residence. Deborah had called a dozen times over the previous weeks, reporting that someone had broken into her home. Each time, the police would arrive and search the entire premise, but could find no evidence of any intruder. The cops were concerned with Deborah's erratic behavior, and since there was a young child in the household, so they called my office. I was sent to check on Sarah. Deborah greeted me courteously, welcoming me into her home. Sarah gave me a shy wave, but then retreated to her room. I sat at the kitchen table with Deborah and talked with her for a while. I asked some basic questions about how her daughter was doing, how she was feeling, etc. I received satisfactory answers to everything. Then, I brought up the frequent 911 calls. "The police don't believe me," Deborah said nervously, "but I know that someone is harassing us." "How so?" I asked, sympathetically. "Things keep appearing. I found Sarah playing with new dolls that I hadn't bought her. At first I thought she borrowed them from a friend, but when I asked her, she said that they were hers. When I questioned where she got them, she said they just appeared in her room." I started to say something, but Deborah interrupted me. "That's not all. I find freshly picked flowers on her windowsill some mornings, which I can't explain. I hear her talking sometimes, when she's in her room, but when I come in, she stops and there is no one there." Deborah leaned in close to me, and worst of all, she had a tired, scared look in her eyes. The eyes of a woman who hasn't slept in a long time. "I feel someone watching me, all the time. Whenever my back is turned, I feel someone's eyes on me. But when I turn around, no one is there." I tried to comfort Deborah Murphy, but I was obviously concerned by her behavior when I left the house. It was clear that she was suffering from some sort of paranoid delusion, probably brought on by lack of sleep. I couldn't blame the woman. She was working extra jobs to support herself and Sarah after John's death. But still, it was cause for worry. I had seen overworked, stressed single parents before start taking their problems out on their children. I filed a report detailing all of this with my supervisor, but I knew nothing would come of it. The unfortunate truth of this line of work is that you very seldom are able to prevent tragedies from happening. You too often are only able to come afterwards to try and pick up the pieces. That's why, when I got this most recent call asking me to follow up on the Murphy's case, I feared what I might find. I arrived at the Murphy house, hoping to find Deborah improved from my earlier visit. Instead, what I found was much, much worse. I knocked on the door. To no response. Strange, because I had called ahead to ensure Deborah would be home. I was pulling out my cell to give her another call, when I heard a muffled sound from behind the door. "Ms. Murphy?" I called, knocking again. I could just barely hear some sort of noises coming from inside the door. "Hello?" The noises sounded like crying. After I was unable to get a response from Deborah, I called the police. When officers arrived, They forced open the locked door, only to find Deborah laying on the floor crying. He took her. She kept saying, over and over, he took her. The cops checked all over the house, but there was no sign of Sarah anywhere. A massive manhunt was launched. Cops grilled every person living in the neighborhood. Hundreds of volunteers searched the surrounding woods, calling out Sarah's name. I would know. I was one of them. The search continued for weeks, but there was no sign of Sarah. It wasn't long before the police pointed the finger at Deborah. She denied it, over and over again, but the police were persistent. Their interrogations lasted for hours, trying to drag more information about what had happened the day Sarah went missing. They got a confession, finally, but not for what they expected. I heard about how it happened from one of my buddies in department. In my line of work, you always can use a good friend on the local police force. As officers were grilling her for the 100th time about the events leading up to Sarah's disappearance, Deborah snapped. An officer had mentioned that maybe taking care of her daughter herself was too stressful after John had died. And Deborah lost it. Apparently, she just started screaming about how she couldn't take it anymore. That she would admit it. She said that she had killed John, and Sarah's disappearance was her punishment. When John fell from the roof, he hadn't broken his neck. Instead, Deborah had come running out to see what the commotion was, and found him lying there, unconscious but alive. The Murphys hadn't been the happy family everyone thought they were. Deborah and John were talking about getting a divorce, and arguing fiercely over who would get custody. Deborah had cheated on John and had a serious drinking problem, and might have lost custody of Sarah. So, while Deborah stood over John's unconscious body, she saw her chance. She broke his neck with a brick and then called the ambulance. There was no investigation. It seemed like a simple, everyday accident, tragic, but no foul play suspected. The detectives in the interrogation room were in shock. Deborah adamantly stuck to her story that Sarah's disappearance was some sort of spiritual punishment for John's death. Deborah was charged with murder, and currently resides in a psychiatric hospital, babbling about atoning for her sins. Sarah was never found. The search was called off after a few weeks, and gradually the police stopped looking altogether. It was just another unsolved case, to be discarded and forgotten. I was on my way home from work, about a month after Sarah's disappearance. It had been a long day, and I was exhausted. I was on the highway, about to take my exit, when something made me hesitate. I skipped my exit, and instead made my way to 14,308 Maple Street, former home of the Murphy family. I pulled in the driveway, staring at the overgrown lawn and abandoned house. I walked around it, not even sure what I was looking for or what had brought me here. As I wandered aimlessly, I saw something sitting on the sill of one of the back windows. It was a bouquet of flowers. I picked them up, staring in confusion. They were freshly picked, and couldn't have been sitting here for long. I peered through the window they had been sitting next to, and saw a small, purple bed and light pink walls. It was Sarah's bedroom. I looked again at the flowers, noticing this time a small note card tucked into the bouquet. Unfolding it, I found a message scrawled in untidy cursive. Daddy's little princess. I heard a faint childish giggle, and looked up. Across the backyard, I saw two figures retreating into the woods. A man, and a little girl holding his hand, vanishing out of sight. Story. I woke up to an emergency alert on my phone. Now there's creatures outside. I woke up to an emergency alert at 6 a.m. this morning on my phone. Checking my phone, the alert read, "Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions." After living here for almost 10 years, I've only ever received a handful of emergency alerts which all presented themselves as tests for the emergency alert system. Generally, I live my life pretty freely and don't take life too seriously. Unfortunately for me, this means I'm not the type of person who prepares for the worst to happen, which I now realize is what I should have been doing. I thought to myself, better safe than sorry, so after getting out of bed, I immediately headed downstairs and checked that both the front and back doors were locked and deadbolted. I live alone and always lock my doors at night, but I needed to verify this simply for sanity's sake, even if I didn't know exactly what was going on. I live in a decently sized 2-story house that I've worked my ass off to make a reality. The windows downstairs all have solid security screens on them, meaning there was no need for me to check the locks on those. After securing the house, I went back upstairs to my bedroom and tried to make a couple of calls. Initially, I called my boss. I couldn't just expect to get the day off work without explaining the situation. If there even was a situation. The phone rang for some time before directing me to her voicemail system. I left a message explaining the emergency alert I received and told her to call me back when she gets the chance so we can discuss what's happened. I tried calling my parents but was again sent straight to their voicemail system. I think at this point was when I was starting to get worried. My parents live almost 2 hours away from me and were always awake at the ass crack of dawn. They never left the house before 8 a.m., but I still tried to convince myself they were busy with something else. So again, I left a message for them to get back to me when they could. My phone dinged. A message from one of my work colleagues. John. He was asking whether I had received the emergency alert too and if I knew anything about why it was sent out. I replied immediately and told him I didn't know any more than he did, but I'd let him know if I found anything out. I needed to calm down now. There was no use worrying over something yet that I didn't even know about. I decided to shower first before having a quick breakfast and turning on the television to get my mind off of whatever could be going on. At this point, it was about 7:30 a.m., the time I would usually be leaving for work. I'm not one to purposely ignore warning signs, so I'd rather get an angry text from my boss than get caught up in whatever caused the emergency alert to be sent in the first place. When I turned the television on, the same emergency alert sound invaded my ears. The volume was so high from the music I was listening to last night I had to dive for the remote to turn it down. The same words that my phone woke me up to were the only words on the screen. Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions. Now I was extremely worried. I was realizing this couldn't just be an accident or a test. I'd never seen an emergency warning like this, let alone it being presented on every channel I flicked through. Without any additional information, there was no way for me to know what was going on or how to prepare for it. After turning the volume from the television all the way down, to get a break from that blaring alert sound, I realized how quiet it was outside. No cars commuting, birds chirping, neighbors chatting, or airplanes flying overhead. Nothing. I never realized how accustomed I had become to these background sounds. This lack of background sound made me feel incredibly uneasy, like I could sense something was wrong regardless of the emergency alerts. All of my blinds were still shut, so I hadn't had a chance or even thought about looking outside until this point. There wasn't any specific instructions regarding looking outside anyways, so I didn't really think anything of it. But I thought it would be safest to look outside my bedroom window, which leads out to a small balcony through a sliding glass door. I went into my room and pulled on the string that rotates the vertical blinds. Immediately my room flooded with natural light and the warmth of the sun hit me. I've always loved the warmth of direct sunlight, so I made sure my window was faced towards the sunrise and subsequently towards the street when I had the house built. However, after opening the blinds, what I saw made me immediately drop to the floor, out of sight from the street. I barely got a glimpse of them, but they looked extremely hostile. These creatures were nothing like any animal I've ever seen and were gathered in a circle in front of the house across from mine. It looked like there were about 8 of them. They were gaunt and tall, and appeared as though they were wearing a suit of skin that was far too tight for their body. Their bones seemed to be almost protruding from their skin. They had no facial features besides a pair of dark sunken eyes that appeared completely white in contrast with their extremely dark skin. These things were far from human but were standing on 2 legs like us. I'm glad they didn't see me. If they can see at all, that is. I don't think I would be writing this right now if they had seen me. After dropping to the floor, I immediately closed the blinds again. I've never had a panic attack before now, but now realizing the actual danger I was in, it sure felt like I was going through something similar. Nothing that was going on was normal. Without confidence, I dialed the emergency telephone number on my phone. Immediately a recorded message sounded through the speaker. Go indoors immediately and remain inside. Await further instructions. This message pierced my ears and continued looping until I ended the call. A couple of hours passed by while I went through my entire phone list trying to get into contact with anyone I possibly could. Now even John wouldn't respond. Not a single person answered their phone or responded to the frantic voicemails I left. At the moment I was safe in my house. But how long would that last? I didn't even know what these creatures were, let alone what they were capable of. I just knew they weren't here to make friends. Eventually, I decided to make my way downstairs and take stock of the food I had. I don't know how long I'll have to wait these creatures out. But the power is still working at the moment, so everything in the fridge and freezer is still okay. The water is still running, obviously, since I was able to take a shower. But again, I don't know how long that will last. I decided to fill up the bathtub in the downstairs bathroom in case the water stops running anytime soon. So I'll have at least 150 liters of drinkable water in that case. Curiosity got the better of me. After taking stock of the food and filling the tub, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was already going a little mad. Just yesterday everything had been completely fine. Now I couldn't get in touch with a single person, and there were creatures out on the street I'd never seen before. I needed to look again. I needed to know that what I saw was real and not something I'd made up in my head. This all felt like a weird dream I needed to wake up from. But I knew this was real. I went back upstairs to my bedroom and peeked through the blinds. Surprisingly, the creatures were no longer where I had seen them earlier. I then noticed the door to the house across the street looked to have been scratched through. There were long scratch marks along the length of the wooden door and a large hole in the center. They'd broken their way into that house, but they were no longer anywhere to be seen. That is until I noticed something staring straight back at me through the upstairs window of that same house. The deep sunken eyes I stared into seemed like they'd steal the soul from my body if I looked for too long. After my brain recognized what I was staring at, I leapt backwards away from the blinds. That thing had no doubt seen me. I paced back and forth thinking of what I should do at this point when I heard a horrendous sound coming from downstairs. I quietly made my way down the stairs and towards the sound. The sound pierced my ears. It sounded like something sharp being dragged across metal. That's when I realized they were trying to get inside. The metal security screen door I had installed was being barraged by them. I started moving the bookcases I had by the entrance against the front door. Now, the sun was setting, and they were mercilessly going at it. There was no way I could fend off those things barehanded. That's when I remembered the gift my dad had given me this year for my 25th birthday. I was never really into guns and never really had a need to use one. But at a time like this, it was quite necessary if it had to come to that. I ran back upstairs and into the guest room where I'd stored everything that was gifted to me for my birthday this year. The pistol was still in its case, and I quickly removed it and loaded it with the ammunition my dad had shown me how to use. I have never fired a gun, so this still remains a last resort. Now I'm sitting in my room writing this. The pistol is sitting on my bedside table, and I can still hear those creatures downstairs. I don't know exactly what I should do. Should I run, or should I fight? If you're reading this, please respond. So it's been a couple of days since my last post. A lot has happened. On a positive note, I'm not dead yet. However, I'm in a new predicament now. I need to post this as a record of what has happened here. I'll start from where I left off in my previous post. That hideous sound from the front door downstairs didn't let up. I needed to decide whether I would find somewhere safe to hide within the house or make a run for it while those creatures were preoccupied at the door. Both of these options had downsides. If I decided to stay in the house and hide, I'd find myself trapped should they find me. If I decided to run, there's no way of knowing how well they are at tracking or even how many more of them there are outside. I also have no experience shooting a gun, so I felt as though an enclosed environment would give me the best chance of landing a shot should it come to that. But then again, there's no telling whether a bullet would stop them or not. I do have an attic that I hope would be difficult to reach by those creatures. The opening is in the second bedroom and requires a ladder to get up. Fortunately, I painted that room earlier in the year and borrowed a ladder from my father, which I forgot to return to him. With this plan in my head, I immediately put it in action. I needed to gather food and water before going up there, but I didn't know how much time I had left before they broke through the door and makeshift barricade. The bottom of the stairs are right by the front door, so if I couldn't get back to the stairs in time, I'd be dead for sure. I grabbed the pistol that had been sitting beside me and bolted downstairs. And then I realized these creatures weren't just bombarding the front door. The sound of metal scratching on metal came from the windows too. Never have I ever been so thankful that I had security screens installed on those windows too. But I couldn't imagine they would hold up for much longer. I had no time to screw around. With haste I headed towards the kitchen. A lot of the food was still on the counter from when I was taking stock. I grabbed a couple of shopping bags from the pantry and scooped whatever I could from the counter and filled the bags. Not forgetting to grab the can opener. I grabbed it too from the utensil drawer. I predicted all the food I had would last me about 2 weeks if I stretched it out. But I didn't have time to gather everything, and I wouldn't be making a second trip down here anytime soon. Water was more important anyways. Without water, I wouldn't even last a week. The only thing I could think of was to fill all the water bottles I had and hope they would last me until these creatures moved on. I rummaged through the cupboards and found 4 different water bottles of varying sizes and filled them at the tap as fast as I could before throwing them in the bags with the food. These bags were heavy now. I placed the pistol in my waistband and lifted the bags. Running towards the staircase, a loud crash came from the kitchen window behind me. Not like what I'd already been hearing. It sounded like one of them had gotten through the security screen. I didn't have time to look back and honestly was too scared too. Hoping I'd make it in time, I dashed up the stairs as fast as I could and ran straight for the spare bedroom. I slammed the door behind me and quickly locked it, knowing full well that a thin bedroom door wouldn't stop those things. I dropped the bags and grabbed the ladder that was laying on the ground. Lining it up with the attic opening, I climbed up and moved the panel covering the opening. More loud crashes and heavy footsteps on the wooden floors could be heard from downstairs. There wasn't much time left. I grabbed the bags and lifted them into the attic with all the strength I could muster. This is when I realized I'd left my phone in my bedroom. I felt like I needed it in case anybody tried to contact me. But I clearly wasn't in the right state of mind at the time. Without even thinking, I climbed down the ladder, away from the safest place I could hope to be right now, and swung the door open about to bolt for my bedroom. Stupidly thinking I still had time to spare. The figure I saw at the bottom of the staircase stunned me and I froze for a second. My mind told me to scream, but it was like I was paralyzed, and nothing came out of my mouth. Its eyes stared wide, the same eyes I had stared into from the window across the street. Suddenly, the figure lunged towards me up the stairs, and I snapped out of it. I ran backwards into the spare room and slammed the door closed again. The creature made contact with the door and a loud thump sound resonated in my ears from the impact. I pounced at the ladder and scurried up through the opening. I don't know how smart they are, but my mind told me I needed to pull the ladder up, or they'd definitely know I'm up here. I leaned over the opening and reached for the ladder. Grabbing it firmly, I heaved upwards and backwards. This ladder wasn't light, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins must have helped as I pulled it up into the attic. Vicious scratching sounds came from the bedroom door, and just as I placed the panel over the opening, the sound of the door being caved in boomed. I held my breath and closed my eyes in the dark. I could hear the creature below me, scurrying around and destroying everything in the room. It would have torn me apart if it had caught me. I'm sure of that. Soon I could hear the other creatures making their way up the staircase and into the room too. The fact that they made no vocal sound unsettled me. Like a silent serial killer with a mask. But I'm not sure I'd rather be listening to whatever visceral sound they would make if they had mouths. The only thing I could do from here on out was wait. Wait until they settled down or lost interest and keep as quiet as possible. I didn't move an inch for a few hours and continued listening to the rampage happening below me. I had no way of knowing how good their hearing was, and I was in no rush to find out. I silently prayed that my phone would survive the ordeal so I wouldn't be completely isolated if there were a chance of contacting someone, and internally reprimanded myself for being stupid enough to forget it. I had no way of knowing what time it was exactly, but a glimpse of sunlight shone through the small window in the attic, signifying dawn was upon us. I had survived the night, and for that I was thankful. I could still hear faint sounds coming from the house below, but the creature's rampage had subsided for the most part. As quiet as I could, I grabbed a snack bar out of one of the bags and drank from one of the bottles I had filled. Only now realizing how thirsty I was when the lukewarm water that I would usually only drink ice cold met my lips. I gulped down half the bottle before I could stop myself. I didn't want to risk going down anytime soon, so I stayed up in the attic for the entire day. I actually felt relatively safe. I assumed they didn't know I was up here since I'm sure they would have joined me by now if they did. But I couldn't stay up here forever. I still needed to get my phone for obvious reasons. If it hadn't been destroyed yet, that is. I eventually passed out from exhaustion, I think, since I don't remember purposefully laying my head down to rest. Despite waking up knowing that time had definitely passed and having my bladder screaming at me to release its contents. Though, there obviously isn't a toilet in the attic, so I'll spare you those details. Needless to say, I remained as quiet as possible. Eventually I realized I could no longer hear any sound coming from the house below. But getting down and back up again wouldn't be a walk in the park since I'd need to use the ladder again, and staying anywhere else in the house clearly wasn't safe with what I can only guess the state of the windows and doors being in shambles. Luckily though, if the phone had survived, it would only be in the next room over where I'd left it. I decided to wait a few more hours before executing the retrieve and retreat again plan. Slowly I removed the panel from the attic opening and quietly surveyed the spare room below. Everything looked to have been torn to shreds, and I could only imagine what would have happened had I taken just a few moments too long to get up into the attic. Whilst the room was a mess, there was no sign of the creatures in the direct vicinity. I poked my head out further and peeked towards the bedroom door. Well, what was left of it at least. Again, no sign of them. Still, I couldn't hear a thing from downstairs. So I quietly moved the ladder and lowered it down slowly. I made sure to hold the pistol tight while climbing down the ladder as light-footed as I could and made my way to the doorway. The bottom of the stairs looked clear too, but I wasn't going to risk going down there right now. I crept towards the open doorway that was once my bedroom door and surveyed the room silently, trying to locate my phone. My bed had been turned upwards and clothes from my closet that had been hanging neatly were now strewn across the floor with plenty of ferocious slashes through them. Finally I located my phone. It seemed odd that it was sitting so perfectly on top of my favorite jacket. But I grabbed it and turned towards the doorway. That's when I saw the creature rise onto two legs through my balcony window. Like it had been waiting for me in a crouched position. Once again, the creature stared at me for a moment with its deep sunken white eyes, but without thinking. I aimed the pistol at the creature and pulled the trigger. The sound of the glass shattering made a deafening sound and I fell backwards. I didn't know if I had hit the creature or not, but I needed to get back into the attic now if I had any chance of getting out of this unscathed. The sound of the gun would surely alert the others. I knew this, so I immediately got to my feet and started back towards the attic opening. I glanced at where the creature had been a second ago, but it wasn't there anymore. Assuming I had hit it, I made my way back to the spare room and hurried up the ladder with my phone in my back pocket. The sound of the creatures galloping up the stairs surprised me, and I glanced towards the staircase from the open doorway. They saw me this time. I hurtled up into the attic and kicked the ladder out from under myself. I quickly moved the panel back over the opening and threw the heavy bags on top of it, hoping to weigh it down. Immediately the pounding began. Pulling my phone out of my back pocket, I unlocked the screen. Another emergency alert flashed on the screen. It read, "Seek nearest bomb shelter immediately. Saturation bombing inbound. ETA, 1503 p.m. The clock on my phone showed the time as 12:30 p.m. If you're reading this right now, please respond. Reading the emergency alert on my phone, my heart sunk. I had just 2.5 hours to make it to the nearest bomb shelter. With those creatures relentlessly pounding on the attic access panel and only the small attic window as an escape option, my chances of making a safe escape stood at almost 0%. But I wasn't about to give up. The nearest bomb shelter I knew of was nowhere near where I lived, with no way of knowing how many of those creatures were roaming around outside. I wouldn't stand a chance of making it there on foot. I'd need a car, but my car is in the garage and my keys are, or were, in a bowl where one always leave them by the front door. It would be far too risky to go back into the house if I managed to escape, as I'm sure I would need time to find them considering the state of just my bedroom, and time is something I don't have a lot of. Thinking through the different scenarios in my head, immediately I remembered one of my neighbors, Craig, stopping me on a morning run a while back and telling me about how he preps for the end of the world. Something I definitely thought he was crazy for at the time and forgot about almost completely not long after he told me. I never thought anything like this would ever happen. He told me he had a bunker installed under his house about a year ago with enough food to last a family of 4 for a year. Despite him living alone, his house is a couple down from mine. But I never actually saw anything being installed. At this point though, this was the only chance I had at making it somewhere survivable before the bombs hit. I needed to get to his place ASAP, and I had only one option of getting out of the attic. Immediately I made my way over to the attic window. It was small but slid open in its entirety from the bottom, so I guessed I could manage to squeeze out. Luckily I never had security bars installed on it. I needed to do this without alerting any of those creatures if there were still any outside the house. Whether they could climb, scale the house or not, I prayed for the latter. I popped the window open slightly and peeked out. The window faced towards the neighbor's house and in the same direction I needed to go. The way the house was designed meant I could lower myself onto the roof of the lower level of the house once I got outside and not have to drop all the way to the ground and probably seriously injure myself in the process. From the window, I couldn't immediately see any of the creatures in the vicinity. I forced the window open as far as it could go and propped my leg up and out. Once one of my legs were out, I hunched down and moved the rest of my body through the opening, followed by my other leg. Holding onto the window sill, I faced the wall and lowered myself slowly till my feet met the roof of the lower floor. The roof tiling was solid, but I didn't trust myself enough to not slip and fall off. So I lowered my body onto all fours and crouched down. From here I could definitely be seen from the street whether I was crouching or not. So I immediately moved further towards the back of the house. I guessed it would be a lot more likely that there would be more of those creatures on the street rather than in my backyard. I was right. I scanned the backyard from my vantage point and didn't see any of the creatures. However, I could still hear the creatures pounding on the attic panel, which would likely attract more of those things if they were attracted to sound. This also meant those ones were still preoccupied and I still had time before they figured out I wasn't up there anymore. I carefully made my way towards the gutter pipe, which traversed the length of the house from top to bottom, and made one final scan before lowering myself onto it. Sliding down the pipe, I tried my best to stay quiet. However, the worst thing that could possibly happen at that point occurred. The fixtures that secured the pipe onto the wall came loose. As the screws tore from the wall, the pipe, along with me, came crashing down onto the concrete pavement, slamming into the ground. The air immediately left my lungs. I tried breathing in again, but I couldn't. I knew I had no time to mess around, and those creatures would have likely heard the commotion. I managed my way to my feet and forced myself towards the side of the house, away from the back door. At this point, my breath came back to me, but the pain in my back ached immensely and I collapsed against the house. That fall definitely left a mark, and if this were any other time I would probably have laid down and called for help. But help wasn't coming. I realized the pounding sound from the attic I had been hearing had stopped and my heart sunk once more. They were coming. I picked myself up again and started moving again. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins and knew a wasted second could be the difference between surviving this ordeal and being torn apart in a few moments. I needed to stay out of sight, so my first instinct was to scale the fence in front of me. The pain in my back throbbed, but my will to live grew stronger. I jumped up and grabbed the top of the fence, holding on tightly. Pulling myself up, I thanked myself for working out regularly, which granted me increased upper body strength. I propped a leg up onto the fence and worked to pull the rest of my body up and over. My way down on the other side, however, was far from graceful. As I pulled my body over the fence, my descent was halted as my shoe got caught on a loose screw protruding from the top of the fence. Tugging on my shoe, it came loose from the nail and I fell into a bush directly below me on the other side of the fence. While my descent wasn't graceful, it also wasn't too loud. However, this was no time to be hopeful, and I immediately brought myself to my feet and moved towards my next door neighbor's house. It was probably safer to move between backyard scaling fences than it was to expose myself on the street where other creatures likely lay waiting. Craig's house was just the next one over, so I wasn't far now. I could hear the creatures scurrying around in my backyard. Behind the fence I had climbed, they weren't smashing through the fence or jumping over it yet, so I thanked my lucky stars. I didn't know the family who lived directly next to me, but the state of the house left little to the imagination about their fate. The house had the same security features as mine from what I could see, but most of the back windows were broken and the screen door looked like it had been completely torn open like mine. But the house stood silent right now. I moved towards the fence on the opposite side of the yard. The one they shared with Craig, and quickly peeked over after scanning down the side of the house for any of the creatures. The coast was still clear, but a wave of despair rushed over me when I saw that Craig's house too had taken a beating. It seemed like no house on my street had been left untouched at this point. And I was just one of the lucky ones who was targeted last. Without knowing the full behavior of these creatures, there could very well be one of them still lurking inside his house. It also dawned on me that it was likely Craig had already entered and sealed the bunker he had built for exactly this type of scenario. Whether or not this was the case, it was still my last hope, and I'd rather die trying than die doing nothing at all. Whilst his house was beaten like the others on the street, Craig's yard was clear. I made my way over the fence like I had the other, but this time being more careful not to get snagged on anything. I stayed low to the fence, not wanting the creatures in my yard or anywhere else to catch a glimpse of me, and landed safely on the other side with a quiet thud on the bare dirt. The house was about the same size as mine, but I'd never actually been inside, so the location of Craig's bunker was still to be determined. The upside of his house already being invaded meant that I wouldn't have to do any breaking and entering myself. Just entering, the back door had been torn completely off its hinges and lay on the ground outside the entrance. I moved towards the house and listened carefully for any sounds inside. The only sound I could hear was a banging from the direction of my house. That's when I realized it sounded like the creatures were pounding on the fence I had first scaled. I don't know what caused them to come in this direction, maybe just dumb luck, but I knew it wouldn't be long before they made their way towards me. I removed the handgun from my belt and raised it in front of me before moving swiftly into the open doorway with light footsteps, avoiding making unnecessary sounds that would likely be heard from anyone or anything that remained here. My plan was to look for a basement. I guessed this was the most likely place a hidden bunker would be situated inside a house. The back door entryway led directly into a laundry area, where shattered glass was strewn across the floor. Directly connected to this was the kitchen, which I scoped out carefully before entering. The glass on the floor made me very cautious of where I placed my foot. The large pieces of glass would likely not be quiet if shattered further. A loud sound bellowed from outside, making my heart skip a beat. It sounded as if the fence had been bowled over and hit the ground. I had no time to waste if they were getting closer already. I quickly moved through the kitchen and made my way into an open living room. The furniture had been completely torn apart, and the floor was littered with bits and pieces of wood, glass, and other miscellaneous materials. A number of doors led out of this room, any of which could be hiding a way down. However, a door in the corner had clearly been torn through, leaving a large creature-sized gap in its wake. I made the assumption that this was likely where Craig had fled to, which hopefully meant this was the way down to a basement of some sort. More cautiously than ever, I walked towards the battered door. As I entered the room, the lack of light caused my eyes to readjust. A staircase leading down was the first sign that I had been right. I stood silently for a while my eyes slowly adjusted themselves to the darkness. There was no use going down into a basement that I couldn't see a thing in. When I could make out the bottom of the staircase, I carefully moved down the staircase. When I was halfway down the staircase, I saw it. Human remains covered the floor. Blood splatters covered the walls and the ceiling. A large pool of blood was situated in the corner of the room where Craig's mangled body laid. Huge pieces of flesh had been torn out. My stomach turned as I doubled over, dropping my gun and forcefully expelling the small amount of food I had consumed earlier. The sight was horrific. I could not believe that I had actually seen something so graphic. The world around me went mute for a moment as I processed the situation. But a deafening bang came from above me and snapped me out of the daze. The sight of Craig's body had narrowed my vision, but what appeared to be a solid metal door that was slightly ajar came into view near where his body remained. He was just a little too late. I sprinted towards the door and slammed my body into it, opening it wide enough to fit through. Something clattered down the stairs behind me. I glanced back and once again saw a gross creature and its large eyes staring deep into my soul. It was coming towards me faster than I had imagined, and my gun remained at the bottom of the staircase where I had so foolishly dropped it. Without thinking, I heaved the door closed with all the strength I could muster and spun the handle. The sound of the creature slamming into the door could be heard as the metal bolts locked the door in place. It's been a while. I heard the bombs drop about an hour after my last post. The bunker shook so hard I thought it was going to collapse on me. But after the last explosion, the walls and the ceiling remained solid. Without Craig and his prepper tendencies, I wouldn't be alive right now. I didn't know him too well, but I can't let his death be in vain. When I first got in here, the creatures continued pounding on the door relentlessly, but to my relief none of them had managed to make their way into the bunker before I did. After the final bomb dropped, the outside world went silent. From inside the bunker, it seemed like the creatures hadn't even made a dent in the thick metal door that separated me from them. After hours of listening for any activity outside the door, I collapsed onto the bed. Craig had installed a single cot which wasn't particularly comfortable, but with the sense of a seemingly safe environment to lay down in and the fact that it was a hell of a lot more comfortable than the wooden floor in the attic. I managed to fall asleep. I had vivid nightmares of the creatures that night and woke up in a cold sweat. I opened my eyes and was looking directly up at the ceiling. I tried to lift my head, but something stopped me. My body was stiff and rejected every signal I gave it to move. It felt heavy, like gravity had increased tenfold and I was stuck. That's when I noticed in the corner of my eye the dark figure that stood in the opposite corner of the room, its shadow cast by the small battery-operated light on the wall next to me. I struggled to make out who or what it was that had found its way into this safe place I thought I had secured. The figure started moving towards me and my heart skipped a beat. The figure's face became illuminated by the light, and its huge sunken eyes stared back into mine. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump out of the bed I was helplessly lying in and do something about the situation I had found myself in. But the closer the creature got to me, the less control I felt I had over my own body. Its tall form reached higher than most professional basketball players, with its head nearly touching the bunker's relatively low ceiling. At this range I could make out more details about the creature. Tightly bound to its thin body, the creature's dark skin appeared charred. Its huge eyes remained the only recognizable characteristic on its face, and its long, sharp, finger-like claws taunted me. The creature arched its head down towards me and its face grew closer to mine. It felt as though the creature was sucking the soul from my body. The sheer terror I felt and the malicious force this creature exuded forced me to squeeze my eyes closed and wait for the inevitable to occur. But nothing happened. Moments passed and I waited, still nothing. I opened my eyes again and the creature was gone. I tried to get off the bed and my body finally responded. The weight that held me down had suddenly lifted. Completely shaken, I examined the place the creature had been before I closed my eyes and found no trace. The creature had vanished, or maybe it was never there in the first place. But it felt so real. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before, but those creatures had an unimaginable effect on my psyche, it seemed. I couldn't continue sleeping after that ordeal. I got up completely and made the bed. I decided to take an inventory of what Craig had bought for this place. He wasn't lying about the amount of food that he had stockpiled. While it wasn't anything fancy or particularly tasty, it got the job done, and beggars can't be choosers. A huge water tank had been installed in the bunker which was completely full of potable water. The lights in the bunker were powered by rechargeable batteries, and Craig had obviously never wanted this place to go dark because there were enough in here to last a lifetime. I estimated that if I rationed correctly, I could live for at least a year in the bunker with these supplies. I didn't really have a clue on what to expect about the size and contents of the bunker before getting there. All that mattered before was getting to the bunker in one piece. Literally, the size of the bunker was adequate for a single person. About 4 by 4 meters, consisting of a single living space with everything needed for long-term survival located in the one room. From the bunker door located in the center of the south wall. The bed I slept on prior was situated in the adjacent right corner of the room. The toilet was located in the opposite corner adjacent to the north and east walls, along with all the miscellaneous medical supplies. In the far left corner, adjacent to the north and west walls, was the large water tank, and next to that was where Craig had stored the food supplies in countless numbers of large sturdy containers that towered over me. Additionally, the clothes located in the other corner, adjacent to the south and west wall. were my size, so it meant I wouldn't need to sit and bathe in my own filth while seeking refuge here. Fortunately, Craig was obviously a meticulous prepper, as almost every container and compartment was labeled with exactly what it contained. After moving a few of the containers that lined the walls, to my surprise, I stumbled upon one labeled weaponry. I didn't know what to expect inside, but I prayed there would be something that could replace the pistol I so stupidly dropped at the bottom of the basement stairs before coming in here. Carefully lifting the lid, the contents of the container revealed itself to me. Inside laid a pistol. It appeared to be a similar model to the one I had lost. But guns were and definitely still aren't my forte. A box full of ammunition was positioned next to the gun, in addition to a decently sized sheathed hunting knife. I picked up the knife and removed it from its sheath. The sharp blade looked brand new and was about 6 inches long. Not that it would be much use against the creatures anyways. I would be torn to apart before I could even get close enough to land a hit with it. But regardless, it was better than no melee weapon at all. I definitely thought I had the mental ability to stay isolated for a long period of time. But after a single day, I felt like those creatures were getting into my head. Humans are social creatures, and I'm afraid I'll go crazy in here alone. Especially considering what I saw when I woke up. I would physically be safe here, but staying here alone for a long period of time seemed just as bad as facing the new reality that was outside. If I can't even go a single night without seeing those creatures, the bunker would be the end of me and my mental health if I wasn't careful. It was hard to tell what was going on outside the safety of the bunker. Not only could I not hear anything, I also had no signal on my phone since entering, and Craig obviously didn't plan on contacting the outside world when shit hit the fan, because I wasn't able to find any form of radio that would work in a place like this. However, it was important for me to find out the fate of everyone else. I couldn't be the only survivor. It was almost as if something was compelling me to leave the bunker. The dreams and the visions I'd had led me to believe that something didn't want me to stay in the shelter and safety of the secure bunker. I convinced myself that I could always return here if necessary, but getting to a bunker where there are other people and a community to develop would be an ideal situation. I decided to wait over a week before making this decision. The days in the bunker dragged on, and without a sense of day and night, I constantly felt like I was on the edge of going crazy. An irrational fear grew inside me. The nightmares and visions of the creatures became worse, but always ended before they offed me for real. Something wasn't right here, and I was itching to get out. If the creatures were waiting for me outside the bunker door, I would be torn apart in moments. But I had to believe that the bombs that were deployed wiped a large portion of them out. However many there were to begin with, regardless, I needed to know, and I had a firearm once again to back me up. I found a high-quality bug-out bag already pre-packed with essential equipment during my stay here, which included a portable water filter and canteen, fire starters, medical gear, a change of clothes, a few MREs, a torch, navigation tools, a multi-tool, and a tarp. Needless to say, this made the choice of what to bring with me a lot easier. Additionally, despite the hunting knife I found earlier being a seemingly useless weapon against these creatures, it provided some peace of mind for whatever reason, and I decided to carry it along too, as well as the pistol and ammunition found with it. I was as prepared as I would ever be. And whether I stayed in the bunker or not, my fate would likely remain the same if those creatures still remained outside. If they survived those bombs, how the hell am I supposed to do the job? The plan was to get out of the bunker safely, find a form of transport, get to the nearest communal bomb shelter where I would likely find any remaining survivors. And when it's safe, I would come back and take all the supplies from the bunker. With the backpack on my back, a stomach full of as much food and water I could fit, and the pistol in front of me, ready to fire at anything that moved when I opened the door, I turned the handle and heard the bolts release. My nerves began to kick in, but what waited ahead of me, I needed to discover. Pulling the door, it cracked open and a cold draft hit me. Opening it further, I inspected the room, which was dark but seemingly empty. I guessed it was still dawn outside, and I looked at my phone to check the time. It buzzed in my hand and the vibration startled me. It was another emergency alert. The emergency alert that had appeared on my phone's screen read, "The creatures have been eradicated. Any remaining survivors should seek aid at the nearest communal bomb shelter." My mind eased as I read the words. It seemed as though the bombs had actually worked, and from where I stood, The coast was clear. I looked back at the bunker and my mind went back to the things I had seen during my stay in there. There was no way I could live the rest of my life in there. The only thing left for me to do would be to obey the message. The nearest communal bomb shelter was located relatively far from my current location, and the trek on foot would be far from ideal. I needed to find a working vehicle that had not been affected by the bombs or some other means of transport. However, if the alert was true, walking would definitely be a possibility. I stepped out of the bunker and the cool morning air hit me again. I guessed that Craig's house above me no longer stood in its entirety, otherwise I would not have been feeling a gust of wind in his basement. The gun I had dropped before entering the bunker, that had landed on the ground at the bottom of the staircase, was no longer anywhere to be seen. The weirdest part about this situation, though, is that Craig's body was missing too. The pool of blood where he had been laying remained, but what was left of him had been moved elsewhere or simply vanished. It was exceptionally weird that the gun and Craig's body would be missing, but these creatures had used a bait trick on me once before, so I decided it would be better to forget about that gun and solely rely on the one I had obtained in the bunker if I happened to still need it. Regardless, I didn't want to stay by the door of the bunker for much longer, and I couldn't only rely on the correctness of what the emergency alert had told me. There was no telling whether the creatures had silently returned or remained here for some time since the bombs had dropped, if they were actually still alive and lurking. I moved towards the staircase, which seemed to be unharmed by the bombs. The entire basement seemed completely intact for that matter. At the top of the stairs, the door that had once been there was no longer, and the morning light shone through. I slowly began climbing the staircase, waiting for the moment where a lurking creature would pounce on me and end my life. But as I reached the top and peeked out of the doorway, not a single sound could be heard. The house around me was in shambles. The ceiling and walls had been severely damaged, leaving only a skeleton of what this place once was behind. But without a creature in sight, now was a better time to move than ever. I slowly moved towards what was once a perfectly intact window, but now just a frame which faced the street. Through the window I could see that it was not only Craig's house that had been severely damaged, but every other house within my line of sight, and all of the surrounding foliage was in a similar state. Anything that could survive the impact of the bombs that were dropped would have to be superhuman. There was no way any normal living being could come out of something like that unscathed. At this point, I realized that the likelihood of me finding a functioning vehicle near my location would be next to none, and without the keys to a random person's car that was safely tucked away in their garage, it would be useless. To get there by foot, it would take at least an hour. Maybe even two, depending on the speed I would be traveling. I needed to have faith that there really were no creatures remaining on the surface, or I wouldn't last very long in the outside world. My only other option was returning to the bunker, which would cause me to spiral further into losing my mind. And there was no way I was doing that if there was hope that other survivors waited for me. Human company is what I so desperately needed. Without much of a second thought, I decided to cautiously leave the remains of what was once Craig's house and head in the direction of the communal bomb shelter, where I pleaded only survivors would meet me. Human survivors, that is. The sound of birds chirping and the other background noise that we get so accustomed to was eerily absent, and the charred buildings and foliage gave the neighborhood a mute tone. I thought about humming to myself while walking to my destination, but the thought of a lone remaining creature hearing me from somewhere it had been hiding during the bombs forced me to keep my mouth closed and travel with a light step. Moving towards the shelter, I kept a firm grip on my gun and remained on high alert. Continuously scanning my surroundings, I prayed to not to see a creature peer from a broken window or from around the next corner, and that I would never have the misfortune of looking one of those creatures in the eyes again. The eyes of those creatures had already been scarred into the back of my mind. I thought back to the first time I had locked eyes with one of them through my neighbor's window. Even the image in my head caused me to feel extremely paranoid. Almost as though I was being watched from afar or stalked, but there was no obvious signs that this was actually the case. About 3/4 of the way to the shelter, I began letting my guard down. I had almost completely convinced myself that there truly were no creatures remaining here, because I surely would have run into one by this point if the alert had been deceptive or inaccurate. I felt safe for the most part and holstered the gun I had been holding in my waistband to rest my arm. I glanced behind me as a simple precaution, and what met my gaze sent a shiver down my spine. A dark figure swiftly moved behind a fence a few hundred meters down the street from the direction I had come. My heart skipped a beat. There was no doubt in my mind that the figure I had just seen was one of the creatures. I froze for a moment and kept my eyes on where I had seen the creature disappear. A few moments passed and I tried to convince myself that my mind had simply been playing tricks on me. Had I actually seen that figure, or was it just something my mind had created out of paranoia? Moments later, however, the creature's face peeked from the fence it had disappeared behind and its eyes locked with mine like I had hoped would never happen again. My mind suddenly flooded with images of the creatures and the image of Craig's mangled body appeared in front of me. Screaming in horror, I broke my gaze from the creature's huge, deep, sunken white eyes and swiftly turned around towards the shelter. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that I was being followed. And without looking back, I began sprinting towards the shelter faster than I had ever ran before. I couldn't hear anything behind me, but I had no desire to look back and experience what those creatures had just done to me once again, or even slow down for a second. Continuously, I braced myself for a swift slash from behind that would end my life but was yet to come. My gun was once again grasped tightly in my hand, not wanting to drop my weapon for a second time. Sprinting had closed the gap between me and the shelter. I turned onto the street on which it was located and now only a few hundred meters of open street stood between me and my new safe haven. The large yellow sign that declared the purpose of the building I was heading towards came into view. But I then realized that the doors to the shelter were closed and there was not a single person waiting for me outside. I had no other option but to pray that there was someone on the other side willing to open that door for me. A gut feeling took over, convincing me that the creatures were right behind me, ready to mangle my body like what was done to Craig and compelling me to turn around and look. I turned around while still moving towards the shelter door and to my bewilderment the coast was clear. I stopped dead in my tracks for a moment, truly debating whether or not I had already gone mad. There was no way what I had seen wasn't real. I couldn't believe that. I turned again back towards the shelter and noticed the door was open and that a man that was stood just outside of the shelter was waving me over. The man yelled at the top of his lungs for me to run. Swiftly, I checked behind me again and what I saw made me feel as though I was going to have a heart attack right then and there. A huge horde of those creatures charged in my direction, quickly closing the gap between me and them. Purposefully, I avoided looking at their faces and without a second thought, turned on my heel and raced towards the door. The man swiftly moved back into the shelter and, for a second, I thought he would close the door before I made it inside. But to my relief, he kept it open. A moment after I stepped inside the shelter, the man slammed the door shut behind me but a huge thud on the other side caused it to open again slightly. A barrage of loud thuds came from the other side of the door and I slammed my body up against it, trying to close it again far enough to lock it in place. Just then, a huge effort from the creatures was made and the door swung completely open, sending me tumbling down a staircase. Adrenaline rushed through my body and the pain from falling down the stairs was masked by the fear that those creatures had just breached the door to this shelter. I looked up the staircase I had just descended and to my dismay saw the creatures violently tearing apart the man's body who had helped me moments ago. All of the hope I once had was lost at this point. But I struggled to my feet and jolted towards a door that appeared to separate the exit from the main living area. Tumbling through the door, I was shocked to see dozens of other people crowded on the other side of the room. Some of these people were trembling on the ground and others were yelling complete gibberish. I quickly turned back around and slammed the door closed. This door was not one that could take much of a beating. But I believed that any time I bought could help me. Without thinking, I started dragging any furniture that wasn't bolted down in front of the door, trying to form a sort of barricade to slow the creatures down. A young girl's voice screamed from somewhere behind me asking where her dad was. I could only assume that her dad was the man who I had just seen die right in front of my eyes. I started yelling for the people to help me and that the creatures were going to get in here if we didn't move fast, but not a single person moved from where they were. Another loud voice bellowed from behind me, from a woman this time, blaming me for dooming them all and damning me to hell. A sudden rush of realization hit me. I understood exactly why this had happened. Those things wanted me to come out of Craig's bunker. They wanted me to lead them to the other survivors, and that's why they had been stalking me on my way here. They were not allowing me any other option but to get to where I now was. But the emergency alert I had received, was that another one of those creatures' mind tricks too? Like what I thought I had seen whilst seeking refuge in the bunker, Was that really sleep paralysis or something more sinister? It was clear that the answers to these questions would remain unanswered. After piling what I could in front of the door, I moved backwards towards the other side of the room. The people behind me continued yelling at me while I looked around for any other way out of this situation. Swiftly, I spotted a door to my left that had been left slightly ajar and ran towards it, hoping for something that was never going to happen. As I swung the door open, I realized that it was only a small storage area. A loud bang came from behind me and I turned around. The furniture that I had stacked in front of the door had been sent flying across the room, and without thinking I moved quickly into the storage area I had come upon. Screams from the other side of the door bellowed throughout the enclosed area and were soon replaced by the sounds of flesh being torn apart. The storage area I'm in has no alternate exits. No way out. It won't be long until those creatures find me in here. And there's no way I have enough bullets to even cause a dent in the numbers they have. This will almost definitely be my last update. The only solace I have now is the fact that I'll be saving a bullet for myself. For anyone else who receives the emergency alert that I did, I'll pray for you. Good luck and goodbye. Story. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. 3 years ago I was looking at the local job classifieds online when one of the ads caught my eye. Not because of what it said, but because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, job available, good pay, no benefits, discretion required. It then listed an email address and that was all. At the time I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors we would be shutting down within the next year and the likelihood of a transfer to another store was slim. I had been morosely looking at job listings for the last few days, but this was the first one that stood out, if only because I was bored and it was weird. So I sent an email. Half an hour later I had a response, telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for my screening. I went, and after waiting for a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken into an office where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. I had almost forgotten about the whole thing until a month later I got a call saying I had moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was again given an address and time. And when I arrived, this time it was a different nice office park 20 miles away from the first one. I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solomon. He escorted me into a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were 2 large monitors, a keyboard and mouse, and a bolted-down metal box with 2 oversized buttons on it, one red and one green. He told me this room was a model for the place I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I would be working 7 shifts of 6 hours every week. My job would be simple. I would arrive at work 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I would have my own personal locker. I would store all belongings in the locker and change into the provided work clothes. I was never, under any circumstances, to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never, under any circumstances, to take any item with me from the surveillance room. As for what I was to do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour I would get onto the computer attached to the right monitor and enter a brief log describing anything interesting that occurred in the last hour. I would have no pens or pencils or paper, and I should never try to take any kind of written notes about the work. As for the red and green buttons, the red button was only to be used if there was an emergency. This meant something on the video or in my workspace that required outside help. The green button was to be hit if I saw something on the video feed that was particularly noteworthy. It would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Solomon stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use this button, I should err on the side of only using it if and when something of real significance occurred. He pointed out the camera on the ceiling of the room we were in. He said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed, and other people were watching the room on the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy in case other systems failed. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I'm dumb. That's okay. Let him think that if he paid me good enough, The pay was very good, $35 an hour. This worried me. I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with. But that kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mom always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is, and this was seeming too good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing anything illegal. Solomon laughed and said no. I asked if anyone was going to get hurt. Again, he shook his head no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons it couldn't be discussed. If I took the job, I would have to sign papers promising I would never discuss my work there or I could be sued or locked up. I'm only breaking that now because of everything that's happened. So I took the job, and because they wanted me to start right away, I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that, but I was excited about the new job too. It was a lot of money and seemed like easy enough work. If a bit boring, I was nervous that there was something more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting a good chance because I let my imagination go crazy. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that it really was just like the model room I had been shown with only a few differences. There was a locker room you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room also. The real room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I wasn't allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was that the monitors were turned on. The right monitor was just a black and white terminal like you see in movies sometimes. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at or anything like that. The left monitor, it was video from a room. You would call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it, but it had lots of other stuff too. A TV, a sofa and chairs, a couple of tables, and plenty of empty space in between. The camera must be high up in a corner, because I could see pretty much everything except for the far sides of furniture. At first though, I didn't notice any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me and was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. That was the part of the room farthest from the camera, but the picture was very clear and I could tell that she was sleeping. I found myself leaning into the monitor more so I could see her better. And then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassed. It's like I was spying on her. A peeping Tom, my mom used to call it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I needed to think about it slow. It was a good job, and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? I wasn't hurting anybody. The woman looked fine, and the room was nice. She probably agreed to be there and it's all some experiment or something. I was just overreacting, so I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman, I took to calling her Rachel, wasn't there of her free will. I never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left that room except to go into what I think is a bathroom area that my camera couldn't see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, usually a couple of times a week during my shifts, men and women in strange-looking outfits would come in and take her from the room. Sometimes she would struggle, but usually she would just go along with her head hung low. They would always bring her back, though the times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her until I got to work the next day and saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset except for when they took her. And even when she fought, they were always gentle with her. Still, I knew something was wrong. I considered quitting the job, or hitting the red button and getting someone to come so I could get some answers. Or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me. Except I was scared of losing my job, and scared of what these people might do to me if I quit or told on them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being discreet was not asking questions. I would never be asked to do more than I had already been told. But I could never tell anyone what I did or saw, and I could never ask questions about what I was doing or why. So I made excuses. It was all an experiment. She was crazy or sick and they were trying to help her. She was doing a job just like I was. Or if she really was a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure that she was okay. if they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw that she really didn't want to be there for sure. I could get help then. In a way, I told myself, I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuses. I don't think much of them myself. Especially now. But in my defense, when things change, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day, and it seemed to always be during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock or her own body's time to keep to a kind of schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The thing she was painting was always facing the wrong way for me to see it. But I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful and happy when she was painting, and seeing her that way, smiling serenely from time to time as she got something the way she wanted it, always made my day. I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently a few weeks ago. Her expression was more focused and serious, and there was a tension to her movements that I wasn't used to seeing. At first I thought she was just really trying to work hard on something, and I wanted to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks the others would come in and take the old paintings out anyway, bringing in a new stack of, I think the word is canvas. But it was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy and she was going for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I had been growing more and more worried watching her work, and when she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to just stop and rest a while. I had grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way, but she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back and seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. This was the first time I had gotten to see any of the paintings. Even when the others were taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something she had worked on. Happy and amazed. They were beautiful. One was a beautiful green forest. Another was an old stone well. A third was a house sitting alone on a small island. The last was an old-fashioned looking movie theater. All of them looked like something out of a dream, with trailing lines of color mixing in the air around them like leaves caught in a wind. It was only when I looked close that I realized the lines of color weren't random. They were words, easy to miss if you weren't looking close. And by themselves, they didn't seem to mean much. Just the ghost of a word somewhere in each of the paintings. Easy to lose in everything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started thudding as I made them out, blinking and rubbing my eyes. I looked again, reading them out loud in order, left to right. Top pair, then bottom. Please, help me, Thomas. I pushed back from the monitor, my hand over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could be happening. It wasn't just that she was asking for help, though that was a big part of it. It was that my name is Thomas. I thought about the camera above me and took my hand away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there, trying to stop from shaking, trying to make myself take a breath, think about it slow. The first thing was, should I hit a button? The red button was for an emergency. If she was a prisoner or something, and she was trying to escape, they might think that was an emergency. But no one had been hurt that I knew of, and I think Mr. Solomon meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency. Not something like this. But what about the green button? This was definitely something noteworthy. Not only that she was asking for help, but that she was asking me for help. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me. I had gone to school with several boys named Thomas. It was a common name. But the chances of her painting that name when I was working here? I didn't want to be silly. But I wasn't trying to be too, what's that word? Mom used to say it when she read her angel books. Skeptics. I didn't want to be a skeptic either. I had to believe it was probably meant for me. And that was something they would want to know. But should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting toward the metal box on the desk. But I hesitated. I didn't like breaking rules. And I was scared of what would happen if I broke these. If they really were holding her prisoner, then they were probably very bad people. But I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad. But I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa. as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand. She glanced up at the camera as she moved across the room. And it felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened as my hands moved away from the buttons. No, I didn't think she was bad. I had watched her for years. I felt like I knew her. Would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way she was my friend. And I was going to try and help her. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen how I acted. But I couldn't worry about that. I would try to play it cool and try to think how I could help her. The only people I had actually met connected to this job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers and then Mr. Solomon when he showed me the model room and told me the job. I had no way of contacting any of them except through the buttons. My checks were deposited electronically and I had never run into anyone else who worked at the surveillance room. That thought made me stop a second. I had always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone when I was coming or going. The person I was taking over for or the person who was taking over for me. I had always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms even, and they just scheduled us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seemed to go down faster than I think I was using it by myself. If that was true, maybe I could figure out who they were. And maybe they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was that I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night, and instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block and then parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute. No new cars had parked or anything, and if I was right, they didn't send anyone to replace me until they were sure I was gone anyhow. So I sat and waited. I was tired and the street was pretty empty and boring. But I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed. I kept imagining a SUV or van pulling up behind me. Men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere like where they had Rachel to kill or torture me. Half a dozen times I almost cranked up and drove away. But every time I would think of her alone in that room. She had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. 2 hours later, a fat balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. Then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were, but I was sure there were hidden cameras in the locker room and outside the building. If I go running in there and confront that guy, they'll know for sure that I'm up to something. Sighing with frustration, I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered tailing him like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him or he would call someone for help. So I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift. Hopefully far enough away that the cameras wouldn't see. And then I met the man I came to know as Charles Jefferies. Hey, man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money. Have a good? He froze as he glanced back at me while talking. Oh God, no, you need to get out of here. Kid, we aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go yet. Not after all this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get into his car. So you know who I am? I tried to not sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked at the door again, but I was still holding it. And I was stronger than he was. After a second, weaker tug, he turned around, his face strained and tired looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me. And I'm telling you, we aren't supposed to be talking. We aren't supposed to meet. Ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon, yeah, well there are plenty of rules they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you were going to be watching before you started. Did they? When I just lowered my eyes. He went on. Yeah, me either. I've been at this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go. Usually because they broke one of those rules they never mentioned. The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. You should do the same. If it's not already too late. I felt my stomach curling into a cold knot. Too late? The man rubbed his face. Kid, do you think they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back toward the building, a look of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head, he pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it. You need to stop asking questions and just do your job. It's a lot healthier. With that, he got into his car and shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time, even though I had already been worried about what he was telling me. Hearing it confirmed was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan? He probably didn't know any more than I did. And even if he did, what could I do with anything he told me? I walked back to my car with a heavy heart. I was still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and ashamed. I wanted to help Rachel, but I wasn't sure how. I wasn't giving up, but as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't think of what I should do next. This wasn't a movie. I wasn't a hero, and the only ideas I had left were to either go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought of something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow I would break the rule about carrying anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room, of Rachel and how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew, and I would email it to every newspaper, website, and internet channel I could think of. I'd then go to the police and give them a copy too if I could make it that long without getting caught. Maybe if I did all that, even if they got me, someone would help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread at the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope that it all went away. But I couldn't live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed up, I felt like I had to try. I was so preoccupied that I didn't hear the person coming up behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas? I turned around and felt my legs weaken as I stumbled back against my door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for support as I looked at the woman in front of me. It couldn't be her, but somehow it was. Rachel? She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. My name is actually Melanie though. I felt my face reddening. Of course her name wasn't actually Rachel. That was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment couldn't keep up with my confusion and joy. Is it really you? She nodded. Yeah, it's me. Rachel, Melanie grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment. But then she whispered in my ear, Thomas, we need to talk, and not out here. Can we go inside? I broke away and nodded, wiping at my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking the door with a shaking hand. My heart was pounding and I still felt like I was in a strange and wonderful dream. But when we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How? Melanie had still been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been. I frowned, a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. What do you mean? She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever it was she had to say. Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you have as one of the actors. And I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they're investing a lot of money and time into it. But for what reasons, that I'm not so sure. I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. This was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They have constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like they might be trapped. They give you instructions and a way of making choices. You've got buttons or something you can choose between. Right? I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat. Yeah, a red one, and a green one. She sighed and nodded. I think they're testing how much you'll obey, what choices you'll make based off of your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. It's interesting, or at least I thought so when I first joined up 6 years ago. They've never officially given me many details, just the overall gist, but people talk, the other actors and me. Sometimes we hear things, and we gossip. She smiled sadly. That's what caused me to start feeling bad. I interrupted. Other actors? Melanie's eyes widened. Oh shit. Yeah, sorry. I think they still call him Mr. Solomon? And there are others too. When I just stared at her, she went on. Anyway, for a long time it was just the normal job. Right? I spend 6 hours a day acting like I'm this trapped girl. Mainly faking painting or watching TV. You know, boring stuff. I couldn't help but interrupt again, hating the hurt trembling in my voice. You fake the painting? You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures? Now Melanie looked embarrassed. No sorry, I can't paint a bit. I'm a pretty good singer though. She tried to smile, but faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. That's why they always have the paintings turned where you can't see them. They're already done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases and, well, when they want me to show you something. Her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message, mind game bullshit, I got worried you would take it too serious. That you could get hurt, or even hurt yourself. As soon as you left your shift tonight, I talked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you had reacted, showed me how you were still parked down the street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom set is in a building outside of town. I saw you sitting in your car, and I almost approached you then, but I was scared of getting caught and fired. So I parked and waited until I could follow you somewhere else and let you know I was okay. She blinked back tears. I'm ashamed to say I almost left a couple of times. I don't want to lose this job, and I tried to tell myself you would be okay after a day or two. I could get them to change the script enough that you felt like I was okay and wouldn't worry too much. I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Well, that's nice of you. She looked up, her eyes red. I know, I'm a shit. I'm so sorry. I was being selfish and cowardly. But I didn't actually leave. And then when I saw Charlie leaving the building, saw you running over to talk to him, I knew they were escalating it even further. Charlie? Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, sorry. Charlie Jefferies. He's another actor. In an earlier version of the experiment he actually played Mr. Solomon. But they decided he wasn't scary enough. So now he's usually in one of the suits. He's actually done that for your version a lot. You just can't recognize him under all that get-up they wear. I kept curling and uncurling my hands on my lap. It was all too much. I felt like a pinball going between anger and relief and embarrassment and confusion. So all that stuff he told me? That was all just to scare me? See how I'd react? She nodded as she sniffled and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yes, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I could see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police and looked like a joke in front of them too. I just wanted her gone. Her sympathetic, pitying eyes off of me. Thanks for stopping by and letting me in on it. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came out watery instead. Standing up, I turned away from her so she couldn't see as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what you thought was right. Because you're a good man. I shrugged. I thought that you were in trouble and I wanted to help. She gently turned me toward her. And when I looked up, she smiled and sniffed again. I know, but you need to realize. Most people wouldn't have tried to help. Not when it meant giving up their job or risking themselves like that. Not for a stranger. I wiped at my face as I looked away. Well, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad it's not real. I'm glad you're okay. That we both are. I paused and caught her eye again. We are, aren't we? Safe. I mean. She hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested in whatever this is. And the fact that they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder. But I've never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is one or both of us gets fired. I felt my face getting red again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to quit tomorrow. I'll finally get to hit their damn buttons. Maybe both of them. I started to smile, but then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas, please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us. But if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us all the time. But I don't know what they can find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spy satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk just being here. And I don't want them catching on. I took a step back from her. So you want to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my right hand. I had been clenching it unconsciously. And it relaxed at her touch. No, I don't want to. But I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed. Getting to actually meet you. I can't do it long term. But another month or two to save up money? Now that you're in on it and won't be scared or hurt by it anymore? She smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. We can keep going like normal. Take some more of their money. And then one of us can quit. The next month, the other one can. How does that sound? I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense. And once I had calmed down, it would probably make more. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you better. I know I've been playing a role. But for the most part, that's been me you've been watching all this time. I think it's only fair I get to see more of you too. She blushed. Assuming you're interested in that. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers as my stomach fluttered. Well, I mean, yeah, I would really like that. Swallowing, I added. How long do we have to wait to see each other again? Melanie grinned at me. Work another month or so. Save what you can. And then quit. I'll wait another 2 or 3 weeks. And then I'll do the same. And then, she looked up at the ceiling as she pondered it for a moment. And I was struck again by how beautiful she was. Even if she was a little different in person than I had imagined. 3 months from tonight we'll meet right here. I'll come over and we can start getting to know each other better. How's that sound? Returning her smile, I nodded. That sounds great. When she left a couple of minutes later, part of me hated to see her go. But another part was relieved. I was so exhausted. And while I was so happy she was okay and we had finally met, I felt like the burned up wire in an old light bulb. I needed time alone. Time to think and calm down. And most of all, time to rest. I didn't really even remember falling asleep. And when I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to get to my shift at work. As she had been leaving, Melanie had stressed again how we needed to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out. But it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. If I suddenly showed no signs of being worried about her, that would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a brief hug and kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tiredness the night before, it felt like a dream. Still, I went into the surveillance room with a much lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her. And there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had tricked me for so long. Besides, in 3 months I would be done with this place and get to see Melanie again. In person, at least, because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when I first got there, and I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I still felt. When she woke up later and started reading a book, I found myself beginning to smile and had to stop myself. I should still be worried acting, not smiling like I had a crush. I had to do better so Melanie didn't get in trouble. An hour or so later she started working on another of her paintings. Watching her work, I was amazed at how real it all looked. It was hard to see everything from my angle, but I would have sworn she had paint on those brushes and was really painting whatever was on the canvas. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only didn't I see her giving any clues that we had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room than she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she had meant by playing a role. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for some more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. But then I realized she was done painting. I expected her to just go and do something else. But instead she picked up the canvas at its edges and carefully walked it over to the sofa. Her body was blocking it at first, but then she stepped aside. It was a painting of a massive tree. The bark was a dark red, with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into a dozen branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green they almost reminded me of storm clouds more than the top of a tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it. Even now that Melanie had told me she didn't paint them, the images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they really were amazing. Just like this one, if you looked close enough, you could see that there were several small blackbirds in the branches of the tree. It was funny, but they almost looked like they were. It almost looked like they were made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer and I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly. I knew it was all a game now, and I just had to play my part a little while longer. Still, the worried me would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, following the birds right to left and top to bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. Oh no, I had to do something. And I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, that meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her painting. They knew about me asking questions. And they knew I didn't hit a button during any of it. I felt panic and fear crawling up my chest, making it hard to breathe. Standing up, I started pacing, periodically glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me. Tell me what I needed to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. It was hard to tell for sure with her back to the camera. But I think she was crying. No, I needed to fix this. Get her out of there. And if I didn't have a better plan, I'd just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me, I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up the combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it by my side casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast. Get some kind of message out to people that could help Rachel before they got to me. I opened the camera on the phone as I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record. It made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure it was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Thomas Calhoun, and my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke or a movie or whatever. This is real. For 3 years my job is to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler, the desk with the monitors, keyboard, and button box, and watch a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showing Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first, or I tricked myself into thinking she wasn't because the money was good. Either way, I know she is now. She is in danger, and so am I. After lingering on video of her for a few more seconds to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I had to hurry, or the video might be too big to send quickly. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt myself tearing up as I went on, and I did my best to keep my words clear. Please help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her, because I don't know who I really work for. But they are bad people and she is not safe. All I know is that I work at a building at, redacted, right outside of San Antonio. Per no sleep rules. To be clear, this address is not real. I only know the names of 2 other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon, and a man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffers. No. Jeffries, I think. I don't know if they are real people. I don't know if that is their real names. Please, I'm not crazy. I know how this sounds. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is and help her. And I heard the muffled sound of the outer door opening into the locker room, and I frantically fumbled with the phone to stop the recording. How'd I send? Oh no. How'd I? There it is. I hit the button to share, and felt a new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I had only a handful of contacts, and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them would take it seriously and get help. As I heard the door to the surveillance room opening behind me, I hit send. Not connected to data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. What? No. I turned to see Mr. Solomon entering the room. He was flanked by 2 large men in dark suits that looked like bodyguards or something. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. No service in here, Thomas. But then you should never need service in here. So long as you followed the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door. But the two guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put the, what do you call them? Zip ties on my hands and feet and pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was being carried out of the room, and it felt like they must have put me in the back of a van that was pulled right up to the building. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I heard someone get into the van with me, and I asked where we were going, if they would just take me and let Rachel go. There was a short laugh overhead and then Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that he would explain everything when we got where we were going. For now, he said, I needed to relax. It was a long drive and I would need the rest. I went to say more, but then I felt a sharp pain in my neck. They had stabbed me, or, no, they injected me with something. I was feeling so strange now, but I had to stay awake. I had to try and get away. I had to. Hello again, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt, but otherwise I felt okay. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was laying back on a padded table like I'd seen when I went to the doctor. But this wasn't a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from the padded table, it held a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs was Mr. Solomon. I raised up slowly, blinking at him. Where is she? Is Rachel okay? The man smiled. You really are something, Thomas, trying to be the hero, even if you don't quite know how. I respect that. Licking his lips, he leaned forward slightly. In fact, I respect that so much that I've decided to start our new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck them. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on. Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting the gun he had been holding casually in his lap. But before we get into the details, would you like to see Rachel? I slid off the table and nodded as I caught myself from falling. My legs were still wobbly from whatever they had given me, but I barely noticed. Yes, please, let me see her, the real her. Mr. Solomon gave a small laugh and gestured toward a nearby door. Yes, reality is always best. She's just there in the next room. I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked, and when I grabbed the doorknob, it turned easily. I expected the door to lead to her bedroom, but instead it opened into another room a lot like the one I had been in, though the stuff in it was different. Strange machines filled the walls, and in the back of the room was a large aquarium? I didn't know. It was a big cylinder taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of gray liquid. There was a shape in that liquid. Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to go have a good look. You've earned it. I felt my stomach clenching tighter at Mr. Solomon's words and the meanness in them. My legs felt heavy again now, but it wasn't from the drugs this time. Shuffling forward, I could see the shape was a person. Oh no, or at least a body, because it was clear from just looking at it that the person was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God, no, its hair, which had been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away as I reached the glass, and I could see Rachel staring out at me. Murderer! I turned on Solomon and started to run toward him when he shot me. Suddenly I was on the ground convulsing as he stepped closer. Don't worry, Thomas, it won't kill you, just make you unable to move much for a bit. I heard more footfalls as my body began to still. Get him up, take him back to the other room. I could barely feel anything as I was carried back to the padded table and propped up into a sitting position. This time I was strapped down, but I guessed it was more so I didn't fall off, because I couldn't move anything other than my head, and even that just a little. I could hardly see it all for crying, but I recognized the blurry shape of Solomon sitting back down in front of me. Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything again. Yes, that is Rachel, not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, and not some kind of trick. As I said, the time for tricks is past. Now is the time for truth. Frowning slightly, he went on, Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way, might seem very cruel. You may hate me for it right now. I would understand it if you did. but you called me a murderer. And at least in this specific context, I think that is unfair. Because I didn't kill Rachel. In truth, I've been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years. He gestured back to the door behind him. And Rachel has been dead for over 8. I felt my eyes widen as though they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. Do you know what remote viewing is? He rolled his eyes. Sorry, right, you can't talk right now. I'll just assume you don't. Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically. To know things you shouldn't be able to know through your normal 5 senses. Some describe it as a psychic ability, though there are several schools of thought as to how and why it works. His eyes fixed on mine intently. Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a very long time. And while publicly it is always ridiculed as pseudoscience and foolish superstition, the reality is that some people have the innate ability, that means it comes naturally, to somehow see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via a front-facing screening process that was ran as a psychological test that paid subjects well at a time when Rachel was looking to make some money. 3 months after being identified as a good candidate, she was taken, and after the initial adjustment period, she became a largely compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of our talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knee. I know you cared for her, Thomas, so I think this is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than her confinement and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No, we all treasured her. She was enormously talented, not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey what she saw. You understand, she would enter into an almost trance-like state when she painted. And when she was done, she would have given us a painting of images and words that provided, well, it was very valuable information. He chuckled. If you ever wondered, that's why there was always such care that the paintings were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that she was selected for a new program that we thought might greatly enhance or alter her ability. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, nothing seemed to change. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us and for her. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She just was no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused, and I realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time. Pausing to make it more dramatic. I would fucking kill him. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked as though everything was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then, one day, she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomases." This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera. And now she was trying to communicate with someone? We didn't disrupt her routine. But an intensive investigation began into who she was talking to. Was it one of her handlers? One of the technicians? Someone from her past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back in his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that first suggested the idea that she was, intentionally or not, knowingly or not, seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time. But by that point we had more strange behaviors from her, including the second message painting. That girl isn't me. My theory made some sense. But it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped. Despite her having been stable for almost 3 years since it was implanted. Whether it was due to her increasing emotional upset and stress, or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic and hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely, but it didn't matter. 5 days after she painted, That Girl Isn't Me, she suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicably, we were unable to resuscitate her. The man sighed. This was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory. Based on everything we knew, it still made sense that she was talking to someone. Someone with access to the camera feed. And very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing that camera footage in the future, as I believed, then he must be working for us in the future. He gave me a thin smile. And whether you believe that the future is set in stone or not, I'm all for giving it a helping hand. 7 years ago I began the Thomas Project. Over the course of that time I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites. All with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. I tried to speak, but my mouth still wouldn't work. I wanted to say he was lying, that it didn't make sense, that it was another trick, but I think I wanted to hear it more for myself. Because I didn't think he was lying. I didn't think it was a trick. And I thought I was starting to understand. The point wasn't really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos. What they did, and how that matched up with what Rachel had done in response in the past. 13% quit after the first day. 38% hit either the red or the green button after the first message asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching the stage where Melanie was introduced. He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assumed from the "that girl isn't me" message that there was a double of Rachel introduced to you at some point. Perhaps to kill you or dissuade you or find out what you knew. But it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined. And as I've pointed out, only 27% made it that far. And all of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. You see, the girl you've been watching. That talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the next room? Her name was Rachel Donovan. I had always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you, or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Melanie Rachel, I knew that we had finally found the right Thomas, the distant point of light that our Rachel was looking at across space and time. I swallowed thickly and found I could feel my tongue, if only a little, slurring badly. I pushed out a single word. W-Y. Solomon looked surprised. I'd have thought that'd be clear by now. You're our only remaining link to one of our greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability. Or it may be that she forged the link purely though her own talent and will. But either way, you are important and you have more work to do. He stood up and moved over to the table where he turned on the monitor. As it came to life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room, a tape paused where I had left off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it. Because Rachel painted you more pictures before she died. And we have to know what they mean. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I had been watching for the past 3 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted, but there were signs if you were looking for them. She seemed tired and tense, and she had taken to sleeping more, and occasionally, just every once in a while, she would glance up at the camera, at me. It was then that I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. Inside I felt like a burned-out house collapsing in on itself. At first I refused to watch, to do anything they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said while cooperation was preferred and could go a long way toward making my stay with them more comfortable. It wasn't required. If he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what I wanted or thought I chose. Either way, he added, the video was about to start back playing and would not stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. I tried to not watch, but a part of me knew from the start I was going to. Maybe I would find some clue that they were lying about her being dead. Or Rachel could give me some advice or warning about what I needed to do next. I didn't know. What I did know is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. And despite knowing in my heart that she was dead and everything on the video had happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching I was with her somehow. She had been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown. Trapped for years just for being special. Experimented on. Treated like property. Kept from ever having friends or family or life. And yet through all that, she was still beautiful, not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I had spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways that so few people ever truly know each other. I had seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up day after day in her prison and never gave up. And I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colors and, what was the word, wonder. She was able to paint these things she saw with such care and love. Despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely, well, I wasn't abandoning her. I would watch every bit of the video I could manage, try to burn into my memory every frame of her I saw. Not for them and their stupid project, but for me, and for her. I may not have much left to do in my life before they lock me away somewhere or kill me. But I could do this one last thing. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat quickly and use the bathroom until the last 2 days. I would ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say Solomon said it had to play normally until it was finished. By the 4th day, I was in a stupor. I had already dozed some the first 3 days, but when I woke up on the 4th day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food on the bed, one breakfast and another lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worrying I had missed something. But Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hand to her stomach as she got out of bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been the inside of an old-fashioned movie theater from the viewpoint of someone sitting in a back row. On the movie screen was just the image of a sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or other clue. Eventually I found what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Rachel must have come to understand they knew what she was doing with the paintings and didn't want to stop her. Because these last 3 she set up much closer to the camera. I was still squinting and studying the painting closely when I realized the flipped-up seats in the next row up had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats, though they were upside down from the viewpoint of the painting. The angle was good enough that once I noticed them I was able to read them. 2, 43, 26, 89. I didn't understand any of it, but I committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention on the painting until she finally took it away. Even that early on I could tell painting was taking a lot out of her now. And like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no, maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her. Or maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt, and it made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. The second painting, the one she started after I woke up from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was in a room with curved walls made of tree roots. And in the center of the room was a little table made out of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room were a deep red, but other parts, including the table thing, looked burned in black. I looked closer and saw that I could see a person's shadow over the table, hands holding some long oval-shaped bundle. I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again in my mind after she took it away. I couldn't make sense of it, of any of it. I wasn't smart enough, and I was failing her. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time she was painting faster, and while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she slashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it toward the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. It was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was out in the country, and the morning view of the yard and the land beyond were wonderful. But closer up the painting was of 2 hands, holding onto each other tightly. Their interlocked fingers seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying as I looked at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last works might be wasted on me. Part was because I knew it had been 5 days, and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there was something more to it than all that too. The last painting, even with everything else in my head and my heart pulling me down, gave me hope. Hope of what? I didn't know, but I started to think that maybe the only message Rachel had for me in that last painting was that somehow, somewhere, everything would be okay. Outside the edge of the painting, I could see motion in the room. People hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment. And then the monitor went black. "You've done well, Thomas. Very, very well. For the last 5 days of video, we had charted 1,047 microvariations in Rachel's behavior that we believed might correspond to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states while watching the video. Like before, the two of you remained in sync as though you were in the same room. It really is remarkable." I sat staring at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it over. Whatever this was, I just wanted it over. Clearing his throat, he went on. "That's why we've decided to move the implant from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so. The foreign body was still showing signs of life all this time, but just barely, and we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you, perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did our girl." I was suddenly on my feet, and it was only the raising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. "Don't you fucking talk about her like that, like any of you gave a shit about her. I'll fucking kill you." Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lips thinned. "No, you won't, but if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It will only make things harder, not easier." Feeling a stab of panicked fear, I sat back down. "What is this thing you're going to put in me?" The man looked at me for several seconds before responding. "I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and frankly hurtful outburst, but I'll be the bigger person." Letting out a small sigh, he went on. "Thomas, somewhere there is a tree. A very special tree. We suspect it is the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as we have never been able to find it. It is either hidden away very well or it is able to hide itself from those it wishes." I just looked at him, trying to kill him by just wanting it to be so. "In any case, we have the next best thing. An ancient clipping from the tree, secured at great cost and sacrifice, and studied for a long time without much success. We have, however, in recent years been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought that soil was Rachel, but while it did develop further inside of her, she died before the necessary growth was finished." Leaning forward, he smiled at me. "We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed. I fought them when they came, but it didn't matter. I woke up some time later with a dull ache in my chest and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. I didn't really feel that different other than the little bit of pain. But I knew that would change with time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel, or maybe I had less. It didn't matter. I just, wait, what was that?" There was some kind of soft voice, coming from where? It wasn't in the room. It was in my head. I felt a thrill of excitement. Maybe this was Rachel's voice. She had somehow stayed in the tree thing they had put inside me? But no, I had never heard Rachel's voice. But I sensed this wasn't it. This voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood. And it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. It was a melody. A kind of song. But it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was the song of the thing inside of me. At first I was afraid. But that didn't last long. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trapped here just like I was. But it started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door. And as I did so, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked. And when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How was this possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer. But there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow from flashlights began to light up the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up or take this thing back out of me before we could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark, to run until we were safe. So I listened and I ran. Every door unlocked for me. Every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looking for me were barking orders over a radio, asking someone what was the hold up on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, The hallways stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind but not falling. Lost but not being found. When I reached the final door, I opened it into a bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, unrecycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as panic began to rise in my chest. All this and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside a plain brown building in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and to the left there was Rachel's forest. From her first painting to me, I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not just because of it matching the paintings so closely. I had some strange sense that felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled when I looked again at those woods. This was right. Somehow, I knew this was the way I needed to go. So I went. I had made it to the edge of the forest when I heard the noise of men coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me, and I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead, running at close to a reckless speed but never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as they spread out to search, but the sounds grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard a short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close without me knowing it. Panicking, I looked for any places I could hide. There were only bushes and trees and, over there, a well. Not just a well, but Rachel's well, with the same worn, gray stone walls capped with a weathered wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They'd check the well if they found it, and I didn't have any way to get down in it without getting hurt or stuck. Then an idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved to the well and gingerly pushed on the lid. At first it resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside enough that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glancing around, I eased back into the bushes as I heard soft footfalls approaching. We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not. He probably broke his neck if he did. And then it's our asses. I could see the two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back at the other one. Better that than he was hiding in there and we didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the well and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground. Hitting a button on his rifle, a flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. He started to shine it down into the well as the other continued to look in every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I just had to stay calm, think slow and move fast. I kept expecting to hear them yell, or feel something or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. As the afternoon light began to dim, I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching a road. It looked like a normal, public road too, with several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out of the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. The idea of hitchhiking, especially this close to where they held me, was frightening, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me in my own shoes. But I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far enough away that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to a stop next to me. The passenger window rolled down and an older man with white hair and a graying mustache leaned over and peered down at me. You look lost, son. You need a ride? I looked down at the door of the truck. It had a logo that said, Martinez and Sons Construction in Holling. Below it was a cartoon man hitting a wall with a sledgehammer. Looking back up, I smiled at him. Yes sir, I do. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I had planned on staying awake the entire trip, but that had only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion overtook me. I glanced over at Oliver Martinez and he gave me a toothy grin. I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I've got to fuel up, shower and get some grub. I'm going on to California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sound good? I nodded and thanked him again for the ride as I got out. I felt groggy from sleeping, but otherwise okay. I just needed to decide whether this was a good spot to ask for help or if I should ride with Martinez further. He seemed like a very nice guy, and he would probably try to help if he could, but I wanted to avoid putting more people in danger if I could help it. Looking around, I saw we were in a fairly nice little town. I decided I would go look around for a few minutes and then decide what to do. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw the flickering lights in the distance. It was a movie theater. As I got closer, I felt my chest tightening. It was the one from Rachel's painting. "Hey there, welcome to the Phoenix." The guy standing at the candy counter of the theater looked a little younger than me. And while he seemed friendly enough, he also looked slightly concerned. "If you're here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see it though." I shook my head and tried to not look as strange and crazy as I felt. "No, that's okay. I recognized this place from a picture a friend of mine painted. So I came in to ask if you knew anything about her." He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Okay, weird." He smiled and added, "Weird but interesting. Who is she?" I swallowed. "Her name is, well, it was Rachel Donovan." I expected him to look surprised or excited or angry, but I could see right away the name meant nothing to him. Shaking his head, he shrugged again. "Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week." Nodding, I searched my mind for something else to ask. Some way to make this place matter the way her other paintings had. "Is there anything unique about this place then? Its history or something?" The man grinned. "Buddy, you're clearly not from here. This place is super boring. Not just the theater, but the whole town." Frowning in thought, he added, "The only thing I know about the history of this place is that there used to be a house here that burned down. This was like in the 1920s or 30s when this wasn't even a part of town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it beyond that, but I still bet it's the most interesting thing that's ever happened here." I let out a disappointed sigh. "Okay, well, thanks." I turned to leave when the guy called out again. "Hey man, sorry I couldn't help more. If you come back, I'll get you a discount on a movie. Half off, if I'm not working. Tell them Marshall said it was okay." I waved and tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. "Why did you lead me here? Rachel, what's here that will help?" I was outside again, staring up at the theater's bright blinking signs as though they were going to give me some kind of secret signal. When I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, there was an alley that ran alongside the theater and went behind it to something. Whatever was back there, the light of a distant security lamp cast shadows along the wall of the alley. And those shadows were moving. Instead of feeling afraid, I felt excited as I started down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. Keep looking until the shadows were made by leaves blowing in some wind I couldn't feel. As I got to the far end of the alley, I saw there was a small backyard behind the theater surrounded by a chain link fence. And on the other side of that fence was the tree from Rachel's painting, with its deep red twisting bark and foam of green leaves waving to and fro in the night air. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest as the distant singing began again. This was the place, the special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. It sat at the edge of a small overgrown lot surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards. Somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up. And despite its location, I had a strong sense that I was the first to see it in a very long time. Climbing the fence, I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and rip my pants as I fell over the top. I was bleeding a little, but I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was a rich, good smell unlike any I had smelled before. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder as I touched it. I felt stronger and less afraid then, and when I saw the light opening up at its roots, I didn't tremble. I smiled. There was a hidden tunnel under the tree, a tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smell but also different. And the tunnel wasn't dark, no, not at all. It glowed with its own golden light that called to me, urged me forward. Rain was beginning to fall as I looked around the dark lot. I had the thought that I was leaving this world behind, and I found I didn't mind that much at all. The tunnel had continued to grow, slanting down gently and tall enough that I walked in without stooping. The roots of the tree went on, woven through the dirt walls as I went deeper. I looked back and saw the tunnel had closed behind me. But I wasn't surprised. The way forward was the only way that mattered. I walked for what might have been hours. But I never felt tired or hungry. And I never worried I was lost. Though I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Still, I felt a surge of happiness and excitement when I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a brick wall. But just as I began to think I had found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel, looking out at the floor of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but in the light from the tree I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2. I felt my pulse quicken as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theater seats. And then I stepped out into the room. It was the empty basement of a house. And as I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw that the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but bright sunlight poured in through every window, and in the distance I could hear what sounded like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go out and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues. But there were none. The house was utterly bare of any sign of people other than the number scratched into the floor below. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the beach on what I soon figured out was a small, deserted island, and I realized with little surprise that I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. As I stepped off the porch, I saw no signs of people, but I wasn't entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it couldn't be the same tree as in the abandoned lot. But at the same time I knew that it was, or at least a different part of the same tree that made the tunnels and appeared in my old world and whatever place this was. Because I had started having that thought as soon as I stepped out of the house. I didn't think this was my world. Not exactly. I could see a larger island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels and cars and planes. Or it might not, as those things might not exist here. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger, and I could tell that what was it called? The texture of things was different somehow. If only a little. Not bad or scary, just different. Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly lonely, even with the tree nearby. I decided to go back into the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it, and I entered the tunnels again. It was only a short time later that I found my second version of the house. Much like the first, the wall faded away into a basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 scratched onto the floor. Who was doing that, and why? I was going to explore the house more carefully this time, as it looked like there were people here. But then I froze. Propped against the brick wall, next to a small stack of boards, was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back into the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had loved to hunt. I never went with him and didn't remember much of what he hunted. But I do know he had an old hound he'd had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him, well, him and being on the trail of something. When Rocker, his name was Rockefeller, got a scent, it was like he was in a trance. He would go and go, this way and that, and to look at him, it looked like he was having a fit, both lost and certain at the same time. But whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down this turn and that. I felt like I was on the trail of something or traveling on memories I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of the distant music in my head as I turned the last corner. And then it fell silent. There was another brick wall, and as I approached, it fell away. It was another basement room, but this one was much smaller. It contained a table, a clothes chest, and an old metal bed that had been broken apart. At the far brick wall, a woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head began to swim as I looked at her from behind. And as she turned to look at me, eyes wide with surprise and fear, I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all, but I managed to get out a single word. "Rachel?" The woman looked at me, her expression less fearful but still guarded. She had the bed leg partially raised in warning. Yeah? Do I know you? It was her. But it wasn't. Much like the tree on the island. This Rachel looked a few years older. And while she looked stressed and confused at the moment, her eyes didn't seem weighted down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question and not sound creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering, when she asked another, "You came out of the tree tunnel, right?" I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. "Studying me," she said. "Where did you come from?" "Before the tunnel, I mean." I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. Well, I came from Texas. Originally, I mean." She grinned at me for a second before catching herself and trying to look serious again. "Yeah, okay, but like, do you know how the tree works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get here?" Sighing, I rubbed my head and just started into it. "Look, I know this will sound crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room. And that woman was you. Or another version of you. And she asked me for help. And I couldn't help her, and then they took me. And I found out she had been dead for a long time but could see me in the future, and then they put something from the tree in me that had been in her that killed her, and then I escaped, and then I figured out where to go to find the tree from things she had painted, and I somehow knew how to go in the tunnels to find different spots. And I'm pretty sure the tunnels lead to different worlds, and I got this sledgehammer, and then I..." "Hold up. God damn. Take a breath. You're going to pass out." She was smiling again, and this time she didn't try to hide it. She looked over what was left of the bed to where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. "And did you say sledgehammer?" Whack. "So yeah, I believe you. Whack. I've been in those tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so he could tie me to the tree in his place." Whack. "Well, not tie me to the tree literally. Take his place as, what? The tree's buddy or something? I don't really know. It's all pretty fucked up and I don't understand all of it." Whack. "But what I do understand is that the fucker walled me up in here. At first, I thought I could just pry loose some bricks over time. But nope. He put a layer of concrete on the outside this time. Good old Phil. Or Justin. Or whatever. I mainly think of him as fuckface now." Whack. "This is taking forever." I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. "Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns." We had cleared away even more brick than she had already managed. But the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks. I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me. But I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly and let go of the hammer. Before I swung, I looked back at her. "How long have you been in here like this?" Whack. Rachel scowled. "It's hard to say for sure. But I think about 8 months." I let the hammer drop down again as my eyes widened. "How did you survive all that time?" Her scowl deepened. "It's the tree. It won't let me die. I just dip into the tunnel every day for a bit and I never get that hungry or thirsty." A thought occurred to me then. Why didn't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. I've had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice. And I don't want to be more tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out of here. Into my own world. And then I can try and figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good." Rachel shrugged. "I would have done it eventually with the stupid bed parts. But who knows how long it would have taken." She smiled again. "I'm very happy you came to help and brought a sledgehammer with you." Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the hammer again. "Me too." Whack. We were both wringing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we'd made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone. But she couldn't be sure. So we had to be careful. Grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room, we made our way toward the stairs. The house was decorated but quiet, and we saw no sign of anyone as we walked to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun was coming up on a new day, and as we walked out onto the porch, I jumped a little as Rachel took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I looked over at her. I hadn't been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point at all. Because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places or the future. She had been able to see into other worlds and possibilities. Like this one, where another version of her was trapped and needed help. A place where I wouldn't be hunted and she could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face, and looking into her eyes I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who, in the end, had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, but all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her away from the house. When are you going to die? I was sitting in front of my computer as the strange website loaded up on my screen. It was far too late, and I should have been in bed hours ago. I peeked over at the clock, considering if it was worth even going to sleep, or if I should pull an all-nighter and just pretend I didn't need rest. But the website had captivated me. I was intrigued by the single line of text displayed in its center. "How are they going to die?" was all it said. There were a lot of questions going through my mind. How was who going to die? And what kind of weird game was it? So I clicked on the text, which brought up a single text box for me to type into. Name and birth date. I mulled the question over, thinking I should start with someone I knew had already died. My old physics professor came to mind. He'd always been a real dick, and as a lifelong chain smoker, it came as no surprise that he'd succumbed to lung cancer. Leonard Harris, 7th of August, 1961. I typed in. I sat back in my chair as the page loaded. I half expected it to just pick out people's obituaries from the internet. A few seconds later, a response was posted. Leonard Harris, lung cancer, 12th of September, 2016. I had to admit, it was kind of cool. I started searching up family members and old acquaintances I knew had passed, but whose deaths were shrouded in mystery. I started with my grandfather, who'd just one day been listed as dead. I was too young to understand, and my mother never cared to explain what had happened. Jonathan Lawrence, 29th of April, 1937. He'd died an old man, so I just presumed it was a heart attack or a stroke. I'd never seen his dead body myself, and since my mother refused to talk about it, I wanted to know. Jonathan Lawrence, suicide, 17th of October, 1999. The answer replied. I couldn't believe it. The date was correct, but the cause? Had my grandfather really killed himself? I called up my mother. She answered in her usual cheerful tone of voice, happy to hear from me. But her tone quickly changed as she heard my distressed voice. "What's wrong?" she asked. "How did Grandpa die?" I asked. "What do you mean? Why would you ask that?" she said back. "Did he kill himself?" She went silent for a moment before responding. "How did you find out?" We talked for a while after that, and my mother finally came clean about everything that had happened. She talked about my grandfather's Alzheimer's diagnosis, the depression that followed, and his eventual death at his own hands. I never told her how I found out, and she never asked a second time. Despite the uncomfortable topic, the honesty did actually bring us closer together. Once she'd hung up, I went back to the website. Though it seemed impossible, it held the secret deaths of so many people that had died in mysterious ways. I started looking up celebrities and unsolved missing person cases. Though I couldn't confirm that any of them were correct, it seemed eerily believable how it always came up with a logical and plausible solution that fit each case. Then I made the biggest mistake of my entire life, and typed in the name of someone who hadn't died yet. I don't know what even prompted the ridiculous idea. I guess I just wanted to see what the system would come up with, or if it would just let me know that the person was still alive. I put in the name of my very best, but incredibly stupid friend, Alex Branson. 2nd of June, 1993. The system loaded, and before long, an answer had been calculated. Alex Branson, broken neck, 5th of March, 2021. I sat back in my chair, confused as to what I was reading. The 5th of March was still a couple of weeks away, yet it had marked it as the death date of my best friend. I closed the website then and there, not because I believed in the prediction, but because of an uneasiness I just couldn't explain. A bizarre sense of certainty that he'd just die. I debated whether or not to tell, but in the end I thought it best not to scare him. After all, the website couldn't possibly predict the actual death of someone still living. It was just impossible, so I saved the page, thinking it might be fun to check out once Alex was safe. But on the 5th of March, 2021, Alex didn't show up to work. No one thought much of it at first. He had a tendency to oversleep, but his death prediction lingered in the back of my mind. I sent him a few messages, just asking if he was coming in to work at all. I tried to sound nonchalant, but just based on the sheer number of texts I sent out, I guess I came across as concerned. But he never responded. It wouldn't be until that afternoon, before I got a call from the hospital. Alex was dead, suffering a broken neck after drunkenly stumbling off a sidewalk as he was chatting up a couple of women. They'd called an ambulance, but then they'd just left him to die on the street. An embarrassing, but not surprising way for him to go. I couldn't even respond. I just got back in my chair and tried to process the message. The site had been right. Alex had died exactly as predicted, and I'd done nothing to prevent it. I left work early, and turned my computer on just to stare at that god-forsaken site. I typed in Alex's name once again, just to confirm that I had in fact read it correctly. Then I thought about what I could do with the predictions. I could look up the names of everyone I knew, including myself. Maybe I could even prevent them from dying. But just the knowledge of our demise was too great a power. And at first I couldn't bring myself to just do it. For hours, I just sat there and stared at the empty box, trying to muster up enough bravery to look up another name. After an eternity of trepidation, I finally found an ounce of braveness. With shaky fingers, I typed in my mother's name, Lucy Hofford, 19th of October, 1975, and almost instantly I got a response. Lucy Hofford, cardiac arrest, 7th of June, 2051. I let out a sigh of relief, and started thinking of ways to get her healthy by that time. Decades away. Then I started searching up my other family members, most of which would die from age-related diseases. But then I came to my brother's name, and the message I received immediately sent me into panic. Brandon Hofford, car crash, March 10, 2021. He would be dead in just a few days. Knowing what had happened to Alex, I didn't hesitate with calling him. I begged him to just stay home for the next couple of days, telling him his life was in immediate danger. When he asked why, I just asked him to trust me. The two of us had an unspoken agreement that whenever something truly mattered, we'd both support each other even without a reason. I wanted to tell him what I'd seen, but the words kind of froze in my throat, as if I couldn't physically tell anyone what I'd discovered. That was the first time I attempted to explain the situation. But something deep within me kept me frozen in place. Then I just told him not to drive. And he obliged, as he heard it in my voice just how serious I was. Still, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't tell him the details. The laws of physics had bent to keep the sight a secret. Only available to myself. On the morning of March 10th, I called him again to check that everything was going according to plan. He remained calm, and had no intention of leaving his home. He was planning to binge-watch whatever show available and order takeaway. And that was it. He was so calm about it all, to the point where I almost managed to relax myself. But as evening approached, I got another phone call. My brother had died in a car crash just as predicted. Apparently the takeout he'd ordered had traces of nuts in it, causing an anaphylactic reaction. His EpiPen had somehow been left at work, leaving him with no help. Rather than call an ambulance, he decided to take the chance and drive to get his pen. A much shorter trip. He passed out just as he reached the office, colliding with the building, killing him on impact. I couldn't save him. In the wake of my brother's death, I kept searching up names of the people I knew, hoping to save those who were up for an untimely death. Once I'd cleared the people closest to me, I started looking up strangers, quickly finding people who'd soon be murder victims, killed in accidents, so-called preventable deaths. As with Brandon, I just couldn't form the physical words that explained where I had the information. And no matter how hard I try, there's nothing I can do to prevent their deaths. What stood on the website was written in stone, unchanging and eerie. As the days passed, and the people kept dying, I was about to give up. I so desperately wanted to share the existence of the page, but I couldn't physically do it. In the end, there was only one name left to look up, my own. Though I didn't need any prophecy to know exactly what's about to happen. Michael Hofford, suicide, April 17, 2021. I can't live with this discovery, and I can't share it as fact. But maybe if I tell it through a story, someone else will seek it out. I couldn't change fate, but what if someone else could? Story. I'm a low-level US government employee. I just saw something I wasn't supposed to see. You know that meme about how presidents and governors, after getting elected, look super shell-shocked and stressed the next time they make a public appearance? Like the first thing that happens after you come into power is that you're pulled into a room and told all of the secrets of the world? Well, turns out it's true. As a matter of fact, it's a VHS tape. The 4-hour tape was always a bit of an urban legend at the office. I'll be keeping the details of my role in government very, very vague. But to be absolutely clear, I am very low level. My role is caked between layers of bureaucracy, and in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty inconsequential role. When you're working at my level, you're generally not privy to any high-level secrets. Yes, top-secret meetings did occasionally happen in our building, but my focus is pretty limited and heavily administrative. So, you do what any other department does when you're in the bottom rung of the hierarchy. You discuss rumors, rumblings, crazy conspiracy theories, and everything in between. It's water-cooler conversation for us. Man, I wonder what the folks at the top are doing right now. That kind of stuff. Out of all of the rumors that fluttered around the office, the 4-hour tape was always the one I found the most fascinating. The crux of it, Once you reach the highest clearance level, you are sat down and shown this tape. None of us knew what the contents of the tape were, or if a tape like this even actually existed, but it was fun to speculate about it every now and then. Most of the time, we found with our little rumors and conspiracy theories that the most mundane answer was usually the correct one. Life, in general, finds a way to surprise us with how boring everything can be. Now, there's something you should know about me before I continue. I'm a wimp. I'm meek, anxious, and generally restless. I'm a chronic rule follower. There is no part of me that wants to dig up secret documents and uncover the truth about what happens at the highest levels of government in our country. So when I discuss the events of 4 nights ago, please be mindful of that. I didn't ask for this, and I'm only sharing because I don't know how much time I have left anyway. And I can't live with this stuck in my conscience. Alone. It was nighttime at the office. I'm known to be a bit of a chronic workaholic, and there was something I really wanted to get done before the week was over. So I was working later than usual. I went to print a document on what I thought was the printer in my immediate vicinity. The notification on my computer showed that my document was being printed. But I didn't hear any noise or paper coming out from my local printer. I checked the name of the device I selected, and it looked like I'd accidentally clicked on a printer that was being used on another floor. I sighed. In any normal circumstances, I probably would have just forgotten about that mistake and reprinted the documents on my local printer again. But our general management here is quite stringent on us making sure that all confidential documents are accounted for. We are not allowed to share department-specific documentation to other departments. Fuck it, I thought. I looked up a map in my inbox showing the locations of all of the company printers. Turns out, I'd accidentally clicked on the printer named Prince Charming on the 7th floor. Ha, funny name. Off I went. I really should have just let it be. I got to the elevator and rode it up to the 7th floor. I emerged onto the mostly empty office area. In case you were wondering, the building I work in is huge, but I'd worked there long enough to know my way around it, so I knew the area surrounding the printer relatively well. I made my way through the hallways and eventually spotted the printer with my freshly printed papers minting it. I gave myself a mental pat on the back for continuing my lifelong streak of following the rules. As I went to grab the papers, I noticed some light buzz in a meeting room nearby. I looked through the window to see roughly 10 people hanging out around a snack table. In the room was a large old-looking TV on a cart, and rows of some of the fanciest folding chairs I'd ever seen, organized in a neat fashion. I didn't think much of it, and started walking off, until I heard the door open. Hey, Mr. Boskowitz, right? Jesus man, we were supposed to start 15 minutes ago. Get in here. What? No sorry, I think you have the wrong. I don't care why you're late. Just get in here, grab a plate of snacks and sit down. We're starting soon. Put your phone in the bag, electronic watch in the bag, and anything else on your person that can be used to record audio or video. He responded hastily. Something about his sternness and tone short-circuited my brain. For guys like me, there is a third option beyond fight or flight. It's called the just go with it until it's over, also known as the captured rabbit strategy. I put my phone and my watch in the bag, I meekly tried to butt in with another. "Sir, I'm not Mr. Boskowitz," but he had already pulled me into the room at this point. He closed the door and walked to the front by the TV. I thought about making a break for it, but I decided to just see it through at this point, hoping deep down that whatever was happening was as inconsequential as my job was. Everyone had their snack plates and were heading to their seats. I awkwardly grabbed a muffin from the snack table, put it on a napkin, and took a seat in the very back row. Everyone was spaced out from each other. It didn't seem like any of these folks knew one another. I quietly sighed at the thought of having to sit through some sort of boring informational seminar or irrelevant training session. After a few minutes of everyone settling in, the man who originally brought me into the room started talking. There was an equally serious guy standing next to him, and a Secret Service-looking fella standing in the corner. I started wondering to myself why we were going to watch a video off of a very old school-looking TV. Felt like we were all back in elementary school or something. All right, I just need to do a final run through before we get started. The man at the front said, "I know you all read through the emails and signed your releases. I just wanted to recap some ground rules. You're allowed to get up and grab another snack. But beyond that, we want you to pay full attention to the tape once it starts playing. If any of you need to go to the bathroom, we strongly urge you to wait until the presentation is over. If you absolutely have to go, we will pause the tape and one of us will escort you. There is water in the corner by the snacks. Cups are right there as well. And goes without saying, but any discussion of this presentation to folks who do not have top compartmented clearance is a breach of your terms of employment. A breach of your non-disclosure agreement. A breach of your multiple signed releases. A breach of the U.S. Criminal Code in the state of redacted, and a breach of the conditions laid out by the Committee for the Protection and Preservation of Human Consciousness." They started dimming the lights. Fuck, it felt like I had missed any window of opportunity I had to leave. Too late. That committee name he highlighted sounded way above my clearance level. One of the men at the front of the room pulled out a VHS tape from a bag, and very slowly and securely put it into a VHS player. He pressed play. I took a deep breath. Those water cooler conversations I'd had with my coworkers were starting to float to the top of my mind. But I quelled them. There was probably no need for panic. It was just a stupid government meeting, right? The tape started. The beginning was familiar enough. Various disclaimers about this being incredibly confidential material. Yada yada yada. Insignias of relevant organizations, presidential libraries, etc. I'd seen lots of videos like this already. But wait, that insignia looked strange, like something was off. I scanned it. Presidential libraries. That same eagle. Those same stars. Weird. This time, there was a navy blue hand on the left shoulder of the eagle. Did they update the logo? Before I had time to ruminate on it too much, the tape cut to a logo I had actually never seen before. Committee for the Protection and Preservation of Human Consciousness. The logo was just an image of planet Earth. Fair enough. The video cut to a room that looked similar to the Congress floor, but with some strange differences. Seats were much more spaced out. The podium looked like it had seen better days, and the whole room looked to be on a pretty steep incline. Everything was in black and white. It looked like there were about 50 people in attendance. It was hard to make out the faces. Everything looked very dated, like the video was from the 40s or the 50s. The tape lingered on this one shot for quite a while. Minutes passed. I noticed what looked to be a choir, all in outfit and perfectly huddled next to each other, standing in one of the corners of the room. It really felt like I shouldn't have been seeing this. None of this was meant for my eyes. After a few more minutes, the tape abruptly cut to an awkward angle video of a man speaking at the podium in the room. It was too zoomed in, enough that you couldn't see his eyes or his hair. It didn't look all that professional. I couldn't tell who he was. He spoke. Members of the Committee for the Protection and Preservation of Human Consciousness. I thank you all for coming tonight. We are lucky to be in the good graces of our visitors today. Without rehashing our painful history, the tape cut to a camera slowly panning over all of the faces of the folks seated in the room. The attendees looked pained, somber. The man continued his speech as the camera continued panning over the committee. We can acknowledge that the journey to this moment has been an arduous one. I am pleased to say that humanity, faced with a dire ultimatum, has come to a majority decision. To our esteemed guests from across the solar system, we are thankful for the opportunity you have given us to negotiate with you. I felt adrenaline. Fuck, we had made contact with extraterrestrial life. This was the truth. Maybe, like the saying went, the truth would set me free. Before I outline the decision taken by humanity, I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank the brilliant representatives from all of the nations of the world who came together to ensure that this decision was taken with utmost responsibility, care, and appreciation for our human species. I am aware that this was not a unanimous decision. Shit, what did that mean? I felt the sweat on my brow. I felt nausea coming in. I awkwardly and slowly took a bite of the muffin. The tape returned to a now corrected angle of the speaker at the podium. His eyes were visible. They looked strained, like they'd seen multiple versions of hell. To the nations who still disagree, he continued, I thank you nonetheless for accepting the majority decision. May this moment, which will be held in secrecy throughout the rest of time, be appreciated as a critical milestone for human civilization. Tonight is not a victory. It is a somber moment. However, we were faced with two options: extinction, or accepting the agreement. We made our choice, and I believe time will show that this was the right decision. What was this? I hereby announce that we accept the agreement provided by our special guests who have chosen to go by the name Redacted. The intergalactic species known as Redacted will allow humanity on planet Earth to continue to populate, grow, and innovate. In return, all governments of the world will honor the promise. He needed to spit it out. What the fuck was this agreement? We will not be covering every element of the agreement in this session. I will, however, highlight the main points. At this point, the video showed the man at the podium looking down. He was reading off of something. For the first time, he looked nervous, scared. I saw some humanity in him. We honor the agreement that Redacted hold the right to visit planet Earth on a recurring basis. They will be allowed to consume, for the basis of nourishment, a majority of the human population on planet Earth. After every visit, the remaining humans on Earth will be expected to breed and grow to capacity in time for the next visit. We acknowledge that we will maintain a parallel history which will be shared with our world's population, to ensure that humanity stays motivated to continue existing as a species. This parallel history may suggest that mass extinction events are the results of man-made folly, as opposed to the work of external forces. For the first time, my fight or flight response was actually flight. I wanted to escape, but I didn't know what I'd even be running from. The last visit by Redacted was approximately in the year 1346, and it lasted 7 years. We will continue to honor our parallel history about this event. I just wanted it to end. The next visit, which will not be met with resistance, will be in the year 2028 and will run for 1 full calendar year on Earth, marking a 675-year gap between the last significant visit by the species known as Redacted. This visiting cadence is expected to speed up over time, as the remaining humans continue to sharpen their focus on building technology to allow humanity to reproduce in a speedy and productive manner. Jesus Christ, our planet is a fucking farm. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The tape cut away to a larger view of the Congress-like room, the somber committee members in attendance, and the members of the choir in the corner, who I could only imagine looked horrified. Where were the visitors? Why couldn't I see them? The camera then panned to a number of larger, empty seats, the same slow style of video panning as the one that happened earlier with the committee members. No visible entities in the seats, but the seats themselves looked blurry. The man at the podium carried on with his speech. As the camera pan on those blurry seats continued, we should acknowledge the privilege of knowing that there is indeed life in the cosmos. That extraterrestrial life has chosen to visit our planet, and that the cycle and balance provided by nature extends beyond the confines of planet Earth. Much like humanity has found its place on Earth in the food chain, we acknowledge our place in the divine order of things when encountered with beings of greater power, understanding, cognitive function, and evolutionary progression. Fucking hell, I shouldn't have stayed late at work. I should have made my identity clear from the very beginning. I knew that I wasn't supposed to see this. And fuck, it really looked like the speaker was about to cry. While the process of consumption is a painful and lengthy one, we respect the trade-off that comes with the preservation of our species. We also acknowledge, as part of the promise, that substitutes for human life in the form of clones, should we discover that technology in the future, or other living species, will never function as viable alternatives for nourishment. The speaker continued, I didn't need to know this. This whole thing was way too specific for me. Our final major acknowledgement, as part of this agreement, is that we accept Redacted as the Great Almighty, as the entities we will now refer to as God. God, as an interstellar species, has revealed itself to us, and thus, the continued existence of Redacted is now the true priority of the people of our planet. We are blessed to play a part in the continuation of God. In God we trust. Amen. The tape then cut to footage of the choir. As the speaker continued, we bless our visitors with this gift. A performance of the national anthems of all major nations of the world will now commence. Audio of a very loud backing track of the Star-Spangled Banner started playing from the video as my stomach sank. The tape showed footage of the choir singing on top of the track. Not sure if it was because they were scared for their lives, but I could really tell they were singing their hearts out. As they sang, the camera continued to pan over the blurry seats. They finished singing the anthem. And suddenly, fast forwarding, fucking hell, I had forgotten I was sitting in a room. I had disengaged from the video for a brief moment. I had mentally returned to the present day. This was our world. This was our fucking lives. The men at the front continued fast forwarding through the tape. It looked like they were skipping through performances of the other national anthems. The fast forwarding went on for a while. Every small while, it looked like a new choir group was entering the Congress-like room to sing a different national anthem. On and on the tape went. I had to fight the urge to pass out. One of the men at the front of our room, standing next to the TV, started speaking up. "We're legally obligated to get to the end of this tape. But you don't need to look at the rest of it. Please feel free to look down. Or close your eyes. Or grab a snack," he said. I noticed the others seated in the room were taking that advice. Most of them decided to look straight down. For some weird reason, I couldn't look away. The fast forwarding progressed. On the tape, it was yet another choir group joining to perform an anthem. And then another. And then another. It looked like we were near the end. The fast forwarding now showed a conversation between the man at the podium and another man who was whispering in his ear. The man at the podium was vehemently shaking his head. The other man continued whispering. This continued on. Eventually, there was a quick moment of the man at the podium begrudgingly nodding. The last few fast-forwarded moments of the tape remain burned in my memory to this very moment. They were pandemonium. The attendees were sitting in their chairs, frozen, shivering, crying. The people in the various choirs were running around the rooms in fast motion. As blurry spots started covering them and ungodly things started happening to them. Fuck. Why didn't I look away? If ever there was a fucking time to follow orders. It felt like the whole thing went on for longer than it should have. Finally, the men at the front of our room stopped the fast forwarding. They pressed play on the tape to cover the very final moment. In the tape, the man at the podium, clearly emotional, spoke his final line. "The agreement has been ratified by redacted. Thank you all for attending." The final shot of the video is the full room. The committee members in their seats, shivering and crying. The dismantled and bloodied choir members strewn about the room. The blurry seats with blood smeared on them. The video then cut away. Back to that same insignia on a black backdrop. The presidential libraries. That eagle. Those stars. The navy blue hand on the wing of the eagle. The lights in our room turned on. The rest of the night was a blur. The men at the front of the room told us it was best for us to sit for an hour to digest the information. No discussion about the video was allowed to take place. When we were ready to stand, we were allowed to leave and go home. They gave us some pointers on how to accept the information over the coming weeks. Things like taking long walks, exercising, watching a sitcom, etc. I wasn't worried about them realizing that I wasn't supposed to be there. If anything, I felt a strange camaraderie with everyone in the room. We were all, truly, in the same boat. As soon as I left the building and got in my car, I just drove, for as long as I could. I would stop for gas. Then I'd keep driving. I'd stop again. Then I'd keep driving. Again. And again. I'm holed up in a hotel now. I'm just glad I could get this off my chest. The funny thing is, all I can think about is the length of that stupid tape. While I can't confirm, I feel like if it were played straight through without fast forwarding, it would have only been 3 hours. I wonder if the 4-hour tape rumor came from the fact that we all needed that extra hour to digest the information. And now, you're probably wondering, why don't I name the species that is going to spell humanity's doom throughout the rest of time? Why am I calling them redacted? Well, as the self-appointed leader of the Committee for the Acknowledgement that we should have just chosen extinction, I don't feel the need to honor our captors by calling them by their name. If I don't see you again, Reddit, I appreciate the water cooler conversation.